He recognized Queen Livia and could hardly believe she was actually here. Then he spotted a man in red laughing boisterously, and it hit him. This was the one. As the group brushed past him, he cast a quick glance at the door just as it swung shut. In a sudden burst of frustration, he slammed his mug onto the table, causing everyone in the tavern to flinch. Rex turned to see the commotion, and panic spread as people rushed for the exit. Rubbing his chin, Rex pondered the strange alliance between Queen Livia and the pirates. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted outside. A man burst into the room, breathless, announcing that they had been discovered. Rex's teeth clenched in shock as he caught sight of bodies strewn near the entrance. Anger surged within him, and he shouted, demanding to know where they had gone. One of the men pointed in response. Rex sprinted toward them, urgency in his every step. Miller and Livia stood by the ship, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. "Stop!" Rex shouted, his voice cutting through the air. Miller rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "Every time I step outside, trouble seems to find me," he grumbled. Yet, despite his irritation, he managed a casual wave and a smile. In response, Rex snapped a knife in his direction, prompting Miller to duck low. "Sorry about that," he quickly tossed out, his tone light despite the tension. He lifted a torch and commanded it to ignite. Suddenly, his foot struck a pile of gunpowder and he froze in shock. The torch flew toward Rex just as he charged in. Rex glanced down, but it was too late. Flames engulfed him, and he cried out in agony. Later, several individuals lay in hospital beds, their fates uncertain. Aaron rushed in, calling desperately for Rex. The others stared at him in shock. From behind a screen, a voice revealed that Rex was still alive. With his arm wrapped in bandages, Rex urged everyone to calm down. Aaron rushed over and embraced him tightly, prompting Rex to plead for a moment of release. A little later, Aaron settled beside the bed deep in thought. He finally asked, "Does this mean the pirate was only seeing Princess Livia off?" Rex closed his eyes and firmly said no. This meeting was anything but random. From what he could see, the two already had a history. Aaron inquired about when it all began. Livia always acted with purpose, so Rex doubted she would orchestrate this just to cause them harm. He then mentioned the explosion, asserting that even if they had met in secret, they shouldn't underestimate Livia. If anything, her actions had saved some of his men. Aaron closed his eyes, muttering that the situation was a mess. Rex tossed him a letter, insisting they could ponder the chaos later. This was more pressing. As Aaron caught the letter, he asked what it contained. Rex grimaced, revealing that it was worse than their pirate problem. With the Emperor and others likely to hear the news soon, Aaron felt the urgency to read the letter immediately. As he scanned the words, shock washed over him. Around 500 northern giants had seized an old castle, taking dozens of hostages, among them the knight commander's wife and child. Touching his face in disbelief, Aaron realized he truly wasn't escaping this crisis after all. Cheryl and Ramo were caught up in it too. The northern giants had seized an orcish castle, a situation that demanded careful consideration. Fear flickered across Aaron's face. Now that he was the commander of the Northeast, he might have to lead the charge himself. Rex, propped up in bed, interjected, insisting that Aaron couldn't go. "I'll take your place," he declared. Aaron stared at him, disbelief etched on his features. With injuries like those, where did Rex think he was headed? Rex glanced back, his expression grave as he revealed that Dane had been captured. Aaron understood all too well what she meant to him. He envisioned Dane surrounded by suitors, each vying for her affection. Almost every man in the duchy had sought to marry her. Rex himself had been among those watching from the shadows. Though Dane had noticed him carrying planks, her heart was firmly with his brother, Ramo. Rex buried his feelings deep within, maintaining his distance as Dane and Ramo held hands, radiating joy. He convinced himself that he could smile and offer his congratulations at the wedding. Yet, surrounded by the blissful crowd, he realized he couldn't let her go. Determined to confront his emotions, he trailed the couple, resolved to end it in the most decisive way possible, without causing Dane any pain. Rex delivered a harsh defeat to his brother before storming out of the house. Years passed as he roamed the roads, dedicating his life to the shadows of espionage. Aaron watched Rex in silence, absorbing the weight of their unspoken bond. Finally, he closed his eyes and nodded in agreement, urging Rex to stay safe while he managed things back home. As Rex stepped out, he gave Aaron a reassuring slap on the shoulder, a silent promise lingering in the air. Aaron watched Rex walk away, a smile lingering on his lips. At the door, Rex turned back and advised Aaron to keep it straightforward. Just ask the princess about the pirates directly. Moments later, Livia stood before Aaron on the throne, her expression bright. With a playful smile, she raised her fingers and declared that the pirates were her clients. Aaron's grip tightened on the armrests, shock coursing through him. Livia calmly explained that the Blue Hammer pirates dealt in stolen goods from the western continent. When she asked if that was supposed to be a problem, Aaron replied that it wasn't. He simply hadn't expected her to be involved in smuggling. With a graceful touch to her chest, Livia asserted that her influence extended far beyond the east. The Blue Hammer pirates had the ability to move hard to obtain goods, and she had no reason to turn them away. Aaron partially obscured his face and remarked that she and the pirates appeared quite close. Then, he hesitantly asked for a favor. Livia regarded him with a serious expression and agreed to listen. Aaron requested that she arrange a meeting with their captain as soon as possible. A faint smile crept onto Livia's lips as she replied, "I have one condition." Still smiling, she proposed that her trade group be granted free access to the port city whenever they desired. Aaron believed she hadn't changed a bit. He covered his face, grimly affirming his thoughts. Later, he found himself standing by the sea, lost in memories of Livia's smile. But those warm thoughts were quickly overshadowed by the pirates' demands. The Duke had to come alone, and Aaron couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What were the Blue Hammer pirates truly plotting? Were they trying to intimidate him with their numbers, or did they hope he would break his promise and strike first? Suddenly, a ship emerged on the horizon, its dark silhouette cutting through the waves. At the bow stood a striking blue-haired girl, poised and ready. As she drew nearer, she introduced herself with confidence. "I am Jacqueline, captain of the Blue Hammer. Are you the one they call Aaron?" Aaron placed a hand over his heart and nodded, affirming his identity. However, Jacqueline's expression shifted to one of disapproval. "If you wish to negotiate," she called out, her voice firm, "you need to respond properly." Aaron inquired about what exactly she wanted to hear. Standing her ground, Jacqueline pressed him, asking if he truly served the Empire. Caught off guard, Aaron affirmed that he did. Just as he ordered the ship to pull away, he reached out, attempting to stop her. Without even glancing back, Jacqueline shouted that the Blue Hammer pirates didn't negotiate with the Empire's lackeys. Then she opened fire. A cannonball hurtled toward him, and Aaron's cloak snapped in the wind. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed his sword and shouted that this was happening again. Green lightning crackled around the blade as he declared he wouldn't let them escape so easily. With a fierce determination, he swung his sword, crashing it into the cannonball. Burning debris rained down into the sea. Nearby, Miller raised a hand and shouted for the crew to attack, urging them to take down the Imperial dog. The cannons roared to life once more. Aaron, his hands glowing fiercely, let out a primal scream. Channeling the cutting wind, he unleashed a brilliant blast of light that shot straight toward the cannonballs, hurtling toward the ship. The ship was nearing the sail when one sailor clutched his head and shouted for everyone to brace themselves. Yet, Jacqueline stood her ground, unwavering. In an instant, the vessel was engulfed by a surge of green lightning. Meanwhile, high above on the wall, Philip observed the chaos unfold, his black cloak billowing in the wind. "Sword energy," he murmured, a mixture of curiosity and concern in his voice. Philip pondered whether that power stemmed from the Imperial blade. A smile crept across his face as he found the thought intriguing. Suddenly, Rex pulled his horse to a halt. In the distance, he spotted flames licking the sky. The fortress was ablaze, and the hostages were in peril. Without hesitation, he urged his horse forward, his expression hardening as he silently pleaded with Dane to hold on. Harrelson leaned against the wall when a sudden noise drew his attention upward. To his astonishment, a dragon soared overhead. It was clear this creature wasn't merely passing by. "The dragon is here," he shouted urgently. "Everyone needs to hide, now!" The dragon hovered ominously over the fortress. Below, Kanoze observed the Nords had indeed taken the stronghold, just as he had anticipated. He understood that a reckless attack could cost the hostages their lives. The memory of the lightning strike haunted him, and Kanoze cursed his own weakness. The thought of putting Keishi in danger only deepened his frustration. Yet, as he ascended higher, Kanoze resolved that he couldn't betray his promise. Keishi inhaled deeply, steeling herself. With a fierce roar, Kanoze unleashed his fear power. The ominous sound reverberated through the fortress, sending tremors to everyone below. Panic gripped the crowd as they looked up in terror. Those ensnared by the sound found themselves paralyzed for 6 long hours. Observing the enemy frozen in place, Kanoze felt a sense of satisfaction. He believed his revenge had been sufficiently exacted. Just as he spotted incoming soldiers ready to take over, chains unexpectedly coiled around him, binding him tightly. Keishi lifted her head and turned to face the dragon's attacker. Kanoze followed suit, his attention drawn by the sudden burst of fire. A flaming fist hurtled toward him, striking true. The impact sent Keishi tumbling from his back, and smoke billowed off Kanoze's scorched form. Cheryl shot him a fierce glare, but Kanoze's gaze dropped when he heard a piercing scream. Kashi was plummeting, and fast. Kanaz gritted his teeth, knowing he had no choice but to dive after her. Moments later, she was clinging tightly to his back. "Are you okay?" he asked, concern lacing his voice. "Yes," she replied, though her grip suggested otherwise. Kanaz spread his claws, forcing himself to push through the pain. A searing burn marked his body, a reminder of the injury he hadn't felt in ages. He could sense that something inside him was seriously damaged. Keishi gazed at him, tears glistening in her eyes, as Kanaz declared that their revenge would have to wait. "The people here have already suffered enough," she replied, her voice trembling. Kanaz ascended higher, expressing his gratitude for her understanding. "We need to retreat. I'm not feeling well," he admitted. Keishi nodded in agreement. Cheryl attempted to follow them, but Kanaz was already too swift. Clutching her staff, Cheryl vowed that he wouldn't escape so easily next time. Harrelson shielded his face, recognizing that the dragon had unleashed its power of fear. As he regained his composure, he noticed an army advancing closer. His men remained paralyzed, unable to move. Battling through the pain, Harrelson made a resolute decision to seal the entrance. In a moment of frustration, he slammed his head against the wall to clear his thoughts. Blood dripped down, yet he insisted this was for the best. With determination, he grasped the gate and began to pull it shut. Every muscle in his body tensed as he fought against the encroaching riders. They surged forward, desperate to reach the closing barrier. With a fierce roar, Harrelson summoned every ounce of strength to slam the gate fully shut. The bolt fell into place with a resounding finality. The warriors halted at the entrance as an order rang out to wait for further commands. Harrelson leaned against the gate, exhaustion etched on his face. The others remained motionless, caught in a haze of fatigue. With determination, he punched one awake, then another, and finally a third. Slowly, they all staggered to their feet, only to find a figure looming over them. Harrelson shot them a sharp glance, declaring that the enemy had already arrived and they needed to prepare. His men sprang into action, scattering to execute his orders. Suddenly, a fireball erupted, blasting the fortress entrance wide open once more. Cheryl and her companions surged forward, ready for battle. Just then, a rider approached Cheryl, warning her that this place had recently been swarming with enemies. She scanned the streets, realizing she had never learned any tricks like search magic, leaving her with no easy way to locate them. Turning to the others, Cheryl commanded them to search in groups of 4, ensuring they could watch each other's backs. The soldiers fanned out, moving cautiously to the houses. Unbeknownst to them, someone observed from a rooftop above. Suddenly, Harrelson's son leaped down, ready to join the fray. One warrior spotted the enemy, but before he could react, the attacker struck him in the eye. The rest of the soldiers froze in terror at the sight. Then, with a fierce battle cry, the assailant charged straight at them. The moon hung high above, casting an eerie glow over the scene. A piercing scream echoed throughout the fortress, causing Cheryl to whip around in alarm. From further down the street, a voice shouted that an enemy was approaching. Cheryl felt a surge of panic as she watched her soldiers fall, uncertainty gripping her heart. She shut her eyes, acknowledging that this situation was unlike anything she had faced before. While she was adept at magic and strategic planning, making swift decisions in the heat of battle was a skill she had yet to master. As thoughts of the boys crossed her mind, she wondered what they would do in her place. Just then, a soldier behind her raised his hand, urgently warning that their forces were on the brink of annihilation. Gripping her staff tightly, Cheryl steeled herself and called out to the others. Pointing ahead, she urged them to back up the remaining troops and continue searching the village. The soldiers sprang into action without hesitation. One soldier turned back, asking if a few should stay behind to guard her, but she reassured him, insisting they should focus on aiding the others. As the knights galloped away, uncertainty began to creep into her mind about her decision. Cheryl strode down the street, determined to save the troops under attack. As a mage, she reassured herself that she could handle any enemy that crossed her path. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention from between the houses. It was Harold's son, watching her with a frown. He believed that a commander standing alone was a foolish risk. Without hesitation, he leaped down to join her. As he hit the ground, he realized that Cheryl had overlooked one crucial detail. Giants possessed raw power far beyond that of humans. The giant charged at her, and Cheryl, unaware that he was their leader, was taken by surprise by his speed. A brilliant flash erupted in front of her as she unleashed a fire burst, but Harold's son deftly slipped past the flames. Cheryl adjusted her grip on the staff, channeling her energy. With a powerful incantation, she unleashed a fireball that erupted in a heavy blast. As the smoke cleared, she believed she had struck her target, but to her shock, he emerged unscathed. He lunged at her with alarming speed, and she realized too late just how close he had gotten. Her staff ignited again, and in a desperate move, she activated Flame Wing, dropping swiftly to the ground. Meanwhile, Harold's son stood with his arms folded, watching the chaos unfold. Then he lunged at her once more, leaving Cheryl in shock. He seized her by the leg, and she could only stare in disbelief. With all his might, he slammed her into the ground, eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. Towering over her, Harold's son declared that she was too young to be a commander. Perhaps placing her in charge had been a mistake, or maybe it was simply because she was a mage. His axe gleamed ominously as he declared that she had made her choice without understanding her enemy's true strength, a mistake that would cost her dearly. Too wounded to rise, Cheryl shot back, urging him to be quiet. Even if she were to die, it wouldn't be due to her decision. With defiance, she looked up and asserted that it would be because of him. He met her gaze in silence, then raised his axe high above his head, proclaiming it would be an offering to the great god of warriors. The axe swung down toward Cheryl, but a blade suddenly intercepted it. In an instant, that sword was poised at the blond man's throat, forcing him to leap back in alarm. Harold's son raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Ramo appeared, riding in on horseback. Cheryl turned to him, her voice urgent as she asked why he was there and where Dane was. Without glancing back, Ramo replied, "Searching for her will change nothing." With his eyes locked ahead, he declared that he had to trust his wife was alive and lead the troops to victory. Cheryl bowed her head, a mix of weariness and determination etched on her face. Ramo, though exhausted, took his stance, resolute in his words, he would handle this. Harold's son rolled his neck, skepticism evident as he asked if Ramo was truly sure about that. Suddenly the giant vanished from sight, only to re-emerge above the night, casting a formidable shadow. Ramo stepped back, deftly avoiding the strike. A brilliant aura enveloped him, leaving Cheryl in awe as she witnessed the monk's power radiating from his entire being. With a swift swing, he carved a luminous trail through the air. Harold's son leaped back, eyeing the knight with a smirk. "That attack was too slow," he declared confidently. "There's no way that blade can touch me." Blood trickled down his shoulder as Ramo raised his sword, declaring that all he needed was confidence. The enemy gritted his teeth in fury, opening his mouth to unleash a roar. But before he could, a fiery fist collided with his face, sending him hurtling backward. Despite the chaos and pain, Cheryl couldn't help but smile, teasing him with a playful, "You idiot." Harold's son pushed himself back up, grimacing as he assessed his wound. His shoulder was failing, and facing two opponents at once would be a daunting challenge. With determination, he lifted a hand and whistled. A raven swooped down to him, but he quickly waved it off. He ordered his men to retreat, instructing them to follow the bird. The others noticed the raven's arrival, their eyes widening with understanding. The enemy forces began to flee in a panic. Before they vanished, Harold's son called out to them, declaring he would return and offer them to his god. With that, he sprinted away. Ramo, overwhelmed with emotion, pulled his wife and child into a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face as he struggled to comprehend their survival. The others stood by, witnessing this poignant reunion. After a moment, Ramo looked around, concern etched on his face as he asked if everyone was all right. Dane surveyed the surroundings and assured everyone that everything was fine. Ramo, taken aback, asked where Rex was. She replied that he should be in the kingdom. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. The giant raising his axe, and she shook her head in disbelief. Just then, the axe swung toward them and she gasped in shock. A dagger had been hurled at the enemy, momentarily obscuring his face in a cloud of smoke. As she thought of Rex, she felt certain it had to be him. Just then, the man pulled his cloak tighter around himself and simply said, "Duke." She pondered what he meant by that. From their vantage point on the cliff, they could see the tall towers below. Rex's expression darkened as he mentioned Dane's capture, noting that Aaron was already aware of how much she meant to him. In response, Aaron remained silent. He closed his eyes, released Rex, and urged him to be careful while he took care of things here. Rex gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder before heading out. With a grin, he suggested that the simplest approach was to ask the princess directly about the operators. As he turned to speak again, ready to mention Dane, Aaron shut his eyes and advised him not to overthink it. If necessary, he could simply claim he came because of the Duke. That thought caught Rex off guard. Aaron smiled and added that if Rex felt uncomfortable around her, he could always say the Duke sent him. After all, the Duke never abandons his own. Rex, however, appeared visibly embarrassed. He pulled his cloak over his face and muttered curses at himself, realizing that following Aaron's advice had only made him look foolish. Rex stepped out, murmuring the Duke's orders to himself. Meanwhile, Arthur stood before the throne, facing a barrage of complaints about the ignored directives. Reflecting on the crowd's reaction, he explained that the residents despised the decision to close the port city. Rather than tightening their belts and putting in the hard work, they preferred to gamble with the threat of pirate attacks. Aaron clenched his jaw, unable to contain his frustration. "That's just foolish," he snapped. Protecting their territory was clearly in their best interest. Arthur clasped his hands behind his back and turned to Aaron, seeking his thoughts. Aaron frowned, contemplating the situation. "If there's nothing left to steal, the pirates might just leave," he replied. "But that could lead to other problems." From his throne, Aaron considered a more aggressive approach. With peace talks concluded, a surprise attack on the pirate base seemed like the most effective way to eliminate the threat once and for all. Covering his face with one hand, Aaron nodded in agreement. He turned to Arthur and suggested they feign compliance. Arthur should inform the protesters that the harbor would close for a few days, and that their living expenses would be taken care of. Placing a hand over his heart, Arthur acknowledged the plan, but his surprise grew when Aaron added that he wanted one more thing. Aaron frowned and instructed him to get ready. They were heading to visit the pirates while the port was closed. Arthur raised his hand once more, saying he would inform the soldiers. However, confusion crossed his face when Aaron asked why. If the soldiers weren't going, then who was? Aaron pointed at himself and then at Arthur. Arthur, taken aback, asked if they were truly going alone. A few days later, after Aaron secured the port, they boarded a ship bound for the island, where Blue Hammer's group was based. Sunlight danced across the water as they sailed. Upon reaching the island, they strolled through bustling streets, where merchants called out about imperial beef and other wares. Arthur had anticipated a haven for pirates, so he was surprised to find so many ordinary people going about their daily lives. Aaron gazed ahead, lost in thought. As he observed the bustling crowd around him, he initially believed that defeating the pirates would resolve all their problems. However, with ordinary people living in the area, he began to understand that the situation was far more complex. Concern for the residents weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated down the street. Turning to Arthur, he asked, "What was that?" Arthur gestured to the side, suggesting they were constructing a ship. Intrigued, Aaron made his way over to investigate. As he walked, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could win them over, persuade them to journey to another continent, and craft a more formidable vessel. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Frowning, a man spoke up, expressing that he hadn't seen Aaron before. The people nearby turned their attention toward him, curiosity etched on their faces. Arthur felt a wave of tension wash over him as he stood beneath the looming staircase. Despite the pressure, he managed to smile and greet the man, introducing himself as a newcomer. But before he could say more, Aaron clamped a hand over his mouth. He was in the process of removing the bandage from his head, and with his mouth agape, he insisted they inform the captain that the Duke had arrived in person. With his hands firmly on his hips, Aaron listened intently as they proclaimed it a great honor. A girl stood nearby, her annoyance palpable. "Why didn't you warn me you wanted to negotiate?" she asked, crossing her arms. Aaron dismissed her concern with a wave. "If you don't like my offer, consider it a deal instead." She smiled, finding his response absurd. Undeterred, Aaron extended his hand, proposing free access to the port city and a year's supply of food, but only if they were willing to give something in return. The captain sighed, explaining that pirates didn't require permission to enter, and food was never an issue. Aaron gestured toward the market stalls, declaring that fish, beef, and alcohol like this were nothing more than stolen goods. Remembering the girl who was about to arrive, he noted that there hadn't been a single drunk in sight that morning. With a confident smile, Aaron proclaimed that from now on, this was Braun's territory, and he was strong enough to either shut down the port city or wipe them out entirely. A pirate lunged at Aaron, but he deftly dodged the strike. The pirate charged again, cursing the Empire with venomous rage. In that moment, Aaron caught sight of a knife glinting in the pirate's hand. The crowd around them froze, shock etched on their faces. Suddenly, the pirate hurled a dark object toward them. Arthur gritted his teeth, recognizing it as gunpowder. Just then, a torch flickered to life in the pirate's grasp, and he bellowed, "I'll kill you all!" Before he could make a move, the captain splashed him with water, urging him to calm down before he harmed anyone else. She then turned her gaze to Aaron and Arthur, asking what they truly desired. Aaron closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and revealed that he needed them to attack his castle. The pirates exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. Arthur stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape. Meanwhile, the hero and the others watched, waiting for the next move. Gran stood near the throne, his expression tense. Philip informed him that the Emperor had granted him full authority to negotiate, but if he sought more power, he would need to persuade the Duke, not him. Leaning his head on one hand, the prince added with a hint of impatience that he hoped Gran wouldn't bore him. Aaron glanced at the man across from him, feeling a wave of nausea but knowing he had to deliver results. With a frown, he cut straight to the chase. "I've already spoken to the Emperor while you were in the infirmary, so let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point." The man raised a hand, and Gran bowed, expressing that the medicine had helped him recover quickly. The hero was taken aback, initially believing Aaron had sent it merely to expedite his departure. A faint smile appeared on the man's face. Standing before Aaron, he acknowledged that gratitude had been expressed, and now they could begin the real discussions. This unexpected turn left Aaron even more bewildered. The argument escalated rapidly. Aaron raised his hand, insisting on 200 million gold from the total of 500 million, along with the position of Northeast Commander, until the remaining 300 million was paid. His companion frowned, reminding him that Bronn had endured the most from the breach of the Iron Barrier. Therefore, Aaron's service should extend until the northern threat was eliminated. Aaron's cook billowed dramatically as he declared his desire for the Empire's support to reinforce the Iron Barrier and establish a naval base in the port city. Gran met his gaze unwaveringly, responding that while the Iron Barrier was indeed the Empire's concern and support would be granted, the Duke would need to deal with the pirates himself. Aaron raised a hand in protest, arguing that this made it seem as though the port city's troubles were not the Crown's responsibility, leaving everyone to turn a blind eye to the threat of the pirates. His companion countered, insisting that wasn't the case. The problem lay solely with the Duke's responsibilities, not the Emperor's, and the pirates hadn't inflicted significant damage on the naval base. Frustrated, Aaron retorted that this was precisely why no one was willing to take action. This demand was crucial. He recalled his agreement with the pirates, but unease settled in as he wondered where they were. After all, the attack should have commenced by now. Turning his gaze away, he recognized the need to buy some time, and warned that if things continued this way, they wouldn't reach any agreement. Gran stroked his beard, letting out a soft chuckle as a ball dropped between them. Both men turned their attention to the prince when he declared that this was boring. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he proposed they settle the matter with a duel. The wounded man, however, looked visibly frightened at the suggestion. Philip rose from the throne, his voice steady as he reassured everyone that there was no need for concern. Gran, however, appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. With a swift motion, the prince picked up a second sword and declared that he would take on the fight himself. Gran could only stand by in silence, watching helplessly. Aaron knelt, attempting to voice his objections, but Philip silenced him with a piercing glare. "If the Duke steps down," he warned, "the kingdom will fall to the Empire and become imperial land." Gran bowed, reminding him that the Empire had laws he couldn't simply ignore. Turning to face him, the prince expressed his regret for disappointing Gran. He continued, explaining that the Duke was a loyal subject who had been attacked by a northern giant while recuperating at the Bran estate. Then, with a knife pressed to his own throat, he ominously added that it could just as easily be said the Duke had been slain by an unknown assailant. He picked up the ball once more, holding it against his throat. Philip remarked that some might even place the blame on the hero. With the weapon still poised, the prince reminded them that they had heard him, so they shouldn't waste his time. Smiling in that same unsettling manner, he asked once more if they were ready to fight. Aaron glanced at Gran, and the two exchanged a knowing look, silently agreeing. Later, they stood facing each other, the prince positioned between them. The man informed Aaron that if he emerged victorious, he would claim the 200 million, continue as the Northeast Commander until the threat was neutralized, and receive backing for the naval base. However, if he lost, the base would never be constructed. Aaron turned to the prince, inquiring if there was any possibility of shortening his term of service. Philip smiled, suggesting that Aaron could discuss that with Gran. The prince focused intently on the boy, his blade poised for attack. Aaron barely managed to block the strike, his eyes widening as he realized just how powerful his opponent was. Another blow followed swiftly, the blade grazing his hair. With no other option, he was forced to retreat. Philip closed the distance, landing a solid punch, but Aaron quickly countered, knocking the ball away with precision. His opponent couldn't help but commend his quick reflexes. Aaron wiped the blood from his cheek and declared he was doing his best. Memories of his training flooded back to him. Since his last duel, he had indeed built up his strength. Yet, he had never faced an opponent like this, one who wasn't truly an enemy. He knew that his imperial swordsmanship, combined with the dragon's blessing, could have been enough to secure victory. But time had slipped away from him, leaving his skills unsharpened, and now the prince was pressing him harder than ever. Frowning, Aaron came to a stark realization. All he could do was defend. Philip, his eyes glinting with mischief, declared his boredom, yet a dark aura enveloped him. In an instant, he lunged forward, their blades colliding with a resounding clash. As he pressed Aaron back, Philip taunted, asking why he refused to unleash his full power. Struggling against the relentless assault, the hero grappled with the grim reality of how things had spiraled so far out of control. He recalled his own strike. The prince's eyes blazed with fury as he demanded true power, threatening to kill him if he didn't deliver. Philip continued to swing relentlessly. Aaron dropped to one knee, his opponent lifting the sword high above his head. The next blow shattered Aaron's weapon, sending shards scattering. The prince raised his sword once more, declaring, "It's time for you to die." Zarin attempted to intervene, but sweat streamed down Aaron's face as he channeled the ball's power. A brilliant flash illuminated the scene, restoring the blade to its former glory. Just as Aaron prepared to strike once more, Philip stood frozen in astonishment. Suddenly, an explosion echoed overhead. Pirates had emerged outside. Both men peered through the opening as a voice called out to the Imperials. Smoke billowed from a cannon, and the pirates taunted them, asking how they enjoyed the fireworks. Philip glanced down, hearing the taunts about payback for their ruined ships. Aaron locked eyes with the prince, sensing his moment had arrived. He charged forward, but a weapon suddenly flashed before him, the magic blade vanishing just as quickly. Staring at where it had been, Aaron realized he had narrowly missed his chance. The ball slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. It rolled over beside a pirate, and Aaron shot him a fierce glare. "Do you want the rest of your ships destroyed too?" he demanded. The man looked bewildered by the question. Turning to the captain, he asked if their deal included curses and threats, adding with a smirk that the boy was headed straight to hell. Meanwhile, the girl remained silent, her focus unwavering as she peered through her spyglass. The pirate observed her closely, but she remained unresponsive. Frustrated, he pulled out a torch and commanded the crew to prepare the cannon. However, the captain turned away, instructing everyone to leave, promising they would deal with this later. Annoyed, the man trailed after her as she walked on, her head bowed. Clutching her arm, she couldn't shake the image of the person she had seen. As Philip's face resurfaced in her thoughts, the captain recognized him as her family's adversary. Meanwhile, the prince stood watching the sunrise, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he turned at the sound of someone approaching. Aaron dropped to one knee, a gesture of surrender. With his head bowed, he declared his defeat, ready to accept any terms, even if it meant relinquishing Bronn. The prince stepped closer, intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Aaron glanced back and saw Gran nodding in approval. It was then that he learned the kingdom had appointed him as commander of the Northeast until the looming threat had passed. With his eyes closed, he regretted accepting the duel. Now his opponent was fully aware of his strength and held all the leverage. As the sun rose between them, Philip declared that he would still support the naval base. Aaron was left in stunned silence. Philip, reflecting on the final strike, admitted his defeat. He gestured toward the wall, emphasizing that the threat of pirates was all too real. With a satisfied smile, Philip realized he had witnessed everything he had hoped for, and that was enough for him. Meanwhile, the carriages rolled steadily through the forest, with Philip riding in one of them. He couldn't shake the image of the magic blade Aaron had wielded. Determined, he thrust his dagger forward, attempting to replicate the move. Philip gritted his teeth and tried once more. Suddenly, a brilliant aura enveloped him, and his dagger began to glow. Staring at it in astonishment, a confused smile spread across his face. Unable to contain himself, he covered his face and burst into laughter. The sound echoed outside the carriage as a man knelt before Aaron. Just a week later, Bran was fully absorbed into the kingdom. With the hold packed with supplies, the hero set sail for the island. Aaron stood by the ship, ready to deliver food to the pirates in hopes of winning them over. Suddenly, a girl hurled a sack to the ground, and grain spilled out, scattering across the deck. Aaron glanced at the captain, concern etched on his face. "What's wrong?" he asked. Gritting her teeth, she shot back, demanding to know why he hadn't informed her. Confused, Aaron spread his arms, unsure of what she was referring to. In frustration, she kicked the sack again. Just then, a man approached from behind, urging her to calm down. She shoved him aside, her anger boiling over as she pressed Aaron for answers about why he hadn't mentioned that the prince was aiding him. The pirate lowered his hands and clarified that she was referring to Philip. Anger surged within him, and he began cursing Aaron. The girl slowly clenched her fist, memories flooding back of her flight through a burning forest. A man had stepped in front of her, sword raised. Philip had told her to stop looking at him that way. It wouldn't cleanse her of her sins. Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she struggled to comprehend what she and her family had done to deserve this fate. Philip, his voice icy, labeled them traitors. He pointed his sword at the mark on her hand, declaring it the undeniable proof of their guilt. Meanwhile, several ships sailed across the sea. 5 years prior, the Empire had initiated a western conquest, amassing a formidable navy that now ruled the waters. However, later on, young dukes lacking true battle experience overstepped their bounds, disregarding wise counsel and ultimately leading to the near-total destruction of the fleet. Fueled by anger and desperate to find a scapegoat, they shifted the blame onto the admiral. To conceal their own failures, they bound him and his loyal officers, framing them as traitors, conspiring with the enemy. Meanwhile, Philip stood over the fallen bodies, sent to eliminate not only the admiral's subordinates, but every member of his family as well. He commanded that the bodies marked on their hands be discarded, not buried, but instead fed to the cattle. Raising his sword, he cursed the girl to hell. She shut her eyes tightly as dust erupted around them. Just then, a rider charged in, reaching her just in time to pull her up. Frowning, her savior asked, "Are you hurt?" Back then, she could barely discern his silhouette. Now, the captain lowered her hand, pointing directly at Aaron. "Tell me why Philip was there that day, and what the two of you were planning," she demanded. Aaron covered his face, muttering that this was becoming increasingly frustrating. Rex placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and urged him to sort it out on his own. With a casual wave at the captain, he added, "It's been a long time." She shot him an annoyed glance, completely bewildered by his words and his identity. Rex raised a hand, gesturing to the passage of time. Then, partially covering his face, he insisted that this should jog her memory. The captain was taken aback. With her arms crossed, she replied that she still had no idea who he was. The man pointed at Rex and declared, "He's the mercenary." Aaron recalled the moment Rex had cradled the girl in his arms. As Rex handed her over, Aaron urged her to open her eyes. When she did, revealing that she was alive, he let out a sigh of relief. The mercenary extended his hand, clearly expecting payment, reminding Aaron that saving her came at a cost. They exchanged a tense stare, and Rex, glancing up, added with a smirk that if he didn't get paid, he might just be cruel enough to dump her on someone else. Rex held up his glasses, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I'll collect my payment with interest no matter what," he declared. Aaron nodded, gratitude evident in his voice as he promised that when they met again, he would repay him with interest and give him whatever he desired. Rex lowered his hand, a sly smile creeping across his face. "You can give me everything," he replied. Locking eyes with him, Aaron swore it on his life. Now in the present, Aaron absent-mindedly touched his beard, the weight of that promise lingering in his thoughts. His eyes widened in surprise as Rex held the glasses up before him. A smile crept across his face as he recalled the promise of taking everything. Turning to the pirate, Aaron clarified the terms of their agreement. The man looked utterly bewildered. He fell to his knees, pleading with Rex to take all his possessions. Just please, spare any demands regarding the captain. Rex remained silent, his eyes closing as he requested a quill, parchment, and scissors. The request took the man by surprise. He pointed to himself, reminding everyone that he had just made a promise. Ultimately, he signed the document. Aaron and the captain shook hands, and with Rex's assistance, the very man who had once saved her life helped bring both sides to an agreement. Their grip was firm as they sealed the peace treaty, leaving the old pirate utterly baffled. Later, everyone gathered around the crackling fire, the warmth contrasting with the tension of the day. The captain observed quietly, her gaze steady. Aaron settled down beside her, taking a sip from his drink. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What's your plan?" She stared into the flames, lost in thought, and replied, "I don't know where this path will lead, but I suspect we're preparing to take revenge on the prince's enemy." Aaron glanced down into his cup, the word revenge echoing in his mind. The Emperor's face shimmered in the liquid, a haunting reflection. When he offered the captain his assistance, she looked up. Intrigued, he proposed a fair trade. He would help her with her revenge, and in return, she could aid him afterward. But as she lowered her gaze, doubt clouded her expression. "It feels pointless," she admitted. "I can't even imagine how I could be of any use." Aaron closed his eyes and assured her that it didn't matter. Together, they were stronger. He gestured toward the imposing ships as evidence of their unity. The captain stared at them in surprise, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Moonlight glinted off the blade of his sword. A month after forging peace with the pirates, Aaron had taken command of every force he could muster to fulfill his duty. He raised his weapon, assuming command of the northeastern region. The army surged forward, charging toward the iron wall. A skeletal hand gripped the structure, but an axe came crashing down, shattering a skull. More skeletons continued to swarm upward. Harold's son, watching with gritted teeth, saw his men battling fiercely against the relentless tide. Frustrated, he slammed his hand against the wall. Then he spotted the army waiting below. Ramo and Cheryl stood among them, and another girl held a bright light, revealing the presence of a necromancer in their ranks. Gripping his axe tightly, he thought that if he could capture those two, victory might still be within reach. Just then, a man rushed toward him. Harold's son shot him a piercing glance and asked, "What's wrong?" The subordinate raised his hands in defeat, declaring that they could no longer hold the line. They needed to abandon the castle and were merely waiting for the order. Harold's son seized him, muttering about 30 years of struggle. He lifted the man off the ground, his voice laced with frustration as he declared he had waited too long to claim this castle. Frowning, he snapped that now they expected him to surrender. Trembling, the young man replied that surrender might come at a small cost, but if he died, they would lose everything. Harold's son shouted back, asserting that losing the castle would mean certain death for him. Just then, something caught his eye. The skeletons were scaling the walls, climbing higher and higher. He peered down at the army below, where a voice rang out. It was Aaron, declaring that their defeat was inevitable and pleading for an end to the bloodshed. Gazing into the distance, Harold's son caught wind of the offer, surrender, and his life would be spared. A frown creased his brow as he called out, demanding the speaker reveal himself. He had no intention of negotiating with the faceless voice. With a confident stride, Aaron stepped forward, declaring, "I am Duke Aaron, and I am not hiding." Their eyes locked, tension crackling in the air between them. Earlier, Aaron sat with his allies, disbelief etched on his face as he questioned if that was truly all the enemy had to offer. Ramo dismissed his concerns, stating that around 500 northern giants occupied the fortress, not including those already slain. Aaron rubbed his chin, pondering the possibility. He recalled hearing that they had breached the stronghold with merely 1,000 warriors. He turned to Cheryl, who confirmed that it was entirely possible if he had encountered their enemy. She elaborated that even without swords or magic, their strength and speed surpassed that of ordinary humans. Aaron nodded, acknowledging their earlier carelessness. He realized that he and Cheryl couldn't afford to remain passive. Memories flooded his mind of how they had captured the fortress with just 1,000 men, defeating an allied force of 500. His thoughts turned grim as he contemplated the Northern Giant, the Masked Man, the Northern Storm, and their ominous plan. Cheryl let out a sigh and clarified that until the Northern threat was neutralized, they had no choice but to remain on the defensive. Even magic offered little solace, as the enemy recovered swiftly, and the spells took far too long to recharge. Aaron lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Ramo, prompting him to consider a new approach. When Aaron called out to him, Ramo stood up, and Aaron pointed decisively, instructing him to fetch Elena. They were embarking on a project to study the undead dungeon. Meanwhile, skeletons began swarming up the walls. Aaron deployed giant monsters to apply pressure on the northern giants, all while ensuring the fortress remained unharmed. Having succeeded with his last plan, he now aimed to quell the northern threat by subduing the giants. A man stepped through the gate, the sound of a skull cracking beneath his foot echoing ominously. He quickened his pace. Haraldson charged at him, and Aaron stood ready, watching the confrontation unfold. With a swift motion, he blocked Haraldson's attack. The onlookers were captivated, their curiosity piqued about who Aaron was and where he had come from. Scowling, the giant berated Aaron for approaching him after the war had already been won. But Aaron stood firm, insisting that victory was not yet theirs. As his sword began to glow ominously, he declared that one way or another, death awaited them both. Haraldson leaped back, then asked if Aaron could at least grant him one favor. With a determined grip on his sword, Aaron replied that he should be grateful for the opportunity. The giant's thoughts drifted to Ramo, recalling how Aaron's fighting style echoed that man's. With a swift motion, Aaron deflected the axe, lifting it high above his head. The giant vowed to crush Aaron's skull with relentless blows. Haraldson launched the axe with all his might. Aaron rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the weapon, as it whizzed past him like a shooting star. In that moment, he realized the giant had disappeared. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him. The giant swung his massive axe, but Aaron deftly slipped away just in time. The blade sliced through the air, missing him by mere inches. Aaron's eyes blazed with intensity as he caught a glimpse of Haraldson reflected within them. Realizing that Aaron was wielding magic, the giant raised his weapon once more, taunting him for being too slow. With a thunderous crash, the iron plate shattered upon impact. Aaron braced himself once more as the giant's relentless blows rained down. He knew he only had to endure a little longer. Gritting his teeth, he focused on parrying the strikes, but his vision remained hazy. Just weeks earlier, Raimo had looked up at him with concern and urged him to stop. Yet, Aaron had stubbornly held the orb before him, insisting he was fine and could keep pushing forward. A small stone struck him, prompting Raimo to hold up a few more and ask if Aaron wanted to take a break. Frowning, Aaron insisted they keep going. Glancing at the stone in his hand, Raimo shrugged and said it was Aaron's call. With a swift motion, he pulled his hand behind his back, launching several stones toward Aaron. This time, Aaron's eyes sparkled with determination as he focused, seeing the stones with newfound clarity. He lunged forward, raising his sword with determination. In that fleeting moment, Aaron recalled the prince. A heartbeat later, his blade was poised at Raimo's throat, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. Back in the thick of battle, Aaron gritted his teeth, struggling to match the giant's incredible speed. He continued to block, but it became painfully clear that he still couldn't keep up. Suddenly, a massive foot crashed down dangerously close to his head. Harold's son landed a solid hit, causing the giant to widen his stance. With both axes raised high, the giant proclaimed that this fortress was his. Aaron glanced up and spotted a faint glow near the axe, instantly realizing its significance. In a swift motion, he flicked away and aimed his sword at the giant, the blade halting just inches from Harold's son's face. He blocked with both axes, but Aaron countered with a fourth-grade greatsword technique. His blade ignited as he unleashed a cyclone of energy. A gaping hole tore through the axes, and another opened in the giant's body, revealing Aaron through the breach. Aaron smiled, tauntingly declaring that he could see him now. Blood streamed down Harold's son as he doubled over, clutching his wound in agony. Then he looked up. People were rushing toward the fortress. The giant envisioned himself standing triumphantly on the wall, believing he had finally claimed this land. He recalled the bright sun shining down and felt a surge of pride. But when he spotted Aaron standing before him, the reality hit hard. He had lost everything because of him. His hands trembled, fury igniting within him at the audacity of Aaron to challenge him like this. Harold's son let out a piercing scream. Aaron observed him intently. The giant lunged for another attack, but Aaron remained composed, effortlessly dodging and delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature sliding backward. The giant gritted his teeth in frustration. Harold's son raised his axe again, but Aaron swiftly knocked it from his grasp. The weapon crashed into the ground with a thud. The giant's gaze shifted, locking onto the orb that lay before him. Aaron fixed his gaze on the giant and declared, "This land is mine now." He then presented a choice. The giant could take his people and leave, never to return. With a determined gesture, Aaron sheathed his sword and extended his hand, promising a place for them to live in peace if they agreed. Harold's son stared back at him, silent and contemplative. Aaron held his gaze, the weight of their unspoken conflict hanging in the air. Lowering his head, the giant implored Aaron to end his life. With a solemn gaze, he declared that he had sworn to protect this radiant land from Munin, a vow he would never betray. Aaron met his eyes, understanding the weight of the moment. Harold's son yearned for death. With his eyes closed, he lamented that these outsiders could never grasp the profound significance this land held for him. Aaron replied that they were strangers, which was why they couldn't understand each other. He expressed his desire to talk and negotiate a deal. Pointing to himself, he declared that this land was now his. The giant stared back, realizing that his people could thrive wherever they were given a chance. Aaron took a step closer, a smile forming on his face as he sensed the honesty in Harold's son. Harold's son lifted his head, declaring that he followed the god of war and death, a testament to the blessing they bore into battle. Aaron shot him a puzzled glance as Harold's son continued, expressing their desire for a warrior's death. If the heroes truly understood that, he insisted, they should be prepared to kill them. Fixing his gaze on Aaron, Harold's son's expression turned serious. He was ready to lay out what needed to be done if they genuinely sought an alliance with his people. The protagonist and Zarin observed from the sidelines, the former expressing his frustration at how long the talks would dragging on. Zarin replied, noting that even he could see how deeply warrior pride ran among them, making peace a complicated endeavor. Suddenly, Aaron severed Harold's son's head in a swift motion. His allies stood frozen in disbelief. Raising his sword high, Aaron proclaimed himself the Duke of Bran territory and executed the enemy chief without hesitation. A brilliant light erupted across the sky, sending a wave of terror through the enemy ranks. They fled from the fortress wall in panic. Eren returned to his allies, his mind racing. Gale watched her brother, confusion etched on her face. She reminded him that he had only wanted to talk things out. Without meeting her gaze, Eren replied that they had to move now. He brushed past her and she called after him, asking where he was going. Eren pointed into the distance, declaring that there was still one more threat to eliminate. The other two exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he meant. Suddenly, a portal opened on the mountain, and the three of them stepped through. As they emerged, Eren's mind drifted back to Harald's son. Beneath the shimmering sky, he recalled the boy's words. If they truly sought an alliance with his kind, they had to follow the path beneath the northern lights. Eren pressed on, determination etched on his face. Gale turned her gaze away and called out to him. Curious, Eren asked what she had seen. As he looked down, he spotted houses and recalled their mission, to find a village. He entered alongside the others, remembering that Harald's son had a brother living here. However, the hostile stares from the locals made Eren uneasy. Is this place really safe? He questioned, his voice laced with concern. Eren halted before a man seated quietly, a blind man patiently waiting. Earlier, Harald's son had mentioned that Erik would likely be aware of Eren's arrival. Dismounting from his horse, Eren recalled the advice. He needed to calm Erik and demonstrate his genuine intentions. Erik had made it clear that if they sought an alliance, they first needed to showcase what they had to offer. With determination, Eren gestured toward the bags. Erik slowly raised his hand, pausing just short of his face. Eren then reached into his pocket and pulled out a bottle of holy water, rumored to extend a person's life. With a smile, Erik accepted it, exclaiming that this was precisely what he had envisioned in a dream. He spread his arms wide, expressing his gratitude to Eren for his honesty, and promised to share the prophecy about Hoken in return. Eren frowned, curiosity etched on his face as he asked about the prophecy Erik mentioned. With his hands raised, Erik spoke of a body blessed by the dragon. As the light above intensified, he described a ruler who walked alongside the dragon and an outsider who had betrayed it. Erik's voice grew louder, proclaiming the arrival of a being destined to illuminate the path ahead. The stars shimmered even more brilliantly. Eren gazed upward, utterly stunned. Gale tapped Eren's shoulder, curiosity evident in her voice as she asked what was happening. She then pointed toward the man entering the room and inquired if their conversation had concluded. Eren followed the man inside, with MC trailing behind. "Did you see that man scatter the stars in the sky?" MC asked, a hint of wonder in his tone. Eren and Erik locked eyes once more, their resolve palpable. They shook hands, solidifying their alliance before Eren embarked on his journey to the Dark Continent, determined to eliminate the last remnants of outside threats. Later, Eren busied himself preparing the ships. Just before this, he had traversed half the world in search of the Northern Giant. As they shook hands, it marked the beginning of the final stage of their journey. Shortly after, Eren encountered another man. This time, the old man gripped his hand tightly. Eren pulled back, puzzled by the unexpected intensity of the handshake. The old man placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed in disbelief that anyone would dare offer food and holy water to pirates. Eren raised a finger, calmly responding that those weren't truly promises. He was merely trying to support the expedition. He added that the situation would be far worse if those people decided to attack their home instead. In frustration, the old man slammed his hand on the table. As the man clutched his head in distress, Eren couldn't help but ask what he had done wrong. The old man's face was a mask of misery, yet he forced a smile, insisting that everything was fine and that Eren had done an excellent job. With his eyes closed, he mentioned they still needed to weigh the pros and cons, but Eren remained silent, staring back in confusion. He struggled to comprehend the potential fallout from this situation. Eren's shock deepened when he learned that holy water production had plummeted by half. When Eren asked why and what Cecilia had said, the man glanced at him before shrugging. "I heard Cecilia is running low on divine power." Without hesitation, Eren rushed off, insisting they could discuss the details later. The old man watched him leave in silence, his thoughts drifting to Cain. He wished he were here. Meanwhile, Cecilia strolled down a snow-covered road, a radiant light flickering in her hand. She gazed at it, reflecting on her waning divine power and the unanswered prayers that weighed heavily on her heart. As she looked ahead, she realized there was only one path to uncover the truth. A white house loomed before her, and with determination, Cecilia approached it. Cecilia knelt before Vivian, declaring herself a humble servant devoted to her will. A radiant light enveloped her, but when Cecilia opened her eyes, nothing had changed. As she gazed ahead, the harsh reality struck her. Her power still eluded her, even in the sacred presence of the temple. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind ripped her cloak away, causing her to lose her balance. fear etched across her face as she plummeted into the abyss. In that moment, Cecilia called out to Vivian, desperation lacing her voice. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged beneath her, halting her descent for a brief second. Glancing down, Cecilia's heart raced. Gathering her resolve, she clasped her hands together and prayed fervently to Vivian once more. Just then, a dragon soared toward her, its massive claw reaching out to grasp her and lift her high above the churning depths below. Cecilia reached out, her fingers brushing against the mysterious object, unable to discern its nature. Suddenly, the dragon landed before her. She bowed her head in gratitude, but the dragon's gaze shifted to her with a mix of surprise and something deeper. She bore a striking resemblance to Vivian, a fact that clearly unsettled him. Lowering his wings, he fixed his intense stare on her and commanded, "Kneel before me, Saint Vivian." Cecilia turned away, admitting that this was the first time she had ever seen a dragon up close. But when she faced him again, she declared firmly that she wasn't a saint and would kneel for no one but Vivian. The two locked eyes in a tense silence. Finally, the dragon looked away, acknowledging her spirit. He had nearly perished serving a god who never answered, and now he found himself powerless. With her arms crossed, Cecilia remarked that she could still sense Vivian's presence in the temple behind them. Then, unexpectedly, she stepped forward, catching the dragon off guard. When Cecilia mentioned feeling a presence as well, a brilliant light flared within the dragon's chest, revealing chains wrapped tightly around his core. Without hesitation, Cecilia reached out and touched him. Looking up, she explained that a chain of light was blocking his mana. The dragon inquired if she could do anything to help. Cecilia shook her head, her expression somber. She touched her face thoughtfully and added that if Vivian's power had genuinely weakened, then perhaps, in theory, there was a chance. The dragon was taken aback, realizing he might actually return to the way he was before those chains had bound him. He then asked Cecilia to promise that she would keep his secret. She folded her arms, taken aback that he knew her name. Suddenly, the dragon roared, its mouth opening wide. Cecilia instinctively covered her ears as a whirlwind enveloped him, sending dust swirling in every direction. When the chaos settled, she looked ahead and gasped in shock. Kindness lay motionless on the ground. In the depths of the imperial capital's dungeon, a long line had formed, stretching far into the shadows. Gale glanced around, marveling at the surreal atmosphere. With so many people waiting, she couldn't help but wonder if the sage truly resided here. Just then, something drew her attention. A woman standing ahead in the line. Gale noticed the woman's dark hair, which seemed to shimmer even in the dim light. The woman turned, and for a fleeting moment, he mistook her for her mother. A line of people waited at the door, which swung open as the next person was called in. She stepped inside, and the door clicked shut behind her. Just then, a guard nudged Gale from behind. When she turned, he gave her a playful wink. Inside, the woman took a seat at the table, and the sage's expression shifted to one of surprise upon seeing her. Taking a seat across from her, he inquired about her desires. She placed a hand over her heart and expressed her longing to know her children's future. The sage responded that such knowledge would come at a steep price. In reply, she set a bag on the table, revealing a substantial pile of money. He cautioned her that this case required special attention, as the present continually shapes the future. She nodded in understanding when he mentioned that a true reading would take time, and she agreed to wait. His cloak brushed against his face as he inquired about the children's names. Without revealing her features, the woman replied, Aaron and Gale. The man's expression shifted, a flicker of unease crossing his face. Sensing his discomfort, she asked, "What's wrong?" After a deep breath, the sage reassured her, "It's nothing." Then, gathering his composure, he looked up and requested, "Please, remove your hood and place your palm on the crystal ball." Isabel lowered her hood, and the crystal ball illuminated instantly, casting a warm glow throughout the room. The sage remained fixated on it, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped them. Finally, with his mouth slightly agape, the sage murmured that he could see something. Isabel turned to him, her brow furrowed. "Can you tell me when and how my children will die?" she asked, her voice laced with urgency. That took him by surprise. She wasn't inquiring about their lives. She was asking when death would arrive. Meeting her gaze, the sage questioned whether that was truly the reason for her visit. Isabel appeared puzzled. She placed more money on the table and insisted that she only wanted to learn everything about them. He regarded her in silence, contemplating her words. The man took a deep breath, then, from beneath his cloak, revealed a chilling prophecy. In about 20 years, the emperor would be the one to kill them. Afterward, Isabel quietly left, closing the door behind her. A guard approached the sage, who stepped outside to address the others. Covering his face with both hands, the sage was left to ponder how Isabel could have died before his father was overthrown. As he pondered his mother's resilience, he found himself grappling with the mystery of her survival. It was Gale who carried Aaron's soul, a thought that weighed heavily on him. Then, his mind shifted to Rynan, and the narrative took a step back. After the protagonist had approached the Duke, he had coldly rejected her. Later, the Duke found himself in a modest tent, collaborating with the Emperor. He began to earn a living by predicting the future, and as nearly all his forecasts came to pass, crowds quickly flocked to him. The sorcerer's fame soared, and his reputation grew as swiftly as the throngs that gathered to hear his prophecies. Standing high above the rest, he soon earned the titles of Sage of the Future and Philosopher of Oblivion. One day, after hearing whispers about this enigmatic figure, Isabel set out to find him. As she stepped outside, a troubling question nagged at her. Why did she feel compelled to know when her own children would meet their end? Just then, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. The knife slipped into her hand, and Isabel quickened her pace. Suddenly, someone grabbed her shoulder. She spun around, poised to strike, but her blade halted just inches from Cheryl's startled face. Without a word, Isabel turned away and continued on her path. Cheryl, still in shock, called out for her mother, then reached for Isabel's hand, her voice trembling with disbelief. "Is it really true?" she asked, searching for answers. Isabel halted, insisting she had the wrong person and urging Cheryl to let go. Yet Cheryl clung to her, hugging her tightly and asking why she had searched for them only to abandon them. Isabel remained silent. After a moment, she finally asked if Cheryl truly wanted to hear the truth. Tears welled in Cheryl's eyes. Without turning to face her, Isabel confessed that she had stayed away because she wanted them to live. Then she hesitated, asking if Cheryl could believe that. Cheryl reached out to her, pleading for an explanation. Isabel brushed her hand away, insisting there was nothing more to say. With that, she turned and hurried off, adding that they would meet again in a year. Cheryl sank to her knees, overwhelmed. Tears streamed down Isabel's face, obscuring her features. She told herself she was leaving to prevent all the terrible things from happening, but deep down, she knew they would reunite. A guard witnessed the entire incident and quickly approached Zeron, who inquired about Isabel's whereabouts and her identity. He was particularly interested in who she was seeing. Zeron demanded every detail. The guard hurried off without hesitation. Just then, Cheryl burst through the portal, breathless with the news that Isabel was alive. Spotting Aaron nearby, she turned to him, urgency in her eyes. Waving her arms, Cheryl hurriedly relayed everything to him. Aaron's response was minimal, barely registering her words. Frowning, she asked if he was even listening. After all, this was about their mother. In a gentle gesture, Aaron placed a hand on her head and assured her he understood. Then, he pointed ahead, urging her to look. Ships were lined up at the port, their decks bustling with workers loading supplies. Aaron smiled, declaring they were ready to leave. War awaited them. He glanced up at the sun, its rays warming his face. Inside him, Zurin was solely focused on the journey to the Dark Continent he had meticulously planned for months. Meanwhile, Aaron believed he was still in control, but as others began to gather behind him, he couldn't shake the feeling that Isabel's plans might alter everything. 3 weeks into their journey, the scout fleet was already making its way toward the Dark Continent. Jacqueline peered through her telescope, searching the horizon. Aaron, curious, asked if she spotted anything. She lowered the telescope and replied, "Not yet." As he gazed out at the endless sea, Aaron recalled the journal's mention of the land appearing by now. Just then, Cheryl approached, her expression thoughtful. "If I had known it would take this long, I would have stayed at the estate to investigate our mother's case." Aaron smiled and reminded her that they had agreed the Dark Continent came first. Cheryl dismissed his comment, insisting he had no idea what lay beyond. In response, Aaron shot back, "What if there's a sea monster out there as big as our ship?" He then pointed out the money she had taken, emphasizing that he had paid for her help. Cheryl turned away, calling his reasoning a weak excuse, and decided to end the conversation. Yawning, she instructed him to wake her when they arrived. Aaron covered his face, irritated that she had taken the money and was still complaining. Suddenly, the ship tilted sharply. Aaron glanced up at the mast, then toward the captain. As the waves surged around them, Wren suspected a whirlpool had formed beneath the vessel. Cheryl groaned, covering her face, lamenting that now even a sea monster was after them. The captain dashed below deck, commanding everyone to their stations while instructing Miller to load the cannons. The sailors swiftly took their positions. At the helm, Jacqueline steered the ship as it pivoted to face the impending threat. Aaron turned to Cheryl, emphasizing that once the monster revealed itself, they needed to divert its attention. Flames danced around her staff as Cheryl soared into the air on her phoenix, ready for the confrontation ahead. From the helm, the captain pondered Cheryl's whereabouts. Meanwhile, high above, Cheryl gazed down at the swirling whirlpool, astonished by its immense power. The sheer strength of the phenomenon left her questioning the size of the creature lurking beneath. Suddenly, her eyes caught a glimpse of glimmering scales just below the surface. With determination, Cheryl raised her staff and summoned her lightning spear, launching it forward with precision. Lightning struck the sea, sending shockwaves through the water as ships were pulled into a swirling vortex. Towering waves crashed over them, but Cheryl couldn't help but smile, believing she had quelled the storm. Suddenly, a monstrous figure erupted from the depths, lunging straight at her. With a swift movement, she barely managed to evade its grasp. Jacqueline, witnessing the chaos unfold, quickly shouted orders for the cannons to fire, determined to end the creature's rampage once and for all. Cannons boomed as cannonballs soared through the air, but a towering wall of water surged up before the ship. A man thrust his hand forward, shouting for them not to stop. "Fire again!" he commanded. The cannons roared once more, sending a spray of water everywhere. As the waves began to settle, the captain remained tense, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, the monstrous creature re-emerged from the depths of the sea, sending sailors sprawling off balance. The beast seized the ship, ripping it apart with terrifying strength. Jacqueline stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide. Aaron placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and urged her to steer closer. Fear gripped her heart as she worried their ship would meet the same fate. He frowned, acknowledging the grim odds, but insisted they had to try everything possible. Jacqueline remained silent for a moment, her mind racing. Finally, she lowered her brows, steeling herself, and nodded in agreement. The ship surged forward, closing in on the monstrous foe. Its eyes flared with a menacing glow. Above, Cheryl's sword, poised for action. In perfect synchrony, she and Aaron unleashed their assault, her magical blast colliding with his fierce strike. A torrent of fire and energy surged toward the creature, sending waves crashing around them. The monster, sensing the impending threat, braced itself as the brilliant light of their attacks bore down upon it. Finally, their combined might struck true. Aaron gritted his teeth, desperate for this to be the end. Yet, through the swirling smoke, a portion of the monster remained intact, shielded by a magic barrier. The creature lifted its head, and Cheryl quickly turned to warn Aaron. "It's about to fire," she shouted, dropping toward the deck. With urgency, she extended her staff toward him. "Grab on!" A brilliant beam erupted from the monster's mouth, sending people tumbling overboard. A massive wave crashed over the ship, drenching everyone in its wake. The creature then shifted its gaze toward the Phoenix. In a panic, Aaron shouted for Cheryl to dodge and climb higher. But when he glanced back at her, confusion washed over him. She hadn't moved an inch. "What are you doing?" he called out, urgency lacing his voice. He followed her gaze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ahead of them, Cheryl spotted a dragon soaring through the sky, its massive wings slicing through the air above the sea. The red-haired girl reacted instantly, gripping her staff and summoning flames. Suddenly, another wave surged, and a dark beast charged toward them. They stood frozen in shock as a colossal black dragon swept past the heroes riding the Phoenix. Cheryl gazed down in shock, her heart sinking as she noticed the creature was injured. Examining its wounds, she couldn't help but wonder just how severely it had been hurt. Kanao sprang into action, charging at the sea monster. He sank his teeth into its flesh, and the creature let out a deafening roar, sending waves crashing around them. With his fierce yellow eye locked onto the beast, Kanao commanded Leviathan to join the fight, but Leviathan simply shook its head, hesitating. A white glow began to emanate from the dragon's mouth as it shot upward, leaving a brilliant blue streak in its wake. Kanos watched, convinced that the creature had lost control. Suddenly, blue fire erupted from Leviathan's jaws, gathering into a fierce blaze. It seemed this was the only path forward. Meanwhile, perched on the Phoenix, Aaron pondered why the dragon had yet to unleash its fury. Cheryl turned to him, urgency in her voice. "This is our chance. While those two monsters are distracted, we should save who we can and get out of here." But Aaron shook his head. "No, we're going in." Frustrated, Cheryl shot back. "Do you want to die? We can't even handle one of them." Aaron's gaze shifted to the survivors clinging to the wreckage. "We're saving everyone," he insisted, determination etched on his face. Gazing at Cheryl, he declared that this was their final chance. Flashes of fire erupted near the water's edge. "Hold on!" Cheryl shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. The Phoenix surged forward, carrying both of them into the fray. As they charged ahead, Aaron couldn't help but wonder if any sword could truly pierce that shield, or if blades were even effective against sea dragons. Suddenly, Kanaz erupted from the depths with a thunderous roar. Blood stained his body as Leviathan's eyes bled, roaring defiantly. Aaron flew closer, straining to understand the chaos unfolding before him. Standing beside Cheryl, he shouted into the fray. Flames coalesced in the dragon's mouth, a fierce clash of red and blue fire colliding violently. A brilliant light erupted from the sea dragon's maw, and Aaron realized with a jolt that its power had intensified. The dragon soared alongside the blue blast, striking swiftly at the enemy's face. Leviathan let out a deafening roar, its jaws wide open. It knocked the dragon aside, but Kano's quickly sank its teeth into the beast's body once more. Meanwhile, the heroes on the Phoenix pressed forward. The dragon shifted its gaze toward them, releasing its foe as it decided to play by their rules. Its teeth snapped dangerously close to its tail as the two dragons circled each other, locked in a fierce dance. Suddenly, Aaron dropped from above, landing squarely on the monster's back. With all his might, he drove his blade downward, striking at its weak point. The sword pierced deep, and clinging to the hilt, Aaron shouted for the beast to come closer. In response, water erupted around the creature, splashing wildly as the battle intensified. "Aaron!" he shouted, calling out to Cheryl. In a swift motion, he released the sword and dove toward the Phoenix. Above them, the black dragon loomed over Leviathan, its yellow eye glowing with determination. It knew this body had to be freed. Now, yellow rings radiated outward from the dragon, and with a silent apology, it unleashed a torrent of fire. The blast struck Leviathan squarely in the face, engulfing the sea monster in flames. Kanoz had unleashed a torrent of fire, burning it alive. Aaron soared nearby, doing his best to assist when a massive explosion erupted. The shockwave sent the heroes tumbling through the air. Brother and sister plummeted into the water, while Aaron sank deeper into the abyss. A smile crossed his face as he believed they had triumphed. But as he descended further, a chilling thought crept in. Was this truly the end? As the sun dipped below the horizon, wreckage littered the shore. Aaron coughed on the beach, struggling to open one eye. Confused, he muttered, "What is this?" All around him lay bodies and shattered debris, a haunting scene of devastation. Then, his gaze landed on Cheryl, lying nearby. He gently lifted her head and called out, urging her to wake up. Suddenly, Cheryl gasped for air, her eyes snapping open. Aaron smiled in relief as he embraced Cheryl, grateful that she was safe. However, her expression was anything but pleased. She gently touched his cheek, and he heard a voice nearby expressing happiness at his presence. Turning in surprise, he spotted Kanoz, partially obscured by a fan. With a playful smile, Kanoz remarked about the place before executing a dramatic bow to complete his statement. "This is the Dark Continent." Later, gathered around the fire, Aaron turned to Kanoz and asked if he meant to say he had heard the news late and arrived by boat. Watching him intently, Aaron inquired whether that was how he had managed to find them. Kanoz smiled, replying that if he had arrived any later, the sea would have claimed them all. Aaron exhaled, acknowledging that the timing had been nothing short of perfect. He glanced at Kanoz, pondering how finding them in the vastness of the sea should have been nearly impossible. Kanoz had saved them, and for now, that was enough. Aaron, stroking his chin thoughtfully, asked if Kanoz knew anything about their surroundings. Kanoz replied that most of the continent was covered in forests and dotted with mines. However, deep within lay a castle, prompting Aaron to ask again. He recalled the record stating that this land had no ruler. If there was a castle, there had to be a king. He gazed upward, contemplating the possibility that the reports might be inaccurate. If they were, seizing the island could be straightforward. Just control the king, and the tribes would fall in line. However, as he surveyed his meager forces, he recognized that bringing only a small scouting team might have been a miscalculation. Aaron stood tall and summoned everyone to gather around. "At first light," he announced, "we'll scout the island. We'll split into teams of 3 and begin our reconnaissance." The others on the shore nodded in agreement as morning finally broke. A team of 3 made their way through the dense forest. Cheryl gripped her staff tightly, muttering curses under her breath. She lamented that the Great Lord had the privilege of heading to the castle, while she was left to wander the woods. Frustrated, she raised her staff and shouted, "I want a break too." Miller smiled, clearly amused by the sorceress's antics. Behind him, Jacqueline chimed in, noting that despite losing her ship, she wasn't complaining. The red-haired girl winked and cheerfully remarked how happy she was for her. Miller chuckled as the captain shouted that she would make him pay for the ship. With determination, the blue-haired captain focused ahead, expressing her urgency to find a suitable spot for a portal as quickly as possible. Cheryl placed a hand on her hip, her frustration evident. Did she really think creating a portal was as simple as building a ship? Miller shot her an annoyed glance. Jacqueline, sensing the tension, grabbed his hand and insisted she wouldn't take the blame for this. Turning her attention back to Cheryl, she asked, "What's so difficult about the portal?" Cheryl glanced away, her expression thoughtful. "The continent is teeming with magic," she replied. Despite its enchantment, the forest felt unstable. Cheryl explained that even this place was magical. Yet the strangest part was the absence of any monsters. Suddenly, she spun around, her face pale with fear. Someone was standing behind the pirates, gripping her glowing staff. Cheryl shouted for them to move. With a swift motion, she unleashed a brilliant binding rope. The spell narrowly missed the first man, instead ensnaring the one behind him. Gripping the magic tightly, Cheryl demanded to know his identity. The bald old man crouched on the ground, his wild eyes wide with shock. Suddenly, he threw up his hands and exclaimed that the prophecy was real. As light flared over the hills, Cheryl decided they would hear him out. The old man gazed in awe at the butterfly, captivated by its delicate beauty. Cheryl suggested they keep things straightforward. With excitement, the old man shared a prophecy that foretold someone would arrive to free the slaves in this place. As the butterfly floated gracefully into the air, he continued to shout at it, as if urging it to fulfill its destiny. Meanwhile, Jacqueline pointed at the old man, her expression wary. "I don't trust him," she declared. Cheryl covered her mouth, realizing they had nothing to lose. The old man jumped at the sound of her voice behind him, instinctively trying to crawl away. Jacqueline settled beside him, a smile on her face, and gently urged him to explain the prophecy. Avoiding her gaze, the old man insisted he had no idea what she was talking about. Cheryl snapped back, "But you just told us." A legendary swordsman would arrive to challenge the ruler of this land. The man fixed his gaze on her and raised a single finger. Cheryl, gripping his clothes, urged him to explain further. He quickly clarified that it wasn't just any sword. It was a powerful relic. Her expression darkened at the mention of ruins. The old man insisted they must seek out the ancient ruins, exclaiming that the killer awaited them there. Waving his arms energetically, he insisted that they needed to find the ruins. Cheryl rubbed her face in exasperation, muttering that he was simply out of his mind. Jacqueline, folding her arms, pointed out that they were essentially just wandering aimlessly. Meanwhile, in another part of the area, a girl stood beside a table adorned with flickering candles, a smile slowly spreading across her face. She turned to her dear little brother, her voice steady and reassuring. The heroes materialized within a shimmering purple orb, and she declared that she would guide them herself, fearless and tireless. A soft laugh escaped her lips as she glanced down. When Aaron emerged from the orb, she inquired playfully about his identity. With a warm smile, the blonde referred to him as a man blessed by the dragon. "How intriguing," she mused, her back still turned as she called for Logan. The cloaked figure placed a hand over his heart, acknowledging her command. "Take me to the castle," she instructed, and Logan bowed in compliance before vanishing into thin air. Cradling the orb in both hands, the blonde flashed a sly smile. "A great honor awaits you," she declared, her voice dripping with mischief. "You will become my favorite slave." The village of Renatra on the Black Continent was shrouded in gloom. As the heroes made their way through the desolate streets, Aaron kept his gaze fixed ahead. Curiosity got the better of him, and he peeked into a nearby building, questioning the eerie silence that enveloped them. Turning back to Kane, he asked, "Are you sure this is the right place?" Kane nodded, his expression steady. "Yes," he replied. "This road leads to the castle." Rex touched his face, a glimmer of realization in his eyes. "I can already see it," he said. Aaron turned his gaze forward, astonished. Beyond the desolate village loomed a magnificent castle, its grandeur starkly contrasting the surrounding decay. It struck him as odd that such an opulent place stood in a lifeless village, devoid of any guards. A greedy grin spread across his face. Perhaps the castle was brimming with treasure. He envisioned how simple this could be. Turning to the others, Aaron announced that they were heading there now. Suddenly, a crowd surged into the street, catching him off guard. "What the hell is happening?" he exclaimed, watching as people rushed by with sacks and carts. They pressed closer, and Aaron shouted, "Where are they taking everyone?" Rex shoved his hands into his pockets and declared he would ask. He waved at a nearby man, but the man ignored him and continued on his way. When Rex reached out and grabbed his arm, the man yanked free with a scowl. Tension hung in the air as Kane observed the crowd, noting that they likely wouldn't be able to reach them. A shadow, reminiscent of a three-headed dragon, loomed over the townspeople, and he felt a familiar energy pulsing through the atmosphere. A man suddenly turned, waving his hands at a calming gesture. "I didn't mean to frighten you," he said, introducing himself as Logan, the butler of the castle and servant to its mistress, the ruler of the Black Continent. Aaron scrutinized him, curiosity piqued. "What do you want?" he asked, with dark circles under his eyes. Logan replied, "My mistress wishes to invite you." A long bridge extended toward the grand castle, bustling with workers nearby. As Aaron approached, anticipation filled him. He was about to meet the Eskimos. Peering into the distance, he couldn't shake the feeling that everyone had overlooked the truth of the situation. A man walking behind him remarked that it had to be magic at play. As they continued onward, Kane elaborated, revealing that soul-stealing magic, capable of controlling people, was far more common than Aaron had ever imagined. The dragon remarked that few could ever enslave an entire nation's population. Aaron exhaled deeply, reflecting on all he had endured on this continent, only to now face an unknown magic. Turning his gaze away, the dragon cautioned him to tread carefully. As they approached the gates, the dragon added that the ruler was a formidable foe. With that, the man pushed open the doors. As Kane observed the scene before him, he couldn't shake the feeling that his instincts were spot on. They stood at the entrance of the castle, anticipation hanging thick in the air. He was certain the ruler of the Black Continent was about to make an appearance. The heroes stepped onto the red carpet, their footsteps echoing in the grand hall. When they reached the stairs leading to the throne, they paused, and the girl turned to ask if they had finally arrived. The butler, ever the picture of formality, bowed deeply in response. The white-haired lady spoke of a creature with borrowed wings that had trespassed on her land. Aaron found himself puzzled by her words. It didn't seem like an insult, at least not one delivered directly. Maintaining his composure, he introduced himself as the Lord of Brawn. However, the girl on the throne interrupted him, dismissing the formalities. She had little interest in Western customs. She looked down, a faint smile gracing her lips. Aaron met her gaze unwaveringly. With a casual wave of his hand, he suggested they adhere to the laws of this land instead. The castle lady smiled to herself, confident that weak-minded individuals always fell for her traps. At her command, Logan bowed and set off to make the necessary preparations. Aaron watched him disappear from view. With a flick of her hand, the blonde smiled and declared that here, strangers were welcomed with a drink. She lifted a glass and announced her desire to make today a special toast. Holding up the crimson liquid, she revealed it symbolized her reunion with an old friend. Aaron glanced at Jiren, whose anger was palpable. The butler approached, carrying the glasses toward the heroes. Just as Aaron reached for one, a voice cautioned him to listen. As he grasped the glass, a voice urged him to hurry. He felt like a puppet, trapped in a web of manipulation, while the girl spoke of making him her special slave. A smile crept across her face when another voice interrupted, telling her to stop her incessant chatter. Suddenly, a dragon's image loomed behind Ziron, and he addressed her as sister. Her pupils narrowed into slits as she hissed, demanding to know how he dared to confront her. Aaron poured the drink onto the floor, and an eerie silence enveloped the hall. As the drops splattered against the ground, he declared that while he respected the local customs, this was one thing he simply could not accept. The girl stared at him, taken aback by his boldness. With a swift motion, Aaron tossed the glass aside and demanded to know if the contents were alcohol or poison. As it hit the floor, he added, "Friend or enemy?" The blonde watched tensely, her gaze fixed on him. A shadow crossed Aaron's face, and rage ignited in the girl's eyes as broken glass crunched beneath his feet. Stepping on the shards, Aaron declared he would have to refuse. Then, leveling his sword, he asserted, "No, that's not why I came here." Aaron stood by the stairs, sword drawn, while still clutching her shattered glass. With a hint of pride, she crushed the remnants in her hand and called him an idiot. Gripping the throne's armrest, she let out a laugh that echoed through the room. Aaron stared at her, taken aback. Her eyes glowed a fierce purple as she warned him not to make her regret her actions. Aaron flinched in shock, his mind racing as he watched the butler carrying the glasses collapse. Rex struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, the overwhelming pressure forcing him down to one knee. Gritting his teeth, Aaron strained against the suffocating force, his vision fading to black and white. In that moment, he recognized the truth. With that smile on her face, she was a witch, and her power was bearing down on him like a vice. Aaron froze, sword raised, as she mocked him for only now grasping the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he seized his arm and willed himself to move. Keeping his gaze steady, he reminded himself that he still had too much left to accomplish. But then, his expression shifted to one of shock as a colossal five-headed dragon materialized before her, one of its heads open wide, unleashing a curse that echoed ominously. "You shall die!" A shadow darted past in a blur, just inches from Aaron. The black dragon swooped in, shielding him from the impending attack. With a powerful swipe of its tail, it sent his sister sprawling backward. Amidst the swirling smoke, a dark figure emerged, demanding to know how Aaron could dare to side with him. As fire began to gather in the dragon's mouth, a chilling thought struck Aaron. Was he truly aligning himself with this man? Zyron unleashed a torrent of fire, but another head lunged in from behind, silently branding him a fool. She attacked once more, only for the dragon to retaliate by slamming her aside with its powerful tail. Zyron was sent sprawling, but he quickly rose from the settling dust, determination etched on his face. With renewed vigor, he charged back into the fray. Meanwhile, Aaron stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. Memories of their battle at sea flooded his mind, reminding him that this formidable creature had once been their ally. The many-headed dragon surged forward, and Aaron recognized it as Zyron. The black dragon opened its mouth, commanding him to halt, but its piercing yellow eyes urged him onward. Clenching his teeth, Aaron sprinted toward Rex, shouting that they needed to escape. Just then, the lady of the castle emerged behind them. As the dragon's heads reared back, she cried out, unable to contain her fear any longer. He was her enemy now. Zyron unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing his foe in flames. The heroes fled the room, bursting into a vast chamber within the castle. The boys continued their frantic dash down the hall, only to realize they were trapped in a maze of corridors. Rex shot a surprised glance to the side. Drawing his sword, he cautioned that escaping might not be as easy as they had hoped. Aaron turned, startled to find several dark monsters blocking the corridor. Drawing his blade, he declared they would fight their way through. With a fierce determination, he charged in, urging Rex to watch his back. Without hesitation, Rex rushed forward alongside him. The two slashed at the monsters with their swords, sending chunks of their grotesque bodies crashing to the floor as dark blood sprayed in every direction. Rex stared intently ahead, the floor littered with the remains of the defeated monsters. The heroes stood amidst the carnage, a testament to their struggle. Lowering his hands, Rex asked, "Is that all?" Aaron, his gaze fixed on the impenetrable darkness before them, replied, "Not yet." The passage loomed ahead, shrouded in an unsettling pitch black. Suddenly, dark, winged creatures surged forth from the shadows. One glance at their leathery wings was enough to make Aaron's stomach turn. Disgusting. He steeled his gaze ahead, determined to end this round quickly. With a swift motion, he lifted his sword and unleashed a powerful great sword skill. A vibrant green blast shot upward, racing toward the monsters and tearing through them with ferocity. Green lightning engulfed the creatures, leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. Their lifeless bodies crumpled to the floor, a grim testament to the chaos that had just unfolded. Aaron gasped for breath, his heart racing as he waved a hand, signaling that they could move. Rex stood silently behind him, an unsettling stillness in the air. Suddenly, Aaron turned, alarmed, and caught sight of Rex's eyes rolling back. Panic surged through him as he realized his friend had been poisoned. He knelt beside Rex, refusing to leave his side. But then, a wave of shock washed over him as he looked up, his mind racing with dread. A massive monster loomed before him, its gaping mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Towering over Aaron, it radiated an intimidating presence. He clenched his jaw, cursing under his breath. Spotting Rex slumped against the wall, Aaron realized he had to act quickly to save him. Fixing his gaze on the beast's jagged maw, he steeled himself for the challenge ahead. It looked formidable, but he was determined to break through. Aaron swung his sword in a wide arc, confident that one strike would suffice. As he charged forward, a green wave surged from his weapon, crashing into the monster's gaping maw. The force of the blow sliced the creature to pieces. The boy in the red cloak believed that was the end of the battle. He turned to Rex, urging him to wake up. Suddenly, the monster's remnants began to stir. Aaron spun around, his heart racing. Shark-like teeth emerged from the scattered pieces, which shrank into a smaller form before rapidly regenerating. Aaron watched in disbelief as the creature fully restored itself, rising once more to face him. Aaron's heart raced as he realized the creature had grown even larger. Now, two gaping maws lunged at him. He swung his sword, slicing through flesh, but the severed chunk merely split away to the side. Spinning around, he was met by the sight of three more monsters looming before him. A wave of fear washed over him as he questioned the nature of this nightmare. Just then, four more round mouths charged at him, closing in fast. The dragon crashed against the wall, sweat trickling down its face. Soaring toward her brother, she vowed to make him pay. With a fierce swipe of her claws, she screamed that he couldn't stop her. Blood erupted from Zyron's mouth, but he hoped this would at least buy him some time. His sister had torn through his flesh, yet he knew she would cling to that lot. Lifting his head, Zyron asked her if she truly didn't desire the Western continent. The red-eyed dragon fixed her gaze on him, a low growl escaping her throat at the mention of his offer to help. Greed flickered in her eyes as she urged him to continue. Zyron then introduced Aaron into the conversation, explaining that with his assistance, they could seize the Western lands. Aaron was on the verge of claiming the throne, ready to expand his influence. He envisioned Eren commanding the battlefield, declaring that war would erupt as soon as they returned. Fixing his gaze on her, Zyron elaborated that she could harness the ensuing chaos to claim the entire West. He imagined her soaring above the fray, finally on the verge of achieving her deepest desire. The 5 dragon heads erupted into laughter. Glancing up, his sister remarked that he was still as full of himself as ever. Pinning him beneath her paw, she questioned why she should trust him. Chains coiled tightly around Zyron's body as he insisted that she set him free. Transforming into her human form, she regarded him with a mix of admiration and disdain, calling him clever, sly, and a liar, someone who had deceived her for years. Her gray eye, still bearing a slit pupil, glinted with a fierce intensity as she revealed that she had become this way the moment she caught him off guard. Still in her human form, she promised to grant his wish and set him free. With a smile, she added that he would suffer eternally while she toyed with this human. Raising her hand, she snapped her fingers. Black blood splattered across the halls, pooling around the lifeless bodies of monsters that littered the ground. More dark creatures emerged, their eyes fixed menacingly on Eren. With his mouth agape, he shouted in desperation, questioning why this was happening. He swung his sword fiercely, pushing the monsters back, but they kept surging forward. The heroes cried out, overwhelmed, declaring that the enemies were endless. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed behind the creatures. They twisted in place, and then, as if caught in a sinister spell, their bodies dissolved into a swirling purple mist. Eren watched as they began to vanish, leaving only one behind. He couldn't help but wonder if this solitary figure was the true monster. Suddenly, a massive worm slithered into the corridor, tightening its grip around his sword. "It's still not leaving," Eren muttered, his anxiety rising. Just then, a hand clasped his shoulder, urging him to calm down. Rex halted Eren's spiraling thoughts and asked, "Are you okay?" Eren fixed his gaze on Rex, his voice rising in disbelief as he shouted that no one was there. Fear gripped him as he turned, demanding to know what Rex meant. They stood in an empty hall, the silence amplifying his unease. Eren questioned whether anyone had ever been there at all, his mind drifting to the solitary torch flickering on the wall and his own presence in the corridor. Tension coiled within him as he asked if he had imagined everything. Thoughts of Zeron flooded his mind, leaving him to wonder if the dragon had truly saved them. He turned to Rex and urged him to leave. The two raced through the castle, Eren's mind racing with doubt. Had he truly killed the monster? The image of the black dragon lingered in his thoughts, and he chose to trust its words for the moment. They sprinted toward the glowing exit, and a troubling thought crossed Eren's mind. What if he never returned? He envisioned the girl's cold smile, a haunting reminder of what awaited him. Eren clenched his jaw, vowing to return for him. The moonlight bathed the night in silver. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the forest as Cheryl, beaming with excitement, opened the portal. But her joy quickly turned to surprise as she peered through it. Miller approached her, and when Cheryl inquired about their destination, he sheepishly admitted, "I have no idea." It was unlike anything he had ever encountered. As Cheryl contemplated, she gently touched her face, suspecting that unstable mana might be the culprit. Stepping into the portal, she reassured herself that the crucial detail was that this place lay within the Empire. The man smirked, taunting her that, as always, she had a knack for ruining things. Annoyed, Cheryl shot back with a smile, claiming at least she excelled at something, unlike him and his endless complaints. Miller's anger flared instantly, but the captain urged him to calm down. Cheryl shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed, questioning what a fool like him could possibly know about magic. With a dismissive wave, she announced that the portal was open and that she was leaving. When the man asked why she was in such a hurry, Jacqueline advised her to be more patient. Without another word, Cheryl stepped into the portal, leaving Miller to clench his fists in frustration. The captain gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, reminding him that if Baum wasn't bothered, he shouldn't waste his strength either. They needed to concentrate on their real job. As they turned away, he declared that he was definitely treating himself to a beer today. The two continued down the forest path, and Jacqueline playfully suggested they head back for a drink together. He readily agreed, and they laughed as they walked on. Cheryl peered through the portal, her brow furrowing as she scanned her surroundings. "Is that a ghost?" she wondered aloud. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that the others could manage without her. As she strolled through the forest, a sense of relief washed over her. She felt she had fulfilled her role and could now return to searching for her mother. Meanwhile, a throng of people filled an underground passage in the imperial capital. The guard swung open the doors, announcing that the sage had finished seeing visitors for the day. A murmur of protest rose from the crowd. They had traveled far and waited half the day for this moment. One guard, his expression stern, reiterated that the sage would not see anyone else. His warning hung in the air like a dark cloud. Anyone who disobeyed would never have the chance to meet him again. The crowd fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Grumbling about the unfairness of it all, the crowd finally dispersed, knowing they had no other choice. The guards closed the door behind them. They approached the sage, who inquired if everyone had left. When they confirmed that they had, he concealed his tear-stained face and asked how much they had learned about the woman. With his hands clasped behind his back, one guard replied that they still had no idea where she lived and that she appeared to have no close contacts. Gale was taken aback by the revelation. The other guard chimed in, noting that she roamed the countryside without a permanent home. The sage, folding his hands thoughtfully, reminded them of the clue he had provided earlier and inquired if that was truly all they had. One attendant raised an eyebrow, a flicker of recognition crossing his face. He recalled observing her from the shadows for quite some time, until a pivotal moment shifted everything. He recalled her wandering among the columns, mentioning that she had gone to Inan's temple. Isabel glanced to the side, taking a tentative step forward, her heart filled with hope that something awaited her here. As she reached the edge, something caught her eye. There, just ahead, was the small altar she had been searching for. With renewed determination, Isabel walked toward it. Before her stood a low podium, atop which lay a small shard, tantalizingly out of reach behind a shimmering barrier. Isabel gazed at the barrier, realizing that brute force wouldn't suffice. She needed a different kind of power. With determination, she placed her hand against the barrier and summoned the Bug Lord. In an explosion of light, she commanded the lesser god to shatter the seal. The barrier responded with a resounding crack, splintering apart before her eyes. She grasped the relic tightly, letting out a small gasp as she felt its power. With a swift motion, she tossed it overhead, and light enveloped it, causing the relic to spin rapidly. In an instant, it vanished from sight. Isabel glanced at her empty hand, a sense of resolve washing over her. It was time to move forward. The next step awaited her. A young man had been observing the entire scene from a distance, still bewildered by what he had witnessed. He touched his face, questioning whether it was magic or some form of teleportation. Without hesitation, he dashed off. The sage needed to hear about this. Meanwhile, Gale tapped his finger on the table, his gaze fixed on his assistant. He confirmed that the woman had indeed tampered with the sacred relic before vanishing into thin air. He then mentioned that she had also spoken the name Maverick. This took the sage by surprise. Leaning against the table, Gale recalled that Maverick was the highest ancient god of the old faith. He pondered the implications of a woman wielding divine power to steal a relic from another religion, and questioned where she had acquired such strength. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to understand why she desired a broken relic, and what her intentions might be. With his arms folded, he inquired about her whereabouts. She replied that she was at an inn near the capital, keeping a low profile for the moment. He fell silent, contemplating her words. His assistant then asked if he should bring her in. Gale dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand, instructing him to keep an eye on her for now. He emphasized one crucial point. They couldn't afford to lose sight of her, so it was time to unleash the bloodsuckers. In the protagonist's mind, they represented the vast spy network he had meticulously constructed. One masked agent observed the guests at a lavish ball, quietly gathering information, while another lurked in the shadows of an alley, ready to pounce. If necessary, these watchers could resort to kidnapping or even killing to fulfill the sage's prophecy. Now, both agents knelt before him, serving as his eyes and ears, helping to solidify his image as a genuine prophet. Gale envisioned Isabel's face, eagerly anticipating the moment he would reunite with his mother. Later, beneath the glow of a full moon, Miller trudged along behind the captain, fatigue weighing heavily on him. He glanced up, voicing his frustration about walking through the night. Rubbing his neck, he pleaded for a brief respite. With a gentle smile, Isabel encouraged him to be patient just a little longer. She quickened her pace, insisting they had to arrive by midnight, leaving no time for breaks. Miller let out a long sigh, then noticed a mark on a nearby tree. Pointing at it, he remarked that it was theirs and suggested they might be walking in circles. Isabel examined the mark, recalling that she had left it earlier. It dawned on her that Miller was indeed correct. As the captain touched the tree, a thought crossed his mind. Had they truly made the mark to avoid getting lost, or had they simply lost their way anyway? Suddenly, something darted past them. Jacqueline instinctively drew her weapon and urged the man beside her to prepare himself. Just then, she shifted her hand aside, revealing a dark figure standing before them, its face obscured by a mask. Jacqueline struck first, kicking up dust as she tried to discern the source of the disturbance. Miller quickly stepped in front of her, cautioning her to be careful. Suddenly, several more creatures emerged from the shadows. Miller shouted a warning, then swung his weapon, slicing one of the monsters in half. To his surprise, it vanished instantly. Frowning, he muttered that such strange magic wouldn't intimidate him. He swept his blade before him, a grin spreading across his face as he realized the strangers had physical forms. Jacqueline observed one of them reaching out, sensing that the creature wanted them to follow. The others raised their hands as well, indicating they weren't looking for a fight. But why? Miller, frustrated, scattered gunpowder at his feet and snapped, "This is your own fault now." The captain raised a hand to halt him. Confused, he turned to her as she assured him they meant no harm. Jacqueline stepped forward, her curiosity piqued, and asked who they were and what they wanted. One spirit floated closer, revealing that they had once inhabited this land and had something to show them. Jacqueline, her voice tinged with nervousness, echoed his words. The masked spirit drew nearer, explaining that this was from a time before the dragon claimed this land and the Dark Continent. Still hovering above, he instructed them to follow. Before long, they arrived at a village aglow with lamps. The captain and his aide strolled through the bustling streets. As Jacqueline observed the scene, she sensed a celebration in the air. Families gathered to feast, while some guests appeared almost spectral in the warm light. Nearby, girls twirled in a joyful dance, their laughter echoing through the night. Jacqueline felt a sense of unease wash over her. Miller, however, smiled brightly, expressing his surprise at finding such a lively place in the Dark Continent. "I could stay here for a while," he remarked. Without glancing in his direction, Jacqueline firmly replied, "Don't even think about it." Her gaze remained fixed on the spirits, a bittersweet reminder that this was merely an illusion, a fleeting glimpse into the past. When Jacqueline instructed Miller to stay close, he was already seated at a table, savoring his meal. With a grin, he spread his hands and declared that he finally understood why the Duke coveted this continent so much. The meat, drizzled with black gold, was simply incredible. He offered her a taste, but Jacqueline waved it away. Instead, she urged him to keep moving, only to realize their guide had already vanished. As she surveyed the masked figures surrounding her, she struggled to identify which one they had been tracking. Miller scratched the back of his head, sheepishly admitting that it was his fault. Jacqueline, her teeth clenched in frustration, replied that it was fine. They would find him again soon. Just then, a voice rang out from a nearby stage. The host bowed graciously, expressing gratitude to everyone for their patience. Frowning, Jacqueline inquired about the unfolding tale. It was the story everyone had been eagerly anticipating. The legend of the Black Continent's hero, the Dragon Slayer. She recalled the elders speaking of such a figure. With her hand resting on her waist, she speculated that the ghost had summoned them here to witness this moment. The narrator commenced with a recounting of the recent history of the Black Continent. He spoke of the land's valuable resources, explaining that this was why the dragons coveted it. After years of invasion and suffering, the people were worn down, surrounded by death and despair. Yet, amidst the chaos, a fearless hero emerged. This hero ventured forth, tracking the dragon to its lair at the edge of the continent. With a mighty swing of his great sword, he confronted the beast and ultimately triumphed over it. The people rejoiced, their hearts filled with peace and joy once more, all thanks to him. The narrator gestured toward the curtain, kneeling as he proclaimed that the guardian of the Dark Continent, the legendary Dragon Slayer, would now make her entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. The crowd looked up in awe as a woman pointed to the sky, her voice rising in excitement as she shouted that the dragon had returned. Miller and Jacqueline looked up in horror as a many-headed monster soared above them. Flames poured from its gaping mouths, engulfing the city in a relentless inferno. People were caught in the blaze, their desperate screams echoing through the chaos. The monster gathered more fire, ready to unleash even greater destruction. Below, the city burned as terrified citizens fled, buildings crumbling around them, their cries mingling with the roar of the flames. Miller surveyed his surroundings, confusion etched on his face. Gritting his teeth, he declared his intent to kill the monster. Jacqueline seized his hand, urging him to reconsider. "There's no point," she said, her voice steady. She explained that this was merely a reenactment of the events that had unfolded on the Dark Continent long ago. With his hands on his hips, Miller shot back, questioning the reality of it all. Jacqueline frowned, sensing that this was only the beginning, that something far more ominous was on the horizon. A burning figure staggered forward, urging them to call for the killer. As flames licked at his skin, he pleaded for them to find him once more. Suddenly, the monstrous dragon descended before the crowd, blood dripping from its massive paw as it proclaimed that the killer was already within its grasp. Behind the beast, a man observed with a sinister smile, remarking that the killer could only wait. The dragon turned, unleashing a fierce wind that swept through the gathered onlookers. Jacqueline was thrown to the ground, but the man quickly helped her to her feet, concern etched on his face. "Are you okay?" he asked. She nodded, though her voice trembled as she replied. Even knowing it wasn't real, it was still terrifying. Both of them stood there, shaken, grappling with the unsettling vision they had just witnessed. Suddenly, the ghost reappeared, its presence heavy with foreboding. "Now you understand how the dragon claimed this land," it intoned. "Everyone who survived that day became like you. Their souls were bound by Cremula's curse, forcing them to deliver offerings of jewelry each day." He explained that once they ceased to be useful, they were cast into the forest. He then revealed that this was the fate that had befallen the old man, who had been just a child when Cremula seized power. The old man added, with a hint of nostalgia, that he was one of the few remaining who still remembered the legendary Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline gently touched her face. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired about the prophecy. The ghost spread his hands, shaking his head. "There is no prophecy," he replied. He went on to explain that it had long been known that only dragons, or those with similar powers, could open the gates of the ruins. Within those ancient walls, people once prayed to the gods of old. But a dragon slayer had been sealed away, and once the gates closed, they could never be opened again. He declared that only the one who arrived with them could unlock the secrets. Back in the forest, he implored them to reveal everything to the hero in order to save the Dragon Slayer. Extending his hand, the ghost insisted that only then could the dragon be vanquished. With that, he vanished, leaving only a brilliant light in his wake. Miller scratched the back of his head, struggling to make sense of it all. Jacqueline gestured to the side, where the temple door loomed before them. Folding her hands, she urged that they didn't need to complicate matters and suggested they speak with the Duke. Meanwhile, Aaron and Zyron strolled through the forest, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Zyron cast a sidelong glance at the hero, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but Aaron turned sharply, locking eyes with him. "If you're about to suggest going back to Bran," he warned, "don't say a word." Zyron spread his arms in disbelief, frustrated that Aaron still didn't grasp the situation. This was dragon territory, and one of them had 5 heads. Frowning, he struggled to comprehend how Aaron could overlook such a critical detail. Aaron retorted that he didn't care who owned a Darkonnen. Locking eyes with Rex, he insisted they had to save Canes, no matter the cost. Rex continued to argue, pointing out that Canes was a dragon too, and that this conflict was theirs to resolve. He snapped that they should stay out of it and let them handle their own affairs. In response, Aaron drew his sword, aiming it at Rex with a fierce glare. "One more foolish word," he warned, "and I won't treat you like a citizen of Bran anymore." Rex froze, his gaze locked on the blade before him. After a moment, he nodded quickly and stepped back. Emerging from the forest, Jacqueline and Miller approached. Jacqueline observed the ruler's desperate tactic of threatening one follower to save another. With a small sigh, she remarked that it was a bit disappointing, though he could always promise not to resort to such measures again. Still smiling, she offered to teach him how a true lord should protect his people and asked if he was interested in learning. The group pressed onward through the dense forest until they came to a halt before a massive door. Aaron studied it intently, his mind racing with possibilities. Turning to Jacqueline, he asked, "Is this the place where I can find a way to defeat the dragon?" Without waiting for a response, Aaron unsheathed his sword, took aim at the door, and unleashed a powerful strike with his great sword. Power surged along the blade as he swung it fiercely at the door. But when he stopped, he was taken aback by the outcome. The doors remained completely unscathed. Lowering his sword in confusion, he couldn't fathom why his attack had failed. In a moment of desperation, Aaron even tried to push the doors open with his hands. Miller couldn't help but laugh, teasing him about his lack of skill. Kneeling by the door, he sighed, declaring it too tough to breach without gunpowder. Jacqueline raised a hand, urging him to stop. "Aaron," she said firmly, "this door isn't meant to be forced open." Recalling the ghost's words, she added, "A man named Aaron is destined to unlock it." She placed her hand over his, her voice steady. "You can do this, Aaron. Your strength is like that of a dragon." Rex covered his face, dismissing the entire situation as nonsense. Aaron, however, merely smiled faintly. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his reaction. Aaron's smile widened as he remarked that she could have told him sooner. After all, he had been wasting his efforts. Meanwhile, Cheryl wandered through the grass, lost in thought. She paused near a city on the continent, taking in the scenery around her. Raising her hand, Cheryl groaned, feeling the ache in every part of her body. With a weary sigh, she expressed her relief at being back, though she couldn't shake the memory of last night. Why had she come here when she hadn't even managed to sleep properly? Frustration bubbled over as she rushed ahead, shouting about why she had to endure such suffering. Suddenly, light erupted from her staff, igniting a flaming wing. Cheryl stared at the smoking weapon in astonishment. Frustration bubbled within her as she shouted, "This can't be happening right now." Just then her stomach growled, a stark reminder of her hunger. Cheryl suddenly realized how weak she felt, too weak even to sleep. Determined, she made her way into the city. Arriving at a door, she knocked and waited, but silence greeted her. Growing impatient, she pounded harder and called out, "Is anyone there?" Once again, she found herself standing there, waiting. Frustrated, she pounded on the door and called for help, claiming she was starving. Behind her, a voice chimed in, teasing that she might just break the door down if it remained shut. The speaker then informed her that the owner had already left. Startled, Cheryl turned to see a servant approaching, a bowl in hand. The woman raised an eyebrow and asked what a lady like her was doing in such a run-down town. Cheryl was taken aback to learn that the town was no longer livable. The woman turned away, mentioning that her own family would be leaving soon as well. Instinctively, Cheryl grasped her hand, urging her to wait, eager to understand what she meant. The woman paused, glancing back with a knowing look, and remarked that Cheryl didn't seem to be from around here. With a hint of a smirk, Cheryl replied that some distant relatives of hers had once called this place home. Since their departure, Cheryl was consumed by curiosity. The woman, sensing her need for answers, offered to show her the truth. They approached the old well, and the woman lowered a bucket into its depths. As Cheryl caught a whiff of the contents, she instinctively covered her mouth in horror. The bucket emerged, revealing murky water teeming with worms. "This," the woman said grimly, "is what the town has been drinking." She poured the contents back out and explained that initially people believed it was just a matter of color. Some even considered drinking it, but the foul smell quickly deterred them. Confused, Cheryl asked when this all began. The woman replied that about 2 weeks ago, rumors of a red river in a distant city started circulating, but everyone here dismissed it as a hoax. A week later, they discovered the truth when their own drinking water turned foul. Closing her eyes, the woman revealed that people gradually departed in search of new homes. Shaken, Cheryl pondered whether this exodus began after they ventured to the Dark Continent. She inquired about other regions, but the woman admitted her knowledge was limited. With a bitter expression, the villager added that most had headed northwest, where the land was believed to be safeguarded by the god Paris. In the southern regions, many believed the Holy Kingdom was the last bastion of safety. This thought gnawed at Cheryl, making her wonder if the same sense of security extended across the empire. A flicker of fear crossed her eyes as she considered that Bran's land might still be safe, especially if the Western territories were faring better, being closer to the Holy Kingdom. With a determined resolve, she reached into her pocket and offered a reward for answers, still questioning whether the people there were truly prepared for the looming dangers ahead. Confused, the woman extended her hand. With a serious tone, Cheryl expressed her hope that it would aid in the move. The woman dropped to her knees and bowed, gratefully thanking her. In that moment, Cheryl understood she would have to postpone her search for her mother. Instead, she needed to head to Bran to uncover what was unfolding across the empire. The Red River continued to spread, becoming the heart of the empire's crisis. Small villages without access to clean water were the first to succumb. Those displaced from their homes became refugees, flocking to the cities in search of safety. Soon, even the food and water stored within the castle walls began to dwindle. Guards, overwhelmed by fear, started blocking the terrified refugees at the gates. Then, disease erupted. Castles that still had supplies fortified their gates, but the situation only deteriorated further. Soon, even the places that had turned away refugees were struck by disaster. In their fear, people raised their hands to the sky, pleading for mercy. Whispers of divine punishment circulated, and desperation led many to beg for forgiveness. Yet, amid the chaos, no one could agree on which god was angry with them. In the distance, the Pope's palace gleamed in the sunlight as he stood by the window, listening to his armored soldiers lament the tragic events unfolding. With a solemn tone, he proclaimed that this calamity was the work of pagans, igniting God's wrath. A smile crept across his face as he turned to his men, commanding them to prepare a messenger for the imperial capital. The soldiers exchanged stunned glances as he insisted that messages must be dispatched to every city. They were summoned to meet the emperor and present a solution. When asked if he already knew the answer, the Holy Father simply smiled. With calm assurance, he declared that the only way to navigate this great disaster was through faith in God. He then emphasized that everyone in the empire must worship Peiresis. The stunned guards inquired whether he intended to declare their church the official religion of the state. In response, the Holy Father remained silent. Immediately, they bowed, revering him as a powerful servant of Peiresis. He instructed them to swiftly spread the news to the imperial nobles. As his servants departed, the Holy Father watched them go, a smile lingering on his lips. A quiet laugh escaped him as he reflected on his conversation with his granddaughter. At last, he saw a chance to redeem himself for the shame of that day. The nobles' fury toward Aaron had reached its peak, making it easier to rally their support. Once Peiresis was established as the state religion, the mages would be cast aside. With a smile creeping across his face, the Holy Pope understood that it was only a matter of time before Aaron found himself standing alone. Suddenly, he threw his arms wide and lifted them to the sky, shouting his gratitude to the great guardian. With uncontainable joy, he proclaimed that God was granting this lamb a chance. In a frenzy of excitement, he thought of the Duke, relishing the opportunity to ensnare him and exact his revenge. Meanwhile, in the capital, Zerun sat on his throne, flanked by his advisors. With a serious demeanor, he announced that he had heard of strange occurrences unfolding throughout the empire. "The capital hasn't been struck yet," he said, "but we can't just sit back and watch." Zebron then called for reports from each territory. One aide, visibly anxious, reported that their lands were overwhelmed by waves of refugees. Resources were dwindling, the newcomers had nothing, and many had resorted to stealing from the locals. Before he could continue, another man interjected, claiming his territory was in an even more dire situation. Crops were failing, forcing farmers to abandon their fields and flee in desperation. With no one left to tax, the situation was nearing collapse. An advisor cautioned that if this trend continued, the capital would soon feel the repercussions. Desperate people, stripped of all hope, could easily turn to crime. Another official lowered his head, noting that resorting to force would only exacerbate the situation, igniting conflict within the empire itself. He sternly questioned whether they truly intended to draw swords against starving citizens. The gray-haired aide slammed his hand on the table, shouting that he never advocated for an attack. He only insisted that citizens needed to be controlled in times of chaos. His opponent leaped from his chair, warning that such control could easily spiral into violence. He then challenged him, asking if he truly did not trust the imperial army. Zebron listened with increasing disgust as the arguments escalated around him. Finally, the emperor's voice cut through the chaos, demanding silence. The room fell still. Zerun remained seated on the throne, his expression stern. With a frown, he reminded them that they were gathered to address the crisis, not to bicker among themselves. The Holy Pope, seated across from him, nodded in agreement without hesitation. With a smile, he declared that the great empire must unite in times like these. He pointed to Duke Grand and then to Renan, asserting that both men were essentially conveying the same message, even if it didn't seem that way at first. Observing this, Zerun urged him to stop beating around the bush and get to the point. The Holy Pope believes both dukes genuinely want what's best for the empire. One seeks safety, while the other craves control. Observing Zerun's reaction, he proposes a solution that promises both. With a confident smile, he declares that the Church of Paris should become the state religion of the empire. A heavy silence falls over the room as everyone freezes, stunned by the audacity of his suggestion. He continues, revealing that the disaster has been unfolding for over 15 days across the empire. Yet the Holy Kingdom remains untouched. According to him, this is due to a powerful magical shield and the vigilant watch of Paris, the god of protection. He mentions that many people have approached him, claiming that most of the empire believes in this safety, which is why refugees are flocking to the kingdom. He warns that if this continues, the Holy Kingdom will become overcrowded while the rest of the empire crumbles. With a sly grin, he declares that their benevolent God has not overlooked this crisis. The priest proudly proclaims that he has been commanded to spread his faith throughout the entire empire, ensuring that protection from disaster reaches every corner of the land. Grand, seated across from him, leans in and voices his agreement, suggesting that the Pope's reasoning is sound. He turns to the other dukes, inquiring about their thoughts. Some of them smile knowingly, remarking that religion is the simplest means to control the masses. Another advisor cautions that the empire is home to many faiths, and the backlash could be immense. Turning to Zarin, he seeks his perspective. Zarin partially obscures his face with one hand, his voice low as he shifts a chess piece across the board. Looking directly at the Holy Pope, he acknowledges the lingering bitterness over the loss of his castle, and questions whether this plan for a state religion is merely a strategy to ensnare Aaron. The priest simply smiles, claiming he's following God's will. Zarin's frown deepens as he confronts him, asking if he's lying directly to his face. The uneasy servant quickly insists he would never dream of such a thing, caught off guard by Zarin's understanding of his grudge. While Aaron has indeed caused trouble for the imperial family, there is yet to be a valid reason to cast him out. With a steely gaze, Zarin asserts that making Paris the state religion would only serve to bolster the empire's power. The Holy Pope's nerves begin to fray as he tries to grasp the unfolding situation. Zarin shifts another chess piece, his voice steady as he explains the implications. Once Paris is established as the state religion, the Vivian Church will be marginalized. If the empire enforces this change, Aaron will be left with no choice. Placing a white piece on the board, Zarin concludes with chilling clarity that Aaron will have to retreat and abandon Vivian. A dark smile creeps across Zarin's face as he knocks away the black piece. If Aaron refuses, he taunts, he can strike at Paris itself as the new state religion. He leans closer to the Holy Pope, his voice dripping with menace. Either way, Aaron will lose any reason to expand his territory. With a sly grin, the Emperor adds, "So, do you truly want to work with me?" The Pope, caught in the web of Zarin's ambition, nods in reluctant agreement. Public opinion swells in their favor. He stands before the dukes and boldly proclaims that from this day forward, the Paris Church will be recognized as the state religion. With a decisive gesture, he commands the closure of every other church in the empire, warning that force will be employed against any who dare protest. Meanwhile, in the Bran territory near the castle, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Servants of the Vivian Church cross the bridge, making their way toward the guards, their resolve evident as they approach. Arthur stands beside Bianca, his voice heavy with concern. The crackdown on religion is getting serious. Now they're even punishing people for sheltering believers. Bianca scowls, her frustration evident as she curses the followers of Pyrrhus. Arthur glances at the church servants, a flicker of hope crossing his face. "At least this castle still stands," he murmurs. Then a realization strikes him. Bianca has been protecting him all along. Suddenly, a soldier's voice echoes from below. "There's trouble." The paladins of the Pyrrhus Church advance directly toward the castle. Shocked, Bianca seizes her sword and questions whether they truly wish to engage in battle. Arthur steps in to calm her, cautioning that a single fight could escalate the situation beyond repair. Meanwhile, a group of horsemen approaches the castle, prompting the boys to step outside to confront them. One of the paladins dismounts from his horse, ready to face whatever comes next. He approaches with a document in hand, declaring that he is delivering the Emperor's order. Followers of that church are forbidden from entering the castle. Bianca retorts sharply, insisting that this land belongs to the Vivian Church, and she will not accept an imperial decree that persecutes them. The paladin, maintaining his composure, responds that they leave him no choice, then commands the arrest of everyone present. The knights storm in, swiftly capturing the followers of Vivian and binding them with ropes. Bianca steps forward, sword raised, and demands that the commander halt his actions. He remains silent, his gaze unwavering. The commander declares that anyone aiding the followers of the enemy church will face imprisonment. Such are the Emperor's orders. He adds that anyone who harms the paladins executing that order will face severe consequences. Just as Bianca presses her sword to his neck, suddenly it dawns on her. They want her to strike first, providing them with the perfect excuse to bring down the Duke. Understanding that they won't relent, she realizes she has no choice but to submit. Bianca lowers her sword, allowing them to bind her in silence. Arthur overhears their conversation, learning that the lord of the castle must be informed to expel every follower of the Vivian Church. The commander sternly warns that if he refuses, they will return to search the castle themselves. Meanwhile, on the Black Continent, they arrive at the ancient ruins, shrouded in mystery and echoes of the past. Aaron stands at the entrance, his companions waiting anxiously nearby. Clearing his throat, he boldly proclaims himself the Lord of the Brandlands, blessed by the dragon, and commands the door to open. Silence follows. A nervous smile creeps onto Aaron's face as he questions whether his declaration fell flat. Behind him, the old man chuckles, shaking his head as he quips, "Are all nobles this foolish?" Did he really believe that simply stating his title would unlock it? Aaron turned back, irritation bubbling beneath the surface as the man mocked him once more, insisting this wasn't some castle gate. Deep in thought, Aaron pondered how to open the door. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl chimed in, suggesting he might need to prove his identity. Curious, he asked her to elaborate. She explained that if he truly possessed dragon-like power, there must be a way to demonstrate it. She mentions that only someone with a dragon's blessing or a unique sword skill could possess such a thing. Aaron ponders what proof he can offer, and then it hits him. Only he and Cheryl have received that blessing. He reflects on their distinct fighting styles. He wields a sword, while Cheryl harnesses magic. Their powers operate differently, leaving him at a loss for how to demonstrate their connection. As memories of their childhood flood back, he finally recognizes the one bond they truly share. With determination, he lifts his sword and slices open his palm. The boy behind him gasps in shock, demanding to know what he's doing. Aaron grins, reassuring him not to worry. "I've figured it out," he says confidently. He presses his bloodied hand against the gate, and in response, a powerful energy begins to surge around it. A small tremor ripples through the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Gradually, the gate before Aaron creaks open. A smile spreads across his face as he realizes his plan has succeeded. The boys stand in awe, gazing into the vast hall that lies beyond the gate. With a wave of his hand, Aaron reassures them, "I'll be back soon," before stepping inside alone. As he crosses the threshold, the gate begins to close behind him, sealing off the world he knows. Aaron surveys his surroundings, resolute in his determination to find the killer. He ventures deeper into the dimly lit corridor, steeling himself for what lies ahead. The silence is unsettling, and as he glances around, he can't shake the feeling that something is off. Where are all the monsters? As he passes a painting, he anticipates a sudden twist or revelation, but the stillness remains unbroken. The tension hangs in the air, thick and palpable, as he presses on, ready to confront whatever awaits him. Suddenly, he spots something ahead, a massive dragon skull with a sword embedded deep within it. A smirk spreads across Aaron's face. He hadn't expected to find it so quickly. As he approaches, one glance confirms his suspicion. This is the weapon that can help him defeat the five-headed dragon. With determination, he reaches for the sword, ready to claim his chance at victory. But then, the blade vanishes in an instant. Aaron's eyes widen as blood sprays around him. A hidden figure has plunged a dagger into his back. The hooded stranger, voice dripping with malice, reveals that he has been waiting a long time for this moment, keeping the sword embedded in Aaron's body. He ominously refers to Aaron as the one blessed by the dragon. Horrified, Aaron gasps, demanding to know who this assailant is. Instead of answering, the stranger drives the sword deeper, commanding him to accept the blade. Fear floods Aaron's eyes as he collapses to his knees, blood trickling down his face. He shuts his eyes in despair, thinking, "This can't be how I die." Not after coming this far, but when he opens them again, he finds himself back in the middle of the hall. Stunned, Aaron realizes he has returned to the beginning and will continue to do so until he claims the sword. Determined, he grabs his weapon and resolves to stop hesitating. If that's what the stranger desires, then he'll seize the blade. He strides back toward the dragon's skull, only to find the sword missing once more. Staying alert, he scans the area, ready for anything. This time, tension grips Aaron as he recalls how he failed to notice the attack before. Suddenly, a shadow looms behind him. He spins around just in time to block the strike, realizing that this round is unlike any other. As he grapples with a relentless barrage of attacks, his opponent taunts him, claiming he's learning quickly. Mid-fight, Aaron studies the man before him, astonished by his strength, and can't help but wonder, who is this formidable foe? With sword in hand, the enemy charges at him once more. He swings again, taunting. Aaron thinks like a beginner. His sword has already betrayed him. Aaron blocks another strike, then several more in rapid succession. He jumps back, realizing the enemy's speed is overwhelming, but then he spots it. The stranger is channeling sword energy. Just in time, Aaron narrowly dodges the next powerful blow. As he slides across the ground, Aaron realizes that the man before him can gather blade energy without any preparation. That shouldn't be possible. The armored foe stands confidently, and Aaron recognizes that he has been far too calm throughout this encounter. The masked fighter taunts him, asking if that's really all he's got. Fueled by anger, Aaron charges forward, their blades clashing in a fierce lock. Suddenly, he hears a chilling warning echo in the air. With skills like these, Kramala will surely be his downfall. The mere mention of that name leaves Eren momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, the enemy materializes behind him. Eren cries out in agony as a single brutal strike severs his head. A faint candlelight flickers down the corridor, beckoning him. As he runs once more, the chilling realization dawns on him. He is trapped in an endless cycle of dying and resurrecting. He frowns and pulls back, contemplating how long this relentless game will continue. Memories of all the ways he has met his end flood his mind, and he realizes that just when he thinks he's found an opening, the enemy strikes again, this time with an entirely different tactic. Clenching his teeth, he understands that this cycle cannot persist. With determination, he charges forward. The enemy lies in wait in the hallway, and Eren tells himself there must be a way to escape this endless loop of death and rebirth. He charges forward, swords clashing with a resounding impact. In that moment, Eren feels a surge of certainty. He won't die this time. The masked adversary sneers at his newfound confidence. Undeterred, Eren responds with a flurry of relentless attacks. The hooded fighter concedes that Eren's strikes have grown sharper. He has finally begun to anticipate the movements of the sword. Eren bursts onto the scene, seething with anger as he confronts his opponent, demanding to know if he truly believes himself superior. The enemy stumbles back, but Eren's focus wavers. He notices the follow-up attack too late. The masked swordsman slips past Eren's guard and lands a cut. As the enemy swings his enchanted blade, Eren suddenly understands. He's exhausting his sword energy. That realization sparks a glimmer of hope. It's his chance to strike back. He retaliates, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. A powerful green wave surges toward the enemy. Suddenly, everything is engulfed in blinding light. Peering through the smoke, Eren holds his breath, hoping for a victory. But his heart sinks as he realizes the enemy remains unscathed, taunting him with a dismissive remark about the attack being disappointing. The masked fighter's eyes glint with malice as he ominously declares that another death is approaching from behind Eren. A swordsman approaches, cloaked in dark energy. "I'll show you what true hidden power really is," he declares. Eren leaps into the air, his voice ringing out in defiance. "Stop mocking me!" He swings his sword with all his might, declaring that it's his turn now. Gritting his teeth, he locks eyes with his foe, sensing the surge of power emanating from him. The enemy's sword suddenly ignites with a brilliant light. Alarmed, Eren realizes the man is siphoning energy from his blade. He struggles to fend off the relentless assault, trying to grasp the gravity of the situation. Frowning, he braces himself as the next attack descends. The force of the blow sends him crashing several meters back, slamming into the wall. Blood spills from his mouth, a stark reminder that this enemy is far too powerful. As the enemy closes in, Eren realizes he has grown even stronger by absorbing the sword's energy. Yet, this newfound power may lead to his demise once again. Towering over the fallen Duke, the enemy taunts Eren, asking if he noticed anything peculiar about that last attack. With a swift motion, the sword slices through the air, dark energy swirling off the blade. The fighter lifts it high, declaring that Eren can wield the same power he just witnessed, and now he will demonstrate it once more. The tip of the sword erupts with a surge of energy, leaving Eren momentarily stunned as he struggles to comprehend its source. A wave of fear washes over him as he suspects it might be his own willpower at play. Memories flood back to the training grounds at Brand Castle months earlier. Gripping a sword glowing with a green light, he recalls that he must first gather the dragon's blessing. As the blade shifts to a brilliant blue, Eren concentrates, determined to harness it through sheer will. Fueled by anger, he swings his arm and unleashes a massive blast of energy at the training dummies. As he surveys the wreckage, a smile spreads across his face. It was on this day that Eren discovered how to harness his willpower to control the dragon's blessing. He gazes at the flickering flames in his hand, pondering their true nature. Then, an image of a sword flashes in his mind, sparking thoughts of new techniques he could master, perhaps even the ability to absorb an enemy's energy. He recalls his sister and his master. Gale once explained that willpower isn't the same as mana. It can take on countless forms. As Eren contemplates the myriad possibilities, he understands that the limits may be boundless. With a determined expression, he reflects that as he grows stronger, even more paths will unfold before him. Glancing at the mannequins, Eren mutters to himself that he'll need someone capable of enduring his attacks. He wonders if Zirin could handle the challenge. After considering his general, he shakes off the thought and resolves to continue training alone. Raising his blazing sword, he executes a powerful sword technique, the blade gleaming brilliantly. Eren watches, a sense of unease washing over him. With a heavy sigh, he sinks to the ground, and then it hits him. Willpower has the power to absorb sword energy. Eren charges forward, a spark of realization igniting within him. He might be able to absorb the enemy's sword power as well. Spotting his foe ahead, Eren rushes in, fueled by anger. He swings his weapon, but the enemy deftly dodges. Undeterred, Eren attacks again, his confidence surging. The enemy observes that the boy has finally learned a great deal. Enraged, Eren snaps back, demanding that the enemy stop talking and reveal the true strength of his sword. The masked enemy nods in agreement, dark energy surging from him like a storm. Eren presses on, a newfound clarity dawning upon him. He finally grasps how the enemy wields willpower. With a steady gaze, he braces himself, recognizing that this is the pivotal moment. As he deflects the onslaught, the realization strikes him. He must fill his entire being with willpower and then absorb the enemy's energy. Green energy radiates around Eren as a powerful current swirls in his wake, confirming that his efforts are paying off. The two blades clash violently, their grinding sounds echoing in the air. With unwavering focus on his foe, Eren unleashes the fourth form of his great sword attack. He activates Piercing Wind, and in an explosive flash of light, his strike tears through the enemy's body, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Eren stares in disbelief. He actually did it. A glowing hole appears at the tip of his sword as he confronts the enemy, whose body begins to fade away. Dark energy seeps through the hall, and a mark on the floor starts to glow ominously. Eren's unease grows as he studies the symbol, pondering its sinister nature. Leaning in closer, he questions whether it's a magic circle or an altar. Suddenly, a human figure materializes before him. At its center sits a small child, encircled by fluttering butterflies. Eren's heart races as he realizes that if this truly is an altar, then the child is the offering. And in that moment of clarity, he understands the grim truth. The boy is destined to die. Dark shadows begin to coalesce around the child, slowly closing in. Eren believes it's all finally over. But then the haunting memories of his own deaths surge back, overwhelming him. In a desperate cry, he screams for the boy to stop tormenting him. A glowing mark materializes overhead, casting an eerie light. The boy grimaces, frustration evident as he asks Eren if he's going to respond at all. With sword in hand, Eren steps forward, understanding that he must act swiftly. He reaches out toward the child, convinced he can still save him, but a dark barrier suddenly envelops the boy. Eren pounds against it, shouting for the boy to escape. Dark red energy engulfs everything around him as Eren shouts in fury, "No!" Suddenly a man rushes up behind him, calling out for Duncan. Eren spins around in shock. A masked swordsman dashes past him, and in that fleeting moment, Eren recognizes him as the killer. Confusion washes over him as he realizes he is witnessing a scene from the past. The warrior desperately attempts to free the child. The protagonist watches in stunned silence as the swordsman drops beside the child, pleading for Duncan to wake up. The boy turns in surprise, asking, "Who are you?" The long-haired man removes his mask and the boy gasps, "It's you!" Shaking him urgently, the warrior insists they must leave immediately. The door's about to close. With tears welling in his eyes, the child asks, "What will happen to me?" The warrior turns to Duncan, urgency in his voice. "Someone has to stay behind, or this place and the entire village will collapse. You need to run now." With a heavy heart, the boy pleads for him to reconsider, but the bearded man's voice booms, "Leave, now!" Reluctantly, Duncan sprints away, calling back, "I'll bring everyone!" As he reaches the closing door, he glances back, his eyes filled with determination. "I promise I'll save you." The fighter stands resolute, his head bowed, the weight of sacrifice heavy upon him. He sits in silence within the glowing mark, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the stillness, calling him a fool. Eren scans his surroundings, recognizing that voice. It belongs to the dragon from the castle. With a fierce determination, he swings his sword, challenging the unseen enemy to reveal herself. "How dare you wield the power of the ancient gods?" he demands. Dark energy swirls around him as a chilling voice responds, "I need this power to keep you trapped here." Tentacles looms over him as a voice echoes, questioning why she dared to come, knowing he wanted her dead. If she truly wished to survive, she should have kept her distance. Consumed by the dark energy, the fighter screams that she is worthless. The black mask pulls him down while the voice taunts him, suggesting he should blame his weak heart, the very one that yearns to protect the people of the Black Continent. Aaron stands in silence as she declares that he will endure endless slavery and darkness until his death. Stunned, he comes to a chilling realization. The man had sealed himself away to protect the people of the Black Continent. Just then, a figure appears behind him, asking if there's someone he wishes to save. The masked fighter presses on, questioning whether Aaron would still make that choice, even if it meant sacrificing everything. A frown crosses Aaron's face as he thinks of Kenaz. Suddenly, a flaming sword materializes before him. A faint figure declares his willingness to sacrifice his own life to save others. Power surges from the blade as a voice beckons Aaron to become its master. Dark energy disperses into the air, swirling around them. The radiant sword plunges into the ground, and as Aaron stands before it, he hears the urgent call. He must liberate himself and the people of the Black Continent from Krumela's oppressive shadow. Aaron lifts his head, his gaze fixed on the sword before him. After a moment of silence, he grips the hilt, resting the blade on his shoulder as he strides away. Outside, the boys notice the gates creaking open. Aaron turns to face them, his expression somber. One boy rushes forward, concern etched on his face. "My lord, are you all right?" he asks. Aaron remains silent, his expression heavy with thought. The anxious servant hesitates before asking again. With a hint of sadness in his voice, Aaron finally replies that it's time to move. The boy, taken aback, inquires about their destination. In response, Aaron unsheathes the gleaming sword, its brilliance forcing the others to shield their eyes. Steady and resolute, he declares that they must confront the raging dragon. Deep within the forest, a castle looms in the shadows. A girl clutches a glowing magic orb, her voice steady as she questions how he dares to confront her. The dark sorceress, her expression a mix of disbelief and fury, reflects on whether her previous aid meant nothing. Despite her efforts, he still intends to challenge her. With a fierce determination, she vows to crush him so thoroughly that he will never dare to rise against her again. Raising her hand, she begins her incantation, summoning her loyal servants to her side. Lightning streaks across the sky as she commands her forces to punish the one who dare defy their mistress. Dragons soar through the tempest, their scales glinting as they navigate the raging storm. Krumela's laughter echoes ominously, filling the air with a sense of foreboding. A multitude of dark creatures swarm the skies above the castle, their silhouettes merging with the gathering red clouds over Rantra. Standing resolutely before his soldiers, Aaron surveys the scene and asks, "Is everyone here?" The warriors gather around, hanging on his every word as he declares that the upcoming battle will determine their fate. With a steady hand, Aaron points toward the castle, declaring that their next target is the dragon that rules over that land. The soldiers exchange anxious glances, voicing their doubts. Legendary dragons are far beyond anything they could hope to defeat. A gray-haired fighter chuckles at their apprehension, shaking his head in disbelief. "I can't believe the Empire's soldiers are this cowardly," he scoffs, a hint of challenge in his voice. He declares that he'll blow the castle apart with his bombs, leaving the rest to them. But Aaron quickly shuts that down, insisting they won't fight inside the castle. He explains that this is Krumela's territory, and taking unnecessary risks would be foolish. The stern man suggests they should draw her out instead. Just then, everyone notices ominous red lightning flickering nearby. Aaron's brow furrows as dozens of dragons soar toward them. He raises his sword, urging everyone to remain calm. Beside him, Zeron flashes a confident grin and rallies the troops to lift their weapons. But Aaron's heart races when he spots Krumela already observing their approach. Determined, he charges toward the dragons, prepared to give her the welcome she truly deserves. The dragons respond with ferocious roars. Aaron channels his energy, unleashing a devastating blast that tears through multiple dragons in an instant. But more foes materialize right before him. Just then, his ally leaps in to shield him, striking back with fierce determination. Zeron's laughter rings out as he taunts, declaring that Aaron can't have all the fun. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts ahead of them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Aaron catches a glimpse of Zeron, who is smiling amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a blue-haired girl joins the fray, drawing his attention. With a powerful strike, she slams a dragon, her frustration evident as she shouts for her partner to stay focused. Gripping his sword tightly, Aaron charges forward, his eyes locked on his target. Meanwhile, the soldiers notice even more dragons approaching, intensifying the urgency of the battle. The girl grits her teeth, overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters in the sky. Meanwhile, Aaron and the others hear an eerie sound echoing through the air as the creatures continue their relentless flight. Startled, Aaron recognizes it as the same haunting call that lured people here in the first place. His gaze shifts to a crowd gathered in the city, and a memory flashes in his mind, the masked fighter's desperate plea for him to save both himself and the people of the Black Continent. If those dragons attack the crowd, he'll be forced to break his promise. Suddenly, the dragons shift their focus, heading straight for the people. Green lightning crackles around Aaron as he grasps their intent. With determination, he unleashes a powerful attack and shouts for them to come after him instead. Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron sprints toward them. A blinding flash engulfs the dragons as Aaron charges through them with relentless fury. There's no mercy in his eyes. The blue-haired girl watches in stunned disbelief. It's not just that Aaron has a new sword. He's become significantly stronger. A boy nearby stares in astonishment, realizing that Aaron is absorbing the dragon's mana. Now he can't help but wonder what Aaron intends to do next. Aaron stands poised, the tip of his sword glowing ominously as he channels his power. With a fierce determination, he unleashes his third form Great Sword Strike. Dark energy radiates around him, a testament to his unyielding rage. He swiftly follows up with a devastating wind slash, the force of his blow erupting in a blinding flash. The dragons, caught in the onslaught, suffer catastrophic damage, reduced to nothing but ash in an instant. Aaron frowns, recognizing the absorption skill he learned from the assassin. Sword in hand, he contemplates how long it will take to fully master this newfound power. As people begin to gather around him, one individual steps forward, blocking his path. The crowd closes in, buzzing with curiosity as they question whether he truly is the assassin's heir. Meanwhile, Cromula remains in her castle, watching the unfolding scene from a distance. Gazing into her magic ball, she sees the fallen dragons and scoffs at their worthlessness. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface as her anger boils over. They couldn't even defeat a single human. To her, it's utterly humiliating. Cromula tightens her grip on the magic ball, muttering that Aaron is nothing more than a sneaky little rat. As the artifact begins to glow ominously, she realizes that he not only claimed the sword, but also mastered the power of an assassin. Cromula crushes the ball in her hand, resolute in her decision to confront Aaron herself. She turns and calls for Logan, a warrior cloaked in darkness. Without looking back, she inquires if the offerings are ready. With a chilling gaze, Cromula commands him to prepare the summoning ritual. Nearby, one of the boys among the rocks speaks up, announcing that they've finished using fire. An old man approaches carrying a smoldering crate and tosses it into the mine. The boys stand by the entrance, anticipation etched on their faces. With a grin, the old man remarks that the blast could happen at any moment. Suddenly, the rock before them collapses. He chuckles, explaining that gunpowder provides the ideal explosion, just the right amount of force, neither too much nor too little. A blue-haired girl behind him questions his intentions. Why do you want to blow up the mine? Aaron gazes ahead, his expression resolute. It's a short-term strategy to lure Cromula out of her castle. I plan to destroy what the dragons desire. A confident smile spreads across his face as he continues. Unlike Cain, Cromula is foolish and impatient. Standing amidst the ruins, Aaron adds, if the entrance remains blocked, no one can be forced to work there as slaves. The woman explains that even with the Slayer's return, the dragon's grip on the people remains unshaken. Fear still lingers, especially regarding their dependence on the ore from the mine. Suddenly, a terrified man rushes forward, calling for Aaron. Gasping for breath, a servant delivers urgent news. Cromula has left her castle. Aaron's grin widens. It's happening even faster than he anticipated. But just then, an aide interrupts, alarmed, noting that all the villagers are heading straight toward her. A crowd streams through the castle gates into Bronze Land, and Rommel stands silently watching their arrival. He glares at them, muttering that the fools from the Holy Kingdom have no shame. In a time of disaster like this, they should be lending a hand, not driving people away. Behind the imposing figure of Rommel, Cain adds with a heavy heart that it's truly awful this is happening, while Aaron and Gale are away. He turns, taken aback when someone questions how long he intends to continue accepting refugees. Rommel responds that most of them are from the Vivian Church, and they should provide shelter for as long as possible. The old man, visibly shocked, asks if Rommel truly cares about the residents of Braun. Cain interjects sharply, acknowledging that he understands Aaron gave orders, but insists that the situation is spiraling out of control. At this rate, starvation looms over them all. Rommel raises a hand, insisting it hasn't come to that yet. He refuses to turn away the church followers just to safeguard his own interests. Just then, a soldier interjects, announcing that a messenger has arrived from the castle. A rider approaches at a gallop, pulling up sharply before dismounting. He drops to one knee and delivers the grim news. The guards of the Church of Paris have imprisoned every follower residing in the castle. Nervously, the soldier explains that they had ordered all followers to be expelled. Just a few days later, the fanatics returned to search the premises and even arrested Commander Bianca. No one could stand in their way. Standing beside the old man, Rommel curses the zealots from the Holy Kingdom. The shaken messenger adds that the castle is in disarray. Most of the soldiers were church members as well, and they too have been taken into custody. Cain realizes the situation is more dire than he initially believed. The old man proposes shutting the gates, but Rommel firmly disagrees. He tells his companion that he won't take orders from fools in the Holy Kingdom. Turning to the kneeling messenger, he instructs him to return with 100 soldiers to secure the area. As Rommel surveys his men, he understands that this might quell the immediate chaos, but he remains uncertain about when the next wave of trouble will strike. Until Aaron returns, Rommel must do everything in his power to save as many people as possible. A month after the disasters began, half the empire lay in ruins. Meanwhile, the emperor and the Holy Pope wear smiles as the public begins to blame the Vivian Church for the calamities. Knights from the Holy State march through the streets, and even neighbors who once sheltered church members now turn them in without hesitation. Soldiers haul away the followers, rounding up even those who lived in isolation, far from the chaos. Bodies accumulate in the streets, yet the calamities show no signs of abating. The water remains stained crimson, the earth continues to fissure, and the drought lingers on. Vivian's followers languish behind bars, and as the disasters intensify, the brutality of the attacks against them escalates even further. The Holy Pope smiles, and the people cling to the hope that this will save them. Priests envelop themselves in protective magic, while the crowd convinces itself that this is the only way God can offer them salvation. Without hesitation, they turn on the church members, believing they are purging the unworthy. But then, a dark figure emerges, shattering their illusion and exposing the truth they had been blind to all along. That night, a crescent moon casts its pale light over the chaos. A man clad in white robes strides through the forest, his expression a mix of confusion and uncertainty. As he glances around, he catches sight of a village in the distance. Suddenly, a rustle from the nearby bushes startles him. Gripping his sword tightly, he calls out, "Who's there?" His heart races as he turns to confront the shadows of the dark woods, tiny sparks flickering ominously from the underbrush. He suspects it might be a monster. Anger surges within him as he shouts for it to reveal itself and fight. Red eyes glare back from the shadows of the brush. To his shock, he realizes there are several of them lurking just out of sight, and he can't help but wonder where all these mutants came from. One of them steps forward, a goblin with a wicked grin fixed on its face, locking eyes with him. With a dagger in hand, he hears a low growl echo around him. More goblins emerge from the shadows, charging forward to attack. Gripping his sword tightly, he quickly realizes these aren't ordinary goblins. He can't allow them to reach the village. Shock washes over his face as dark energy suddenly crashes into him. Confused, he feels an unseen force gripping him, rendering him immobile. The goblins dart past him, leaving him frozen in disbelief. He turns, a surge of determination coursing through him. He can't let them escape. As the dagger-wielding fiends continue their frantic dash, a chilling realization strikes him. They'll slaughter everyone in the village. Suddenly, Gale jolts awake, heart racing in shock. He scrambles out of bed, hands clutching his face in a desperate attempt to shake off the nightmare. Was it just a dream? He wonders aloud, grappling with the lingering dread. Then the horror strikes him. Another prophetic dream has come to haunt his thoughts. A vivid red sky looms in his mind, casting a shadow over the castle of his memories. Gale reflects on everything that transpired before the Red River began to surge, all the way back to the last flood in that distant village. Cradling his face in his hands, he recalls how he witnessed those events in a dream days before they unfolded. Shaken to his core, he realizes this dream is unlike any other, yet the force holding him back remains a mystery. He sits frozen on the bed, fear etched across his face. Dark energy begins to seep from him, and he recognizes it as the same force from his dream. Suddenly, a cry of pain escapes his lips as that force tears through his body. He knows he can't allow it to take control. As he lies there, a voice echoes in his mind, revealing that his eyes have finally opened. Startled, Gale grips his sword tightly and calls out, demanding to know who is there. As he draws the blade, a voice echoes, declaring that before him stands a being of pure power. Confused, Gale questions what that means. Suddenly, a stream of darkness sweeps across the room, coalescing into a form right before him. Gale stares in horror, his heart racing. The dark figure addresses him as its son, its eternal servant, and commands him to seek out the mother who bore him. Consumed by rage, the protagonist demands an explanation. The shadowy figure cryptically assures him that the truth will soon be unveiled. As the dark energy begins to dissipate, it delivers one final command: find her. Just then, a fighter burst in, concern etched on their face. Is everything all right? They ask. The man mentions hearing a scream, but Gale is too shaken to dwell on it. He wonders why no one else seems to hear the shadow's voice. Still lying on the bed, the main character asks where the woman is now, checking if he means the lady in the red dress. The masked fighter replies that she is still staying at an inn near the capital. The master falls silent for a moment, lost in thought. With a steely gaze, he commands them to bring her to him. In the dim light of the dungeon, a solitary torch flickers. Guards roughly drag a figure into a cell, taunting her for her sluggishness. She collapses onto the cold floor. A bag shrouds her head, but she snaps. This is enough. Suddenly, she recognizes the voice. A dark figure instructs the guards to leave, and they hastily obey their master. The terrified girl suddenly realizes who is speaking. The man strides over to the lady in red, gently removing the bag from her head. He apologizes for the way his men treated her. Gale, taken aback, turns to him in shock. "What did you just say?" she asks, her mind racing back to the sage. With his eyes closed, he reveals, "My true name is Aaron Karen." The stunned captive exclaims that it can't be true. Gale exhales slowly, acknowledging that it does sound insane. He confesses that it took him a long time to come to terms with it as well. With a heavy heart, he reveals that he is the one who, 20 years from now, will be killed by the Emperor. That was his past life. Shaken, the girl listens as he reveals that after dying, he was reborn in this body, using the memories of the future to earn the title of sage. He takes her hands, his grip firm yet pleading, and begs her to believe him. In a rush of desperation, he recounts the night before she left, how Cheryl visited his room, and how his mother had spoken to him. He grips her hands tighter, declaring that even in hell, he would do anything to protect her. Stunned, she asks how he could possibly know that. Years earlier, this all began in the Imperial Palace. The heroine rushes down the corridor, glancing around the corner to ensure no soldiers are in sight. With a quiet determination, she opens the door. Inside, her son lies peacefully asleep. She sits beside him, her fingers softly brushing against his face. In that quiet moment, she silently pleads with him not to hate her, staying by his side. His mother explains that she must leave him now, to find a way to free him from the power that binds him. Startled, Gale notices her tears. He jumps to his feet, concern etched on his face. "Why are you crying?" he asks, frowning. "Are you really that worried about Dad?" Taking her hands, he reassures her, "Don't worry, I'm here with you." Through her tears, she hears him promise that even if her father loses the crown or dies, he will still smile and protect her and Cheryl. "You don't need to worry," he insists. Overwhelmed with emotion, she pulls her son into a tight embrace. Crying, she whispers, "My little boy has really grown up." Still holding him, she insists that he shouldn't have to bear this burden. It's her responsibility, not his. Gale is left speechless. With a determined gaze, Isabel declares that she would do anything, even face hell itself, to shield him from that power. She embraces him once more and gently urges him to go back to sleep. From the bed, he asks if he should walk her back to her room. She turns with a smile, assuring him that everything is fine and that the Imperial Palace remains hers. Then, the door closes behind her. Gale remains awake in silence, lost in thought. Back in the present, he recalls that moment, the chilling aftermath of her departure from his room that night. A wave of horror washes over him as he remembers her, drenched in blood. He believed she had taken her own life. With a grim expression, he reveals that everything changed when he later spotted her in an underground passage. Trembling, he recounts how, after her disappearance, their father was ousted from power, and he and Cheryl were exiled to a distant territory. Anger boiling over, he demands to know why their mother chose to live while they endured such suffering. The frightened girl attempts to respond, but he hurls her old promise back at her, vowing to protect them. Sitting across from him, she insists that her actions were for his sake. She was trying to save him. Her hands tremble as she admits she can't explain everything just yet. But when the moment arrives, her son, clutching his head in confusion, interrupts. Isabel cuts in, demanding to know why she stole the relic from the temple. Was that truly for their benefit? His mother falls silent, stunned by his words. After a moment, she asks if he truly knows everything. He nods, confirming that he does. The frightened boy then reveals that he didn't come here just to see her. Wincing, he shares the details of his dream. A shadow had appeared, commanding him to find it, claiming to be the one that gave birth to both Cheryl and him. Startled, Isabel asks if that power has already revealed itself to him. Dark energy begins to swirl around the boy as he questions their identities and wonders if that shadow was the reason for his rebirth in this body. Fear flashes in her eyes as dark currents envelop him. Suddenly, he freezes, realizing that the power has returned. As he collapses, his mother rushes forward, anxiously asking if he's all right. His eyes blaze with intensity as he roars, a second voice echoing through him, speaking of a loyal servant. A dark silhouette materializes beside him. She bows deeply, and the master declares that he has been made to wait far too long. Kneeling before him, Isabel hears his question. Is she ready to break the seal? With a heavy heart, she replies, no. She never anticipated a disaster that would shake the very foundations of the empire, nor did she foresee the Church of Parasis becoming the state religion. A colossal monster looms above her, mocking her predicament. A minor god's religion is obstructing his grand design. With a chilling glare, the entity declares that she should consider herself fortunate. He cannot punish her at this moment, as he is still unable to assume human form. Meanwhile, the boy cries out in agony as the being ominously warns that time is running out. As the dark energy dissipates, it urges her to hurry and break the seal. He stares in disbelief, the truth dawning on him. The power is linked to that shadow. The boy in white collapses to the floor, a scowl etched on his face as he demands to know what's happening and what her intentions are. Crawling toward her, he feels a sense of urgency, while his mother, torn, admits she had planned to reveal everything later. But now, circumstances leave her no choice. She calmly explains that both she and Cheryl were born with extraordinary powers. Exhausted, her son inquires about the meaning of the dragon's blessing. She reveals that it is the power of Valtor and Elise, a gift that Ivarok has bestowed upon him through her. Giles' expression darkens as he realizes the implications. I knew it, he says, frowning. That's why you stole the holy relic from the temple. Are you trying to fulfill Ivarok's will and break the seal? His mother firmly declares no, determined to seal that power away for good. She begins at the beginning. Before anything else, chaos reigned, and no one could tell if it had always existed or if it had been created intentionally. This being was known as Ivarok. When Ivarok merged with the natural world, the ancient tribes revered him as their god, and their unwavering faith elevated him to the ruler of the heavens, the greatest of all deities. However, as civilizations began to rise, people turned their prayers toward lesser gods, gods of love, safety, wealth, and desire. Yet, despite this shift, the old threat lingered. Over time, Ivarok found himself unable to sustain the weight of humanity's worship alone. He relinquished his power to the lesser gods, reverted to his original form, and chose to exact his wrath upon humanity. She explains that this decision also posed a threat to the lesser gods who had taken his place. To initiate his punishment, Ivarok planted his seeds, Valtor and Elise, within a young woman from a family that had worshipped him for generations. This seed of retribution was then passed down through the 120th descendant to Aaron and Cheryl, beginning to grow within them even as infants. As disaster looms over the world, Isabel warns that the two beings within Aaron and Cheryl are on the brink of awakening. Once Valtor and Elise fully manifest, the god will unleash his wrath. The dungeon torch flickers steadily, illuminating the weight of this revelation. Gale turns to his mother, understanding now that all those haunting nightmares were dire warnings of what is to come. With a heavy heart, she explains that the reason he keeps experiencing those dreams is the energy of Valtor coursing through him. He gazes at her, concern etched on his face, and questions why she's trying to suppress that power. If Ivarok discovers this, you could be in grave danger, he warns. She lowers her eyes, acknowledging the truth in his words. I don't know, she admits softly. Closing her eyes, she recalls how her unwavering faith in that god once compelled her to do anything to fulfill his will. To earn the dragon's blessing, she deliberately pursued his father, even outshining noble women from esteemed families to ascend as empress. Later, as Isabel sat pregnant, she remained steadfast in her ambition, consumed by the desire to bring Ivarok's grand design to fruition. She reveals that when the twins were born, she had intended to leave immediately, but raising them transformed her. The thought of letting her precious children become weapons for Ivarok, destined to unleash chaos upon the world, was unbearable. Gale turns to his mother, stunned by her revelation. She continues detailing her escape. It was on the day she faked her death that she left the castle, embarking on a quest to find relics capable of harnessing and controlling the powers within them. Isabel, her voice heavy with sorrow, confesses that she had no idea Walter's energy had begun to consume him. She suspects that his power manifested earlier because he's inhabiting someone else's body. Kneeling beside her, Gale asks anxiously what will happen to him now, gripping his own head. Walter trembles, declaring that he cannot allow an evil force to take control of him. In a moment of despair, the protagonist cries out, lamenting that he hasn't even had the chance to exact his revenge on the Emperor, the one who shattered his life. Clutching her hands tightly, he implores her to understand how to stop it after all the time spent hunting those relics. With tears welling in his eyes, the boy begs her to seal that power immediately. He leans forward, pleading with her to lock it away for good, but with a heavy heart, Isabel replies that it's impossible for now. She still hasn't found all the relics. A somber silence envelops them as Gale falls quiet. He looks up as she suggests there might be one last option. She urges him to return to his original body, explaining that the dragon's blessing within it is powerful enough to contain Valtor's energy. If he can manage to return to that blessed form, she believes he may be able to delay the full awakening until she can gather the remaining relics. Gale's eyes spark with realization as he remarks that the man inhabiting Zeron's body is nothing like the original. This new persona has been provoking conflicts with neighboring lands, even daring to challenge the Holy Kingdom. Sooner or later, it's only a matter of time before he turns his sights on the Emperor as well. The girl nods in agreement, acknowledging that getting close to someone like that will be no simple task. Isabel then suggests Cheryl, mentioning that she could be of assistance. There's a village on the outskirts of the Bronze territory that might hold the key. A portal suddenly flares to life nearby, casting a blue glow across the forest. Cheryl bursts through, crashing to the ground with a groan, utterly exhausted. As she stares into the distance, she can't help but wonder why locating a village has proven so difficult. Then, a memory surfaces, the potato a passing refugee had given her. With a sigh, she realizes that meal was the only reason she had enough strength left to open the portal. Pushing herself up, Cheryl declares that there's no time to waste. She scans her surroundings, trying to make sense of where she has ended up. Spotting a village nearby, she lets out a relieved gasp. Finally, jumping with excitement, she realizes she's close to Bronze. But then, she suddenly halts. Why did the portal open next to an ordinary village? Places like this typically lack sufficient mana unless monsters are nearby. A smile returns to her face as she reminds herself that the important thing is that she made it here. She hurries downhill, her thoughts already drifting to the village and the promise of a meal. As she descends the road, Cheryl suddenly spots bodies scattered around, confusion washing over her as she tries to comprehend what happened. A noise behind her jolts her into action, and she spins around, heart racing. She breaks into a run, her heart racing. Spotting an injured man on the ground, she rushes over, concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" she asks urgently. The wounded man looks up, recognition dawning in his eyes. "Miss Cheryl," he gasps, and she quickly presses for details. "What happened here?" His voice trembles as he explains. "Goblins attacked the village." The revelation stuns her. Such violence shouldn't occur in this area. He warns her. They've retreated into the forest, but they'll be back any minute. Horrified, she realizes the grim truth. These were no ordinary goblins. They had mercilessly butchered the villagers and were far more powerful than they should have been. One of them even appeared grotesque, as if something sinister had taken control. Cheryl kneels beside the injured man, her heart racing as she sees the blood pooling inside him. "You need to stop talking," she urges gently. The man reaches out, desperation in his eyes, pleading with her to protect them. As she notices a boy nearby, her heart sinks. He's dying. With a tender touch, she gently closes his eyes. Rising to her feet, the sorceress vows to return and aid his village. A frown creases her brow as she realizes this attack is just one in a series of disasters sweeping across the land. If it is struck here, the rest of the empire could be next. Determined, she presses on, knowing she must protect their homeland. Soon, Bran Castle comes into view. Sitting alongside Raymond Kane, Cheryl expresses her frustration, declaring that the cowards of the Holy Kingdom are hiding behind the Empire, clearly plotting something sinister. Her anger simmers as she recalls their attack on the castle while she and Aaron were away. When asked about the situation inside, the warlord replies that they've managed to handle most of the chaos, his expression remaining serious and resolute. He explains that Piraeus' guards have imprisoned all of Vivian's followers, leaving the castle nearly deserted. With a weary sigh, he adds that only supporters of the Holy Kingdom remain, making the potential loss of the castle hardly surprising. Cheryl is taken aback to learn that the soldiers they dispatched are currently guarding the location. However, she knows that if the Holy Kingdom pulls another trick, their presence may not suffice. The look on her face reveals her deep-seated concerns. She had anticipated this outcome. Bianca's capture has shifted the entire landscape of their plans. Cheryl understands that with the commanders preoccupied with Bran Castle, she must soon return to the Black Continent. If they want Bianca back, they need to act quickly. Trying to keep her tone light, she asks Kane about the state of the treasury and whether they have enough to cover Bianca's ransom. Kane shoots her a dry look and replies, "Do you think money grows on trees?" With holy water sales plummeting, disasters wreaking havoc across the land, and dungeon profits dwindling, his frustration is palpable. He raises a hand in exasperation, adding, "Without taxes, we'd all be starving by now." Cheryl smiles and reminds him that they made a substantial profit from the holy water, so surely that money hasn't just disappeared, even in these dire times. Her words ignite the old man's frustration. "Do you think running this territory comes without expenses?" He snaps. Aaron kept expanding the land, and the taxes barely cover the costs of maintaining and repairing those new areas. He then gestures sharply at Rommel, adding, "And you insisted on taking in refugees, too." Clutching his head, he exclaims that the power source for the holy water has been dry for a long time. Shocked, Cheryl asks him to repeat that. Turning to Rommel for confirmation, he begins to explain. He leads her to the spring, and they find the basin completely empty. Staring in disbelief, Cheryl gasps, "It's really gone." With a grave expression, Kane announces that exports of holy water have ceased, forcing them to shut down the holy ground. She turns sharply, demanding to know where Cecilia is. How could she let this happen? Rommel closes his eyes, revealing that Cecilia claimed her divine power was fading before she left for an unknown destination, and she never returned. Cheryl covers her face, her heart sinking as she realizes the situation is far worse than she had imagined. She returned with the hope of uncovering the truth about her mother, only to find a world unraveling under the weight of one disaster after another. The Holy Maiden has vanished, the Holy Kingdom is demanding their land, and the expedition to the Black Continent shows no signs of returning. At this rate, their territory could soon become a barren desert. Suddenly, her eyes widen. She realizes what must be done. Before she can utter a word, Kane curses and shouts that they must shut the castle gates immediately. An aide suggests they reduce the number of people they feed and prioritize saving the territory, but Cheryl stands firm. "I won't abandon Vivian's followers," she declares resolutely. With a playful grin, she adds, "I'm an even kinder lord than Aaron. If I play my cards right, I might even turn a profit." Sword in hand, the protagonist strides forward, puzzled by the sudden goosebumps creeping up his arms. Rommel's eyes sparkle with excitement at her idea, while Kane seems on the verge of an explosion. Cheryl stands resolute, declaring that from this day forward they will rebuild the territory, beginning with the task of gathering every church follower still in hiding. With a commanding gesture, the castle gates swing open. Rommel instructs the troops to divide into groups of 3, sending them out to search the nearby villages, forests, and cliffs. The fate of the church followers now rests in their hands. Cheryl and Kane observe the situation unfold before them. As the soldiers depart, Kane questions why they are bringing in more people when they should be focusing on reducing the number of mouths to feed. Cheryl, maintaining her composure, explains that Bronn isn't the only place grappling with these disasters. The entire empire is affected. Now, more than ever, they must intensify their efforts to protect those in need. She warns that if they allow the Holy Kingdom to bully them, it will lead everyone to believe Bronn is no longer a safe place to live. Kane argues that this is precisely why they should close the gates. If they continue to accept newcomers, they risk financial ruin. But standing directly in front of him, Cheryl counters that if they shut the gates, monsters will overrun those left outside. Once that chaos begins, no one will be able to move safely anywhere. Kane gazes at her, confusion etched on his face as he asks what she means. With a cheerful smile, she admits she overlooked one small detail. The monsters are attacking tonight. Rommel steps in beside her, incredulous, and asks why she didn't mention it sooner. She spreads her hands reassuringly, insisting there's no need to worry because she already has a plan. Rommel turns to rally the soldiers, but Cheryl halts him, declaring that it won't be necessary. With a smile, Cheryl declares her intention to lure the monsters away herself. Rommel acknowledges her strength, but insists that sending her alone is far too risky. He offers to gather a few soldiers for backup. Cheryl interrupts, holding out her hand and raising 2 fingers. "Did you really forget who I am?" she asks, her tone firm. "I have 2 goals. First, I won't let anyone in the village get hurt, and I mean no one." Cheryl's second objective is to educate Paresa's followers about the monsters. This knowledge will help us save Bianca, she asserts, leaving Rommel bewildered and questioning how they could possibly achieve that. As she strides away, she dismisses his concerns, saying there's no need for an explanation just yet. For now, she simply needs to gather some allies. Afterward, she plans to take a quick nap to regain her strength. Kane and the Warlord can only watch her go, their expressions a mix of confusion and admiration. That night, the next move unfolds in a village near the Bronze territory. Goblin figures emerge on the cliff, their sinister laughter echoing as they gather. With a frenzied charge, they descend upon the village, shrieking for destruction. They race toward the houses, and one goblin barks an order to assault the castle as panic spreads like wildfire throughout the village. Suddenly, a figure composed of flames materializes before them, riding a magnificent firebird. Cheryl realizes these are no ordinary goblins and vows to protect her territory at all costs. Enraged, she unleashes her magic, challenging them to confront her directly. A fiery arrow ignites in midair, and the goblins freeze in astonishment. Flames sweep across the road, sealing off their escape, and one of them shouts in panic that they can't reach the castle now. They must catch her. Cheryl smiles down at them, her eyes glinting with mischief. "I'd love to burn you all right now," she taunts, "but then no one would witness how truly great I am." With a fierce determination, she surges forward on her phoenix, preparing another blast of fire. In a swift motion, she casts binding fire, ensnaring several goblins together. As the sorceress soars overhead, the monsters scream in desperation, insisting they must kill her. With a gleeful smile, Cheryl encourages them to keep following her. She soars away on her flaming phoenix, announcing that it's a long journey to the Holy Kingdom. Their chase culminates at Paresa, the Holy Kingdom. Soldiers stationed on the wall notice movement in the distance, and one of them points, asking, "What is that?" A spearman squints toward the forest, trying to get a better look. Shapes surge from the shadows as goblins charge forward. A guard gasps in disbelief, exclaiming that they're monsters. Another guard, bewildered, questions why these creatures have invaded. As the goblins begin to scale the walls, a voice calls out urgently to warn Archbishop Abel and prepare everyone for battle. The mutated horde continues to swarm, and one goblin brandishes a dagger, shrieking that they've breached the defenses and must kill everyone in sight. Terrified, the guards scatter in all directions. A goblin lunges at one of them, but Cheryl swiftly conjures sparks of flame. In an instant, a massive blaze engulfs the creature. Bodies are hurled away, crashing to the ground in a chaotic heap. The stunned guard looks up to find Cheryl grinning triumphantly, declaring herself the best mage in Bran territory. At that moment, Archbishop Abel arrives, demanding to know what's going on. His voice sharpens as he questions how a pagan could dare to enter their holy land. The red-haired girl retorts defiantly, claiming she just saved them all. She turns to a nearby guard for confirmation, and he quickly nods in agreement. Abel, however, glares at her with palpable disdain. Aaron's sister steps forward, her fury evident, as she admonishes him not to misplace his anger or waste time on pointless accusations. She gestures toward the monstrous army and suggests they focus on that instead. With a calm demeanor, she adds that she came to help. Abel turns, bewildered by how someone like her could possibly be of any use. He raises his scepter, calling upon the great god for the iron hammer, but nothing happens, and a wave of shock washes over him. Undeterred, he tries again, lifting the scepter and pleading for the iron hammer once more. The girl watches in silence for a moment before a smile spreads across her face. "Where's the hammer?" she asks innocently. The archbishop bristles, indignation flaring within him. "How dare you mock me?" he retorts. But when he glances back, she has vanished without a trace. Cheryl mounts her phoenix and takes to the skies. As she soars above the chaos below, a troubling thought crosses her mind. Why do the gods remain silent while everything crumbles around them? She shakes off the thought. It's not her concern at the moment. She has a mission to complete. Soon, Cheryl spots a pack of goblins and unleashes a firestorm upon them. A towering inferno engulfs the entire group. Later, the Holy Pope inquires about Abel's meaning. Did Sister Aaron truly save them? Standing before him, the Archbishop explains that she was patrolling outside Bran when she noticed unusual movements among the mutants and decided to follow them. Abel recounts how she recognized the impending goblin attack the moment she spotted them scaling the walls. He notes that she set aside her personal grudge, driven by the desire to protect innocent lives. Thanks to her timely intervention, they managed to avert significant casualties. The Archbishop then cautions their leader that this assault is far from the last. Nearby, a sword is driven into the ground, pinning down a lifeless goblin, a grim reminder of the many that have fallen. Their master was returning to the castle. Abel informed the Holy Father that the monster raids were just one aspect of the disasters plaguing them. With Perez still unresponsive to his desperate pleas, Abel's anxiety grew, prompting him to ask once more. Suddenly, a knock interrupted him, and the door swung open. A voice rang out, declaring that they had kept her waiting long enough. Cheryl burst into the room, her frustration palpable as she demanded an answer. She's furious. They were enemies, yet she still chose to help them. And this is how they repay her? Standing before them, Aaron's sister demands the proper payment she deserves. The Holy Father smiles, offering an apology for not expressing his gratitude sooner. He's already aware of her actions, but Cheryl dismisses his polite words with a wave of her hand. With a grin, he calls her blunt and insists that fairness must prevail. If they receive something, they'll give something back. The ruler of the Holy Kingdom turns to her, inquiring what she desires. Without a moment's pause, she boldly demands the return of Bianca and the release of the Holy Knights of Vivian. Abel's temper ignites, and he warns her to be careful with her words. Their imprisonment, he insists, is God's will, and she is asking him to defy it. She simply smiles, reminding him that the great God remained silent during the night attack. Is he really going to claim that Perez sent her instead? Abel is seething with anger, but the Holy Pope urges him to remain calm. When Abel turns to him, the Pope insists that they truly owe her for saving them. He reassures her that Perez will show mercy in this situation as well, and he agrees to her request. With a smile, he announces that they will send everyone back to Braun today. Cheryl smirks, winks at him, and quips, "You're as perfect as your shiny head." As she steps out, she waves goodbye, a smile on her face as she says it was nice meeting them, though she secretly hopes they never cross paths again. With that, the door slams shut. Abel stands in stunned silence, then turns to the Holy Father, curiosity etched on his face. "Why did you agree so quickly?" he asks. The Pope, unfazed, replies with a cheerful grin. "Monster attacks are a disaster. Our castle must now prioritize defense. Even if the prisoners are freed," he declares, "they'll remain nothing more than Vivian's holy knights." Abel is taken aback when he learns that Braun will soon descend into chaos as the monsters converge there. With a sinister smile, the Holy Pope reveals their plan. They must lure the monsters to Braun and completely seal off the territory. To him, this is the true will of God. That night, the scene shifts to a place encased within an icy barrier. A blue portal shimmers to life, and Cheryl steps through, her gaze fixed on the distant castle. This time, she knows she has come alone. Yet, with each step, she reassures herself that there is nothing to fear. As the lord of this land, it is her duty to face what lies ahead. As she walks through the settlement, she takes a moment to steady herself, gathering her resolve. Determined, Cheryl decides it's time to speak with confidence. The man before her declares that his dream was indeed correct, and he's pleased to see the second leader. Cheryl stands before the throne, silent but observant. A faint smirk crosses her lips as she realizes he had anticipated her arrival. That should make things a bit easier. Gripping her staff, Cheryl states that monsters will soon invade Braun territory, and she desperately needs fighters. The blindfolded man responds, "Sending troops alone won't resolve this." He reminds her that they already have an alliance with Brand, emphasizing that this problem cannot be solved by merely extinguishing fires. From the throne, the ruler declares that the future of their land hinges on how they navigate this disaster. With a serious expression, the red-haired girl replies that she understands. That's precisely why she has come. The blindfolded man observes that her resolve is stronger than it was last time. With a smile, he references her past battle against his brother, expressing hope that she won't repeat the same mistake. Confused by his mention of it, she remains silent. Then, with a calm demeanor, he declares that she will depart with 100 giants, each one equivalent to 10 human knights. The ruler rises from his throne, and they seal their agreement with a firm handshake. Shortly after, Cheryl returns to Brand, 100 giants marching proudly at her side. Rommel and the others warmly welcome Bianca and her companions, celebrating the liberation of the Vivian Paladins. From a balcony, Aaron's sister observes as they unite with the soldiers already defending Brand under the warlord's command. She watches the troops assemble into a formidable fighting force of 100, a sight that brings a smile to her face. In this battle, she has one singular goal. As she gazes at the sunset, she reflects that all of this is to fend off the monsters emerging from the dark forest. The red-haired ruler rides out at the head of her army, declaring that she will not allow anyone to breach Brand territory. Cheryl soars above on her fiery phoenix, her forces rallying behind her. Gazing over her troops, she addresses them with determination, stating that they will soon confront the monsters threatening the duchy. This invasion is just one of many calamities plaguing the empire, she warns. But they cannot simply stand by and accept their fate. She vows to protect their people, along with the weak, the poor, and all those driven from their homes. Rommel commands the army as Cheryl gives the order for his cavalry to charge, pushing the enemy back along the forest road. Giants move through the trees to bolster their advance, while Bianca receives orders to circle the forest with paladins and infantry, ensuring that no survivors escape. Riding her phoenix, Cheryl calls out that they must trap the monsters while they're still vulnerable. Their mission is clear: eliminate the beasts once and for all. Raising her staff high, she boldly declares that they will defend the duchy together with unwavering determination. Cheryl proclaims that Bran territory is their home. Suddenly, a crimson glow emanates from deep within the forest, and red eyes flicker to life as the monsters report to their master, vowing to claim even more lives. The light blazes brighter as they vow to eradicate the humans and seize the castle. Suddenly, the goblins notice a fireball soaring overhead. A massive explosion erupts, sending them flying in all directions. From her phoenix, the girl laughs and taunts, "Where do you think you're going?" Cheryl raises her staff, commanding the attack. Meanwhile, the mounted soldiers catch sight of the goblins up ahead. They rush in, spearing the goblins down with precision, when suddenly a giant crashes down from the trees, burying an axe deep into a monster's skull. The goblins are swiftly slaughtered and the remaining ones flee in terror. Bianca, sword pointed resolutely, declares that no monster shall escape this forest. The survivors dart into the underbrush, but one is immediately struck by a spear that pierces it cleanly through. Observing from above, Bianca chuckles, finding the battle easier than she anticipated, and begins to wonder if she even needs to intervene. With a smile, Aaron's sister begins to gather fire in her hand. Suddenly, a giant spider emerges from the shadows behind her, ensnaring her in its webbing and dragging her away. Bianca watches in shock, frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, hanging upside down, Cheryl catches sight of the spider's monstrous head, struggling to comprehend the horror before her. Just then, a weapon hurtles through the air, aimed directly at the grotesque creature. The infantry commander shouts at the creature to keep its distance, but the twisted mutant only responds with a sinister grin. Suddenly, a massive figure crashes down in front of Bianca, its sharp legs slashing toward her. Meanwhile, Cheryl hangs helplessly, questioning what kind of monster possesses such strength. Determined not to remain trapped while her ally battles alone, she ignites her resolve and begins to burn through the web. As the battle rages on, Cheryl suddenly drops to the ground, summoning a fierce blast of fire before her. The spider lets out a horrifying scream as it takes a direct hit. Seizing the moment, Bianca leaps forward, driving her sword straight to the creature's head. Turning to the red-haired girl, she asks with concern, "Are you okay?" Cheryl, her gaze fixed on the fallen mutant, can't help but wonder what kind of monstrosity it truly is. Bianca remarks that it resembles two monsters fused into one, a sight she has never encountered before. Cheryl listens intently as Bianca speculates that this creature may be linked to the recent disaster. Turning her gaze away, Cheryl ponders whether goblins are truly the only threats lurking in this forest, or if it harbors even more terrifying monsters like the one before them. Suddenly, Rommel rides up, urgency in his voice, as he shouts to Cheryl that order is disintegrating due to this new beast, and she must issue commands immediately. As the soldiers clash with the relentless spiders, Cheryl can't help but wonder how everything spiraled out of control so quickly. When a spider ensnares a soldier in its web, the gravity of their situation hits her. Retreating is not an option. Just then, another monstrous creature lunges with a deadly blade, and Cheryl's heart races at the thought of the peril facing their land. She shuts her eyes, willing herself to think clearly. Gripping her head in determination, she knows she must find a solution. Now. Her sword slips from her grasp and clatters to the ground. The girl steps forward, positioning herself defiantly in front of him. "I'm a mage, Rommel," Cheryl declares. "I don't need sword training." Rommel merely smirks, unfazed. "You still need it to stay safe," he replies. Cheryl shoots back. "If I'm casting fireballs from a distance, who could possibly reach me?" Standing before her, Rommel asserts that thinking often stems from inexperience. His tone shifts to seriousness as he explains that magic, much like sword fighting, has its limits. He tells Cheryl that magic draws from the elements, and every spell requires time to cast, regardless of her skill level. This is why many mages choose to work alongside swordsmen. They complement each other's strengths and cover for their weaknesses. Cheryl is handed a wooden sword, and she quickly learns the importance of basic fencing for a mage. The commander encourages her, stating that with hard work, she can become a powerful mage capable of defending herself. Initially taken aback, Cheryl soon understands the significance of this training. It could be the key to protecting their land. As she confronts the monsters and the frightened soldiers, a revelation strikes her. The solution isn't to trap the creatures in the forest, but to draw them toward her instead. Cheryl studies the monsters, realizing she must draw their attention to herself. A frown creases her brow. This may be the only way to save everyone. Without hesitation, she raises her staff and unleashes her fiery wings spell. In an instant, she ascends above the battlefield on the back of a magnificent phoenix. As she soars, one of the monsters slowly lifts its head, drawn to her presence. From above the army, Cheryl calls out for every commander to listen, commanding all troops to gather and fall back immediately. The officers look up in shock, unsure of her intentions. With a swift motion, Cheryl points her staff and unleashes a fireball. Flames cascade down, incinerating the spiders below. The effectiveness of her attack sends her into a fit of laughter. Enraged, the monster army charges after her, their screams echoing with a thirst for her demise. Cheryl casts a wary glance over her shoulder, anxious that her pursuers might lose interest. But then Rommel recalls that distinct laugh, and everything clicks into place. She's luring them away. He swiftly raises his arm, commanding an immediate retreat. As the monsters pursue Cheryl, the troops hastily fall back. Riding the Phoenix, Cheryl feels a surge of exhilaration. Everything is unfolding just as she had planned. Suddenly, she leaps off her summon, raising her staff high. A surge of power courses through her as she resolves to expend all her mana. The orb atop her staff glows fiercely as she chants her spell, unleashing a brilliant green light that radiates from Cheryl. The monsters charge at her, closing in tightly. In an instant, a blinding green flash erupts, sending a shock wave that pushes everything back as she unleashes her spell. In an instant, the undead are ripped apart, leaving only scraps behind. The glow intensifies, and as the remnants continue to shrink and drain away, Cheryl drops to one knee. Her eyelids grow heavy as she gazes at the embers, a wave of relief washing over her. It's working. But then, to her horror, some of the monsters begin to rise again. The goblins charge at her without hesitation. Cheryl clutches her staff with trembling hands, desperately pleading for more mana. But her final reserves of strength falter and she collapses to the ground. Green flames flicker ominously around her as she weakly cries for help. One of the monsters advances, a sinister grin spreading across its face as it reaches for her, intent on tearing her head off. Suddenly, a pillar of purple fire erupts between them, creating a barrier of protection. The monster staggers, severely wounded. Cheryl's body begins to lift off the ground, enveloped in a swirling darkness. A voice echoes, revealing that Elise intends to use her as a vessel. Enormous claws grip Cheryl tightly, declaring that until rebirth arrives, both her body and soul are his. As they lower her back down, the voice ominously announces that Avarak has given the command. In an instant, Cheryl crashes back to the ground. Exhausted, she struggles to keep her eyes open, softly repeating the name she heard. Moments later, the troops arrive and Rommel rushes to her side just as Cheryl begins to fade once more. Finally, she succumbs to unconsciousness. The scene shifts back to the castle, where a large man stands by Cheryl's bedside, his expression filled with concern as he anxiously inquires about her condition. Cheryl's gaze drops, a wave of horror washing over her as the name Ill Loves echoes in her mind. He stands before her, hands clasped, clearly bewildered by her reaction. Exhausted, Cheryl shakes her head, urging him to forget it. But as she turns away, a new frustration bubbles up inside her. Suddenly, she slams the door shut and demands, "Why are you in my bedroom while I'm only in a nightgown?" The knight hesitantly raises his hands, mumbling an excuse before dashing for the door. "I'm glad you're okay. I'll leave right now," he exclaims. Cheryl glares at his retreating figure, muttering, "What an idiot." Determined, she begins to get out of bed, thinking she should at least call for a maid. As she takes a few stiff, awkward steps, a flash of memory grips her, a darkness wrapping around her. She can't help but wonder what it truly was. Cheryl closes her eyes, replaying the name she heard in her mind. Yet she shakes it off, realizing she still lacks the understanding needed to make sense of it all. With her hand resting on her hip, she murmurs a quiet hope that everything is all right on the Black Continent. Meanwhile, in Runtra on the Black Continent, a restless crowd pushes forward, their expressions wild and filled with a primal hunger for blood. Aaron rushes forward, shouting in confusion. "What's happening? Why do you all look possessed?" Just then, a blue-haired girl, her eyes wide with fear, points off to the side. "Look!" she cries. In the distance, a woman hovers, ensnared in thick, swirling purple energy. With a manic grin, she declares that Aaron has arrived at just the right moment. "You're such a fool," she taunts, her smile illuminating the darkness around her. "This time, I'll make sure to punish you properly." Aaron raises his blade, his voice steady as he commands her to stop mocking him. She merely ascends higher, calling him a fool once more. The creature throws its arms wide, summoning a pack of black hounds, while the ground beneath them begins to transform into a monstrous maw, eager to consume blood and grow into a giant. Cracks tear through the earth, and villagers scream as they are swallowed into the widening chasm. Aaron spots it and freezes for a moment, cursing under his breath. He shouts defiantly that he won't allow her to have her way. With determination, he leaps into the air, black blade poised to strike. She simply watches him, a smile playing on her lips, and remarks that he's already too slow. The words hit Aaron like a cold splash of water, shocking him mid-leap. Suddenly, a massive three-fingered hand erupts from the ground, reaching for him. The grip around his leg tightens as the stone giant swings Aaron through the air. With a bone-jarring force, it hurls him into a wall. He groans, struggling to maintain his grip on his sword. The blonde stands with her arms outstretched, taunting him. "Is that all you've got?" Gritting his teeth, Aaron looks up just in time to see a massive golem charging toward him, and he curses under his breath. At the last moment, he raises his blade to block the incoming strike. The impact is so powerful that it sends a shockwave rippling through the air. Aaron glares ahead, challenging her. "Do you really think a pile of rocks can defeat me?" With determination, he yanks his sword free from the ground, drawing it back behind him, poised for a counterattack. He plants a foot firmly on the monster, ready to strike. Green flames erupted from his sword as he unleashed a piercing wind, swinging it from behind his back. The attack soared straight toward the monster's head, but then Aaron froze, stunned. A flash sparked at the tip of his sword, and he realized with horror that the enemy had absorbed his energy. He barely had time to process this shocking revelation before a massive stone fist hurtled toward his head. The monster hurls him aside with brutal force. Aaron skids to a halt, gasping for breath. With a twisted smile, the enemy taunts him, asking if he's noticed the victim who summoned the golem. As the stone creature raises both fists, she continues her taunt, insisting that this killer would never harm the very people he's trying to save. Just then, a crushing double strike comes crashing down as she coldly declares that he should simply die. Aaron looks up, releasing a long sigh. Suddenly, a dragon bursts onto the scene, charging in at breakneck speed. It collides with the golem just before the next blow lands, ripping off one of the monster's fingers and leaving the dark sorceress momentarily stunned. As the dragon slows to a halt, Aaron, startled by this unexpected arrival, turns to take a closer look. Cromula bites her lip, her eyes blazing with fury as she demands to know how he dared to interfere. In an instant, she transforms into a dragon, her imposing form radiating power. "Why do you keep bothering me until the very end?" she growls, lunging at the newcomer with fierce intent. Aaron leaps to his feet, his voice ringing out defiantly. "I won't let that happen," he shouts, charging his sword with energy. Dark sparks crackle around him as he declares, "Your fight is with me, Cromula. I'm your true opponent." A massive surge of energy slams into the purple dragon, sending her hurtling backward. The many-headed monster looms over Aaron, questioning whether he truly wishes to meet his end. With newfound confidence, Aaron locks eyes with the beast and declares, "You're the one who will die today." Enraged by his defiance, the dragon charges once more. Aaron readies his blade, lifting it over his shoulder as he prepares to strike. In a swift motion, he slips beneath the dragon's belly, poised for his next move. With a fierce determination, he drives his sword deep into the creature. Power surges through Aaron once more as he proclaims that he can absorb all of its energy. He unleashes a massive slash, steadying his blade as the dragon's many heads scream in agony. Enraged, he turns to him, snarling and taunting him as a mere mouse. Undeterred, Aaron raises his sword again, his glare fixed on her with unwavering resolve. The monster throws back her head and lets out a furious scream, enraged that he dared to damage her body. Purple energy begins to gather in her mouth, but suddenly, black smoke starts to pour out instead. Realizing something is amiss, she panics, struggling to catch her breath. Meanwhile, Aaron stands amidst the swirling smoke, drawing his sword back. With a powerful leap, he raises his blade, preparing for a decisive finishing strike. With a swift slash, he unleashes a torrent of piercing wind. Cromula stares in horror as the wave of power surges toward her. Even as her head is severed, she screams defiantly, refusing to accept her fate. The monstrous creature crashes down, several of its heads tumbling alongside it. Breathing heavily, Aaron lowers his sword, believing it to be finally over. But then, a dragon drops down behind him. The blue dragon rushed straight toward Keynes, who slowly opened his eyes. With a measured tone, he told Aaron that he owed him his life. Without that rescue, he would have perished long ago. Standing tall, the blue dragon declared that if he had failed the bloodline carrying his blessing, he could no longer call himself a dragon with pride. Caught off guard, Aaron inquired about this blessing, curious if it was the source of his own power as well. The horned man turned to Aaron, confessing that without him, he would have remained his sister's slave for eternity. The dragon narrowed his eyes, declaring that Aaron had grown too much for words to hold any weight now. With a steely gaze fixed ahead, he proclaimed it was finally time to make the choice he had long delayed. Suddenly, he staggered forward and dropped to one knee, leaving Aaron utterly stunned. With a calm demeanor, the bearded man introduced himself, declaring that he was finally revealing his true self. Bowing his head, the old man pledged his loyalty to Aaron, the hero who had vanquished the legendary dragon and risen as the new master assassin. As he swore to bind his soul in eternal service, a blue crystal materialized before him. It fell to the ground, bursting into a brilliant flash of light. Aaron stared in shock as the old man urged him to raise his hand to complete the oath. Aaron lifted his hand, and a blue spark erupted from it. A massive wave of magic surged forth, filling the entire area with a brilliant light. The dragon remained still, its heads bowed in submission. With a faint smile, the bearded man looked ahead and announced that there was still one more thing to address. He stood up, raised a hand, and declared with conviction that their conquest of the continent was about to commence. In the center of the grand hall, a blue-haired man in chains remained seated, his gaze fixed on the ground. Without looking up, he reminded Rex that he had been told to leave and questioned whether Rex truly wished to die. In response, Rex swiftly sliced through the chains binding the prisoner. "I'm only following the Duke's orders," he said, "and trying to save you." Without lifting his head, Kano declared that he was no longer the Duke's strategist, and therefore had no reason to be rescued. The rescuer straightened up, insisting that his lord cared little for titles. What mattered was something far more significant. This revelation shocked Kano, as he had expected to be asked whether he would continue serving after his release. Then, in a surprising display of strength, the prisoner rose and shattered his chains, revealing that he had merely been amusing himself in the guise of a dragon. But there was one problem. As the dragon opened his obsidian eyes, he glared at Rex, questioning how a mere human dared to request his service in exchange for breaking him out of that prison. With a powerful swing of his fist, he shattered the remaining chains, demanding to know how Rex had the audacity to make such a request. Rex froze in fear, unable to respond. After a tense pause, the dragon closed his eyes once more, stating that being freed was only a fair payment for his work as a strategist. Rex stepped closer, his voice steady as he revealed that his lord viewed what was about to unfold as a brand new deal. The dragon, taken aback, quickly inquired about the meaning behind Rex's words. With a hand pressed to his chest, Rex conveyed Aaron's bold offer, assist in slaying Cremula, and in exchange, he would serve as a strategist to topple the Emperor. The blue-haired man erupted into laughter, clutching his head as if he had lost his mind. After steadying himself, he called the blessed man absurdly arrogant and questioned how he intended to kill a dragon, especially his sister, an ancient dragon. A heavy silence hung in the air. Finally, the blue-haired man shot Aaron a piercing glance and remarked that while his arrogance was ridiculous, it was also intriguing. Rex trembled at the tension, and the dragon continued, stating he would indulge that arrogance for the time being, but only under one condition. With a wide grin, the ancient dragon declared that Aaron must kill his sister. The morning sunlight bathed the sky, casting a warm glow over the castle. Seated at the table with Aaron, the dragon explained that while Gale could open portals, transporting supplies and people remained a challenge. He urged Aaron to expedite the construction of a ship if they hoped to stay on schedule. Touching his nose thoughtfully, Aaron replied that he had suspected as much. Simply killing Cremula wouldn't resolve their issues. To everyone's surprise, he then asked how long it would take to build the ship. Gale replied that they would need at least 6 months. While the Dark Continent had the necessary materials and workers, the timeline remained unchanged. Aaron was taken aback. A ship meant for a 1-month voyage would require such a lengthy construction period. He closed his eyes for a moment, realization dawning upon him. He understood now. Aaron raised 2 fingers, a confident smile on his face, and boldly proposed completing the ship in just 3 months. The room erupted in disbelief. It seemed everyone thought he had lost his mind. Zeron, unable to contain himself, shouted that even humans needed 9 months in the womb. How could Aaron possibly expect a ship to be ready in 3? Guile attempted to intervene, trying to calm Zeron down, but the outburst continued. Zeron insisted the ship would fall apart at sea, calling Aaron an idiot who clearly knew nothing about the task at hand. Aaron spread his arms wide, a smile lighting up his face as he declared that this land was brimming with treasure. Were they really going to act as if there was no urgency? Still grinning, he promised to raise the reward immediately, urging everyone to join forces. Turning to the dragon, he inquired about recruiting soldiers and crew members, only to learn that Rex was already on it. Rex burst into the hall, urgency in his voice as he called out to his lord. Concern etched on his face, he reported something strange happening outside. It seemed as though everyone on the continent had returned to the mines, as if still under some enchantment. Aaron was taken aback. When he pressed for details, Rex revealed that Cromula was missing, yet nothing else had shifted. The room fell silent as everyone exchanged glances, and Rex added almost incredulously that no one seemed interested in joining the army or the crew. The ancient dragon frowned, perplexed. His sister's death should have shattered the spell that bound them. The messenger insisted they come and see for themselves. Stepping outside, they found the streets eerily empty. Aaron glanced around, unease creeping in as he confirmed, "It's true, there's not a soul in sight." Just then, Kanaz gestured to the side, urging everyone to look. Aaron stood before a massive crowd, his heart sinking as he questioned whether they truly intended to continue this way. His expression darkened with the realization that nothing had truly changed. With a fierce determination, he slammed his foot down and commanded them to halt. The crowd froze, confusion and alarm etched on their faces. Aaron's voice rang out, reminding them that he had ordered them to stop mining, demanding to know why they were ignoring him. The villagers erupted into panic, scrambling to make excuses before dropping to their knees, pleading for mercy. Aaron stared at them in disbelief as their apologies poured forth. Confused, he reassured them that he wasn't blaming them. Just then, Kanaz stepped forward, asserting that they needed to be taken to the castle first. It was clear that this situation couldn't be resolved through mere conversation. Leaning in closer, he added with a grave tone that the spell still lingered within them. It was then that Aaron sensed a peculiar aura enveloping his people, taking the form of Cromula. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and declared that he had no other choice. Aaron extended his hand, commanding the villagers to turn the carts back toward the castle. Without hesitation, they complied and began their journey home. As they moved, Aaron turned to Kanaz, his voice steady yet probing. "Why hasn't the spell faded?" he asked, his brow furrowing with concern. Kanaz looked uneasy, and Aaron pressed on. "Your sister is already gone." Kanaz closed his eyes and explained, "A dragon doesn't truly die when its body fades away. Death is only final when a new life carries on its legacy." Aaron frowned, struggling to grasp the concept, and asked for clarification. Kanaz took a step back, emphasizing the urgency of their quest. "We need to find Cromula's egg," he said, a smile breaking across his face. "Fortunately, I know exactly where it is." The mention of the egg stirred memories of Kanaz in chains, a stark reminder of his past. His sister stood before him, her voice laced with disbelief. "How can you side with humans? Don't you have any shame?" Canis, battered and defeated, lowered his head as she continued her tirade. "Everything has worked out perfectly," she declared, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "Now I'll finally have the pleasure of killing you myself." Her grin widened as she added, "And don't worry, I won't make it quick. I plan to savor every moment, to bite and chew until you truly suffer." Suddenly, without raising his gaze, Kanaz murmured that all he could see was her death. Slowly, he lifted his head and asked if she had witnessed what had happened to their brothers and sisters, those who had dared to wield the ancient god's relics. He warned her that the same power would consume her as well. In response, she merely laughed, her laughter echoing ominously, causing the chains around her to rattle. With a grin that barely concealed her frustration, she asked her brother if he had forgotten the nature of death for their kind. Kanaz's expression shifted to one of alertness as she revealed that she possessed a sealed egg. Reflecting on her cocoon, she explained that as long as the egg remained unbroken, her magic would endure on this continent for eternity. A laugh escaped her lips as she boasted about the nest's hidden location, teasing him with the mystery. Even the ancient gods were unaware. Kanaz frowned, pondering what place could remain hidden from their sight. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him. Could it truly be possible? Deep within the Black Continent lay a verdant forest, untouched since time immemorial. Sunlight filtered through the towering trees, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. No human had ever set foot in this place, not even the ancient gods. Together, Kanaz and Aaron ventured along the path through that nameless land, making their way toward a towering mountain. Aaron glanced at Kanaz and asked, "Is Cromula's egg really here?" Kanaz nodded, assuring him it should be hidden inside the cave. The advisor remarks that even the most ruthless dragons fiercely protect their eggs. Eren sighs, reflecting on how villains often make foolish decisions. Determined, he suggests they investigate the cave. Suddenly, a noise echoes from ahead. Eren raises his sword, questioning whether it's a monster. Staying alert, he turns to the advisor, noting that this seems like the mountain spirit stirring, a rare occurrence indeed. Suddenly, a monstrous creature formed from twisted tree roots emerges before them, flanked by more of its kind. Eren grins, realizing they have no intention of surrendering the egg easily. With a fierce determination, the monsters charge, and Eren lunges forward, sword in hand. His gaze narrows on a target, and with a swift, decisive swing, he cleaves the creature in two. Just then, another mutant lunges from behind, but Ziren swiftly tears its head off before it can attack. Together, Ziren and Eren battle fiercely, clearing out the monsters that surround them. Suddenly, roots whip around them at breakneck speed. As they stand side by side, Eren learns that these creatures are merely puppets of the spirit. The true entity is much larger and more menacing. Suddenly, the entire mountain begins to tremble. With sword in hand, Eren hears Ziren call out to him, urging him to climb onto his back. Without hesitation, Eren leaps onto the dragon. Ziren takes off, soaring into the sky just as a massive wooden hand erupts from the ground, reaching for them. With a swift maneuver, Ziren swerves aside, evading the grasping limb. As they ride through the air, Eren can't help but curse the monstrous creation below. As he gazes down, Ziren spots the colossal monster and deduces that this must be the mountain spirit. Suddenly, Chromala's spell ignites, and Ziren realizes he too has been enchanted. Bound to guard the egg, the giant lunges after them, demolishing everything in its wake. It reaches out once more, but Ziren swiftly dodges its grasp. Meanwhile, perched on the dragon, Eren hears the urgent warning. They must hold back and wait for the creature to fall asleep again, or they may never escape this mountain. Eren gazes intently at the monstrous creature and turns to Ziren, questioning him about what he knows. As Ziren soars through the air, Eren presses him for answers once more. Suddenly, with a fierce determination, Eren leaps down, sword in hand, declaring that shattering mountains is his specialty. He plunges his blade deep into the monster's head, proclaiming that its mana will belong to him. In that moment, the tip of his sword ignites with a brilliant light. Eren watches intently as the blade plunges deeper into the monster's head. A frown crosses his face as he exhales sharply. Shockwaves ripple outward as he activates his fourth sword form. A vortex erupts around him, and the giant's head begins to glow ominously. With a tremendous surge of energy, the creature's body is torn apart. It crashes to the ground, exploding on impact. It lies motionless on the ground. Eren lands nearby, acknowledging that he'll need time to adjust to this newfound power. His gaze shifts to a tunnel ahead, and he stares in disbelief. They've found it. A faint glow emanates from within, and he realizes it's Chromula's nest. As they venture through the tunnel, the air thickens with anticipation. It is said that a new ruler will be born here, one destined to set the earth ablaze. Ziren gazes ahead, declaring that his roar will freeze the blood in their veins. At the end of the path lies an egg, bound in a crimson seal. The assistant begins to chant a spell in an unfamiliar tongue. Eren watches in silence, anticipation building within him. Inside the egg, a baby dragon stirs, and with a sudden crack, the shell shatters, releasing a brilliant burst of light. The dragon bursts forth with a piercing cry, its wings unfurling for the first time. The assistant glances at it and declares that the hatching ritual is complete. But then, Eren hears the chilling command. It must be killed. He tightens his grip on the hilt of his sword, the blade aimed directly at the tiny dragon. In response, the creature lets out a small puff of flame. Eren turns to the astonished advisor, his resolve hardening. He asks if there's any way to remove Chromula's magic without killing it. From behind him, Ziren inquires about what he means by saving the dragon. Eren calmly reiterates the question. Can the magic be removed without harming the creature? The advisor ponders for a moment before responding. Even if it were possible, he explains, not all of the magic would vanish. As the baby dragon frolics nearby, he continues, clarifying that this process would merely shift its bond to another. Only someone capable of handling a dragon's soul can truly connect with it. Eren lowers his sword and declares that if there's a chance, he won't kill it. Ziren is taken aback by this unexpected decision. The advisor interjects sharply, reminding him that this is Chromula's child, and no one knows what darkness might lurk within. Eren gazes at the small creature, noting its strength. With a determined expression, he asserts that he can't simply discard something so powerful. The baby dragon gazes up at Aaron, who declares his intention to bind his soul to the creature. With a calm determination, he vows to raise it himself. Meanwhile, back at the castle, a crowd gathers on the balcony, their anxiety palpable. One figure stomps his foot, insisting that their plan is doomed to fail. The gray-haired warrior steps forward, spreading his hands in a gesture of urgency. "We can't afford to wait any longer," he reminds them, his voice steady yet filled with conviction. Aaron had promised to return in 2 days, but when all contact ceased, it was clear something had gone awry. Jacqueline smiled, teasingly asking Miller when he had started to worry so much about Aaron. A young man nearby suggested they wait a little longer, confident that his lord would always come back. But Miller shook his head firmly. Waiting was not an option. They needed to go and help him now. A sudden, thunderous noise reverberates through the balcony. Miller instinctively raises his blade, demanding to know if they're under attack. A blue-haired girl shouts urgently that the castle is collapsing and everyone must evacuate immediately. As purple magic surges around them, the castle begins to disintegrate, its towers crashing down in a chaotic cascade. Later, the three of them sit in silence amidst the ruins, the weight of their escape heavy in the air. One of them remarks that it seems Aaron has managed to break the spell. Miller adds that the timing couldn't have been better, as he was just about to pursue him. Jacqueline suddenly points ahead, urging them to look. A massive dragon soars toward them, with Aaron riding triumphantly on its back. As Aaron's soul connected with Cromula's descendant, everyone below gasped in disbelief, witnessing the spell over the Black Continent dissolve before their eyes. People set down their tools, and at last, life across the Black Continent began to return to normal. Aaron stood before the crowd, now transformed into soldiers for the man who had granted them their freedom. Others took on the roles of sailors and shipbuilders, crafting vessels for their journey home. As he observed the bustling activity around him, Aaron understood that all he needed was to return to his homeland with his formidable army, powerful enough to keep the Emperor in check, and with the treasures of the Black Continent in tow. Later that night, a dragon streaks across the dark sky. Aaron stands beside his assistant, calling out to the magnificent creature. The beast glides effortlessly through the air before swiftly changing direction. Its body begins to shimmer with a brilliant energy. With a smile, Aaron playfully asks when it plans to make an entrance like that. Just then, a white dragon materializes right behind them. Aaron smiles as he gently pets the little dragon, rubbing its head and praising it for a job well done. He still can't quite believe that this creature possesses magical powers. Nearby, Zeran grins and remarks that Aaron is fortunate. Dragons born with such abilities are a rare find. The little beast stays close, clearly attentive to Aaron, which is what truly matters. Aaron notices the dragon's glow and reassures himself, saying it doesn't matter as long as it obeys him. The small flying dragon hops onto Aaron, prompting a playful remark that he's essentially become a parent. Aaron glances at the creature, uncertainty flickering in his eyes as he replies, "I'm not sure I'm cut out for raising a child." Just then, to his surprise, he hears that it's time to train. The dragon lands gracefully in front of him, and without hesitation, Aaron leaps onto its back, ready for adventure. With a powerful flap of its wings, the young dragon soars high into the sky, carrying them both into the clouds. Another dragon pursues them, and Aaron, filled with excitement, encourages it to keep up. In its dragon form, Zeran responds with determination, assuring him that he will. But suddenly, Aaron catches sight of a massive beast, its jaws wide and ready. Gathering energy, it charges toward them. The other dragon locks its gaze on Aaron and Zeran, baring its fangs as it lunges to snatch them both. A brilliant flash erupts, and Zeran watches with a knowing smile. Aaron is advancing at an astonishing pace, just as expected from the descendant of Cromula. The jubilant white dragon soars through the air, carrying Aaron, who shouts that they can't afford to show any weakness. In a heartbeat, they dart past their enemy, the pursuing dragon hot on their tail, determined to catch the agile little one. Aaron stares ahead in astonishment. Perched on the back of the white dragon, he shouts, questioning what it's doing and why it isn't running. Suddenly, the dragon dives, sending Aaron into a panic. Wrapped in a brilliant blue light, they plummet toward the ground. With a thunderous landing, the white dragon touches down. Aaron glances back, bewildered, and asks, "What just happened?" Zeran, now back in his beast form, sits beside him and inquires, "What just occurred?" "Your Highness," a soft voice calls out as a glow materializes nearby. Cheryl steps through the portal, her eyes widening in disbelief as she spots her brother. "What kind of dragons are these?" she exclaims, shock evident in her tone. As evening descends, they find themselves enveloped by the forest. A little girl observes from a distance, and we learn she is the strategist's niece. Aaron's sister gasps, her voice trembling. "Is Zeran the same dragon that saved us at sea?" Amazed, she realizes that this explains why he unleashed his breath attack at the orc fortress. He needed to defeat the giants. The red-haired girl continues, revealing that he stayed with Eren to confront the dragon of the Black Continent. With a sigh, she lowers her head, and the boy apologizes, explaining that she was too far away for him to clarify everything. Overwhelmed, the heroine begins to speak, her voice trembling with emotion. A moment later, she exclaims in delight that this is incredible. Leaping with joy, she announces that they now have soldiers from the Black Continent and 2 dragons. Still beaming, she adds that with all this power, taking the Holy Kingdom should be a breeze. Eren and his assistant exchange stunned glances, wondering if something extraordinary has occurred. The woman with the staff raises her hand, assuring them that there's no need to pry the story from her. The Vivian Church has already been blamed for the disasters plaguing the continent. Cheryl's expression turns grave as she insists that if Eren doesn't return to the duchy immediately, the Emperor and the Holy Pope could take drastic actions. Later, under the moonlight, the ships lie in wait along the shore. A blue-haired girl turns to Eren, her eyes filled with concern, and asks, "Do we really have to leave right away?" Jacqueline gestures toward the ship, insisting they need at least 2 more weeks to complete it. Going back now would be pointless, she declares. A young man approaches and agrees with her. The assistant, his expression somber, adds, "We can't transport tens of thousands of soldiers across the sea in wooden boats." Behind them, a red-haired girl seethes with anger. "No one is even listening," she snaps, her frustration boiling over. The duchy is in complete disarray. Nearby, Miller overhears a heated argument about the urgency of cutting lumber for a ship. Just then, an old man approaches and asks if she's finished yet. Frustrated, she blurts out that she hasn't even started. Eren steps in, his voice steady, commanding everyone's attention. The group falls silent, turning their gazes toward him. In a steady voice, the protagonist acknowledges that they need more time. He adds that if they lose the duchy, the very reason for their journey will vanish. He agrees with his sister. They must return as quickly as possible. However, Aide interjects, suggesting that if that's the case, not everyone should accompany them back. Kina looks at him, puzzled, and asks what he means. The strategist warns that the Duke, a potential heir to the throne, poses a significant problem for the Emperor. The Emperor seeks to maintain control over him while expanding his territories. If he discovers that the Duke has amassed a formidable army, he won't simply stand by and watch. Kina furrows her brow, realizing the implications. "That would drag us into a major war before we're even prepared," she replies, concern etched on her face. The protagonist lays it all out. They must take control of this war. The aide nods in agreement, glancing at the others before acknowledging that the strategist is indeed correct. Returning with a massive army would reveal their plans to the Emperor far too soon. Remaining composed, he finally concedes. All right. He decides that for now, only Cheryl, Eren, and himself will return to the duchy. The rest must prepare thoroughly and wait for his contact from there. A man stands before the Emperor, tension thick in the air. In the capital, Zeren's voice is icy as he reveals he's been hearing troubling rumors about the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Pope bows respectfully, listening intently as Zeren expresses his desire to confirm these rumors with the person directly involved. From his throne, the Emperor declares that people are claiming the holy knights of the Vivian Church have been set free. With a piercing gaze, he inquires whether they were sent back to Braun territory. The priest hastily responds that he was merely following orders. He insists that the man-warned monsters would invade Braun, and anyone sent back there would meet their demise almost immediately. The Emperor smiles, intrigued, and asks, "Why is that?" He hadn't heard that the duchy had fallen. The Holy Pope stood in stunned silence. Zeren lowered his head, reflecting. It seems this god Paris was a mistake. Perhaps he was merely a fool with a scheme. The terrified servant interjected. But his only goal was to destroy Braun territory. Enraged, the Emperor turned to the Holy Pope, demanding, "What do you believe your role is in all of this?" He asserts that the Pope is meant to embody divine power, urging him to act accordingly rather than as a scheming conspirator. The bald priest bows his head, offering a humble apology. With a dismissive wave, Zerun commands him to plead with God for forgiveness and earn the opportunity to rectify his mistakes. Still seething with anger, the Emperor assigns him a new mission, to create a rift within Braun territory. Meanwhile, goblins swarm the walls of Braun Castle, their numbers overwhelming. Rommel shouts for everyone to fight with everything they've got. Beside the archers, the commander urges them to prevent the monsters from breaching the wall. With a fierce command, he orders them to fire. Arrows rain down upon the screaming creatures, and he insists they keep shooting without pause. One by one, goblins tumble from the wall, their numbers dwindling under the relentless assault. A fierce mutant ascends the wall, shouting that the humans must perish. It reaches the summit and spots the terrified guards below. In a flash, Rommel dispatches one with a swift strike. Another mutant approaches from behind, but he swiftly eliminates that threat as well. However, as he scans ahead, he sees a horde of goblins closing in, far too many to handle. At this rate, the wall will surely crumble. Rommel glances down, urgency in his voice as he calls out to Bianca, "Can you send me more men?" Bianca shouts back that she can't hold them off any longer. The monsters are on the verge of breaking through the gates. Shield raised high, she commands everyone to brace for defense. With fervor, she calls upon the goddess Vivian, pleading for strength to secure their victory. Suddenly, something above catches both Bianca and Rommel off guard. A dragon hurtles toward them, and in that instant, the commander realizes it's the same one they encountered before. Fire gathers in the dragon's maw. Rommel shouts for the soldiers to abandon the wall. A searing blast erupts, engulfing the monsters in flames, their anguished screams echoing through the air as fire spreads across the castle. Stunned, Rommel struggles to comprehend the chaos unfolding before him. Then, his gaze locks onto a massive dragon ascending the wall, and his heart sinks as he realizes the Duke is riding it. Aaron grins, playfully questioning why it took him so long to figure things out. Relieved to be back, he confidently declares his return. Without missing a beat, he shifts his focus, vowing to finish what he started. As the dragon charges at the goblins, Aaron dives straight down, unleashing his third form greatsword strike. He follows up with a powerful blast of piercing wind. Light erupts all around him, and the mutants are sent flying, torn apart by the sheer force of his attack. Later, back at the castle, the Duke inquires of his aides whether the Holy Kingdom is truly offering immunity. Rommel confirms it, explaining that they are distributing papers that grant freedom to members of the church, preventing Perez's guards from arresting them. He adds that church followers are no longer forced to live in hiding. The Duke then asks how the people are responding to this news. An aide reports that some have requested immunity to sidestep trouble, but the majority are resisting the offer. Many believe that Perez is merely testing their faith. Cheryl nods in agreement, expressing that she would feel the same way. After pursuing them so relentlessly, why would he suddenly act generous? A red-haired girl interjects, suggesting that they might be plotting something. Queenez adds that they could use the protests as a pretext to launch an attack on their territory. The strategist warns that anyone who declines immunity will become easy prey for the Holy Kingdom. He tells the Duke that this is still not a sufficient reason to coerce the villagers, as it would destabilize the entire territory. Grinding his teeth in frustration, the protagonist pleads for any possible solution. Suddenly, the doors swing open, and a soldier bursts in, exclaiming that they have a serious problem. The Knights of Perez are apprehending members of the Vivian Church who have declined immunity. A young girl is dragged along the ground, pleading for her release. The guards roughly shove her forward. One warrior of the Holy Kingdom declares, "This is the punishment for rejecting God's mercy." He then issues a command to his fellow knights. As the prisoners are marched away, Aaron's voice rings out from behind them, demanding to know what's happening. The warrior pauses and turns back, his demeanor calm as he explains that he has been ordered to seize every criminal who hasn't received a pardon. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist retorts that this is Braunland, and they should consult him before taking his people. The rival smirks, replying that even God warns against trusting lords who follow pagan faiths. Rommel draws his sword, his voice ringing with anger as he demands to know how anyone could dare insult his lord. Aaron quickly intervenes, cautioning that they can't give their enemies a reason to ignite a conflict. Gale nods in agreement, recognizing the situation for what it is, a trap designed to provoke them into striking first. The protagonist, undeterred, presses on, asking where the prisoners are being taken. The armored warrior responds coldly, revealing that they are bound for Asna Castle, where their execution is scheduled for tomorrow morning. The bound followers of Vivian plead for help, their voices filled with desperation. Anger ignites within the protagonist as he listens to their cries. Cheryl steps forward, demanding to know if he will truly allow their people to be taken without making an effort to intervene. The rival scoffs, stating that if that's all they have to say, he'll be on his way. With a dismissive wave, he orders his soldiers to move. As they begin to depart with the hostages, the red-haired girl, her voice trembling, asks if they are really going to let this happen. The strategist asserts that halting them now won't address the underlying issue. He believes the wisest course of action is to let them go for the moment and devise a way to rescue them later. The protagonist then turns to Cheryl, recalling the time she ventured into a castle teeming with monsters. Puzzled, she questions why he's bringing that up. The Duke interjects, lifting his gaze, and declares that a similar strategy could be the key to saving everyone this time. He tells Gale that he needs him to become the monster that invades the castle. Meanwhile, at Asuna Castle in the Holy Kingdom, guards stand watch atop the walls. One of them suddenly points into the distance, exclaiming, "What is that?" The other squints, his eyes widening as he replies, "Something is flying toward us at unbelievable speed." In that moment, Gale, transformed into a dragon, streaks through the sky, heading straight for them. A terrified soldier shouts, questioning why a dragon has appeared, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Warriors scramble along the wall, their hearts racing. The dragon looms ominously above the crossbows, a formidable presence. The main character recalls the Duke's words. He likely wouldn't need to unleash dragon breath. The mere sight of him was enough to instill fear. With that thought in mind, he hovers before the castle, ready to fulfill his orders. He begins to gather his energy, his mouth glowing ominously. With a furious roar, he unleashes a devastating sound wave that crashes into the crossbow troops. The dragon then pivots sharply, its attention shifting. Nearby, spear soldiers stationed near the dungeon look around in confusion. One of them asks, "What was that noise? Was it a monster?" Laughter fills the air as one of them exclaims, "No way!" Even when the capital was under siege, this place remained untouched. Suddenly, one of them catches sight of the dragon. It opens its mouth, a fireball swirling ominously within. In an instant, it unleashes a torrent of flames, incinerating one guard alive, while the other flees in sheer terror. A soldier from the Holy Kingdom is engulfed in the inferno, consumed by the dragon's wrath. The prisoners tremble in fear, but a voice reassures them. There's no need to be afraid. They stare in disbelief as the cell door swings open. Aaron, cloaked and mysterious, steps inside and urges them to escape. Under the cover of night, he had infiltrated the castle, using the chaos of the monster attack as his shield. As the terrified crowd rushes outside, the Duke leads them to safety, guiding them through the shadows of the castle. Aaron and Canis guided the group through the dense forest, expertly crafting the illusion that the prisoners had escaped amidst the chaos. With every step, they pressed onward, knowing the Holy Kingdom had no evidence to dispute their ruse. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Holy Kingdom, a magnificent white castle loomed. Inside, a man slammed his fist against the table in a fit of rage. The Holy Pope's voice thundered through the chamber as he demanded to know how that insolent wretch dared to insult their god once more. Furious, the priest demands to know if they are truly certain there's no evidence that Aaron rescued the prisoners. The archbishop replies that they found nothing but signs of a sudden dragon attack. His hands tremble with anxiety. He can't simply sit back and do nothing. Rising from the table, he declares that even in the absence of proof, they must send a warning. With wild eyes, the Holy Pope insists he requires His Majesty's approval for a purification ritual. The Archbishop stands in shock as the Holy Pope, nearly deranged, vows to leave no member of the Vivian Church alive. With a stern gaze, Emperor Zeran presses him again about the purification ritual. From his golden throne, he demands to know the Pope's exact intentions. A sinister smile spreads across the Holy Pope's face as he reveals that there is only one way to eradicate the Vivian believers once and for all. To him, that path leads only to death. The emperor gazes at him in silence, his expression unreadable. Spreading his hands, the priest insists he won't kill everyone, just a select few as an example, hoping the rest will fall in line. In response, the emperor delivers a sharp slap, sending the bald priest reeling. "What are you doing?" The priest gasps, bewildered. But before he can recover, the emperor strikes him again, this time with a clenched fist. As he unleashes his fury upon the priest, he bellows, declaring himself the emperor, who gave this man the authority to decide who should live or die. Zeran continues to swing, insisting that the priest remember his place. A powerful punch connects, blood spraying from the impact. With a contemptuous flick, he tosses the Holy Pope aside. Suddenly, a dark figure emerges from the shadows. Zeran looms over the battered priest, his fury palpable. "Never forget who rules this country," he commands, his voice a low growl. The priest, trembling with fear, hastily agrees. With a dismissive turn, the emperor adds, "Leave if you understand." Shaken to his core, the Holy Pope nods, his voice barely a whisper. "I understand." With his back still turned, Zeran senses someone entering the room. Moments later, Gran steps inside. Without glancing back, the emperor asks if Zeran has heard everything. He replies affirmatively. Gran watches in disbelief, only to realize that the emperor is laughing. The ruler, clad in red, turns to Zeran and inquires, "What do you think of all this?" Gran calmly notes that he used the Pope to bring down Aaron, making it seem strange to cast him aside now. The Emperor's expression shifts to one of seriousness as he responds. A starving dog will eventually turn and bite its owner when the time is right. It's wiser to keep that dog close before it strikes. A gray-haired aide chimes in. True, this may be a small and weak country, but we mustn't underestimate its potential. However, mistreating the king could lead to unforeseen consequences. The ruler smiles, remarking that only those with something to lose worry about such matters. He focuses solely on the potential gains. Gran looks on in surprise. The emperor wipes his hands, his expression darkening as he mentions the Holy Kingdom and Aaron's duchy. Meanwhile, the Holy Pope hurries down the corridor. Clutching his battered face, he curses the emperor in the name of Paressa, vowing that God will exact punishment. But as he looks down in shock, he sees blood staining his handkerchief. Enraged, he tears the cloth from his grip. In despair, he laments that he approached that man to crush Aaron, only to be discarded like trash. His expression darkens as the grim reality sets in. More than half of the empire's powerful lords worship the same God. With a twisted grimace, the Holy Pope concludes that this may be for the best. He vows to show that cunning emperor just what he is capable of. Several months later, Aaron sits with his aide, nervously biting his nails. I have a bad feeling that something is coming, he admits, despite the fact that nothing has happened yet. Gale, seated nearby, raises an eyebrow and asks, "What's troubling you?" Aaron, taken aback, asks if his companion also finds the Holy Kingdom's silence unsettling. The strategist nods in agreement, expressing his expectation that the Pope would have retaliated by now. Yet, curiously, there has been no movement from him. With a frown, Aaron inquires about the scattered members of the Vivian Church. The aide mentions Rommel, noting that those believers have been a significant asset to their forces. Their commander has already dispatched teams to gather them and bring them into their territory. Gale shrugs, dismissing the concern. Things are going fine. Why worry about something that hasn't even happened? Instead, she suggests they focus on finding Cecilia. After all, the duchy is running out of money, and that's a pressing issue. Aaron, however, can't shake his unease. Cecilia's disappearance worries me too, he admits, his brow furrowing with concern. But he can't begin his search without any clues. As for finances, the gold from the Black Continent could solve that problem. Aaron rubbed his face in frustration, pondering when he would finally be able to issue orders. His sister had mentioned she was there just yesterday. The ship should be ready in about 2 months, and the soldiers, along with the gold, should arrive at La Mayan Castle in roughly 3. He raises a finger and proposes they search for her mother instead. Unlike Cecilia, they at least have a general idea of where to begin. Suddenly, the troop commander bursts into the hall, panic etched on his face. He shouts that they've located the followers of the Vivian Church. Startled, Aaron asks for the details. The commander takes a moment to steady himself before responding. His terrified expression reveals everything. They find themselves in the capital of the Holy Kingdom. Zeron and the others stand in shock as the Holy Pope addresses the assembled lords, proclaiming that the empire's nobles are steadfast in their loyalty to Paris. With a dramatic flourish, he raises his arms, calling upon God's blessed servants. Meanwhile, the archbishop issues a stern warning. If the emperor discovers that the lords have been deceived, there will be dire consequences. The Holy Pope suddenly delivers a sharp slap across the aide's face, leaving him in stunned silence. With a smile that barely masks his menace, the Pope declares that the aide lacks faith. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he asserts that his word is God's will. Turning away, he strides confidently onward, commanding his followers to prepare for the purification ceremony. Meanwhile, Aaron rides furiously, grappling with the chaos unfolding around him. The Empire's lords have taken control of the Vivian Church, transferring it to the Holy Kingdom. However, it appears the Emperor isn't behind this move. This raises the unsettling possibility that the Pope is acting independently, but orchestrating such a significant operation alone seems improbable. As Gale rides alongside them, he glances to the side, scanning the surroundings. A nagging sense of unease washes over him. Ahead, Aaron urges everyone to pick up the pace, his voice cutting through the tension as he shouts for them to move faster. Their lives hang in the balance. The armored soldiers spring into action at once. Aaron calls out again, urging them to hurry. Ahead, a group races toward the forest, while a figure peeks cautiously from behind a tree. Suddenly, a man emerges from the shadows of the woods. He surveys the area, his mind racing. Spotting nearby fighters, he realizes this is precisely what he anticipated. He lets out a sharp whistle, and immediately a horse gallops out from behind him. He leaps into the saddle and reaches into his pocket, feeling the bundle within. He murmurs that it will soon be in His Majesty's hands. It's a scroll. Meanwhile, on the edge of the roof, a bound man stands trembling, blindfolded and gripped by fear. Trembling with fear, he begins to plead for mercy. Behind him, the holy warriors stand resolute. The hostage cries out, begging to be spared. Before the Holy Pope and his followers, he declares his repentance, promising to believe in Paris, and desperately implores for his life. The bound man listens intently. With a sweeping gesture, the Holy Pope opens his arms and reassures the heretics not to be afraid. With a smile, he declares that Paris has spoken, and by that grace, their wretched souls will be saved. The captives bow in gratitude, but the Holy Pope's expression shifts. With a cruel grin, he proclaims that their defiled bodies will rot and perish. The blindfolded prisoners plead for their lives, desperation in their voices. As the sun sets, the priest raises his gaze to the heavens, calling out to God. He implores the divine to grant these sinners the iron sword of salvation. He looks up, a smirk slowly spreading across his face as he realizes Abel was right. Calling on God is futile now. The Holy Pope turns and commands the priest to cast the sinners off the castle wall. Just then, he catches sight of someone in the distance and hears a shout urging them to stop. To his astonishment, he sees Aaron and his army charging forward. The Holy Pope, taken aback, realizes that the vile forces of the Vivian Church are upon them. He whirls around to the priests, commanding them to obey his orders and press on. Abel, wide-eyed with disbelief, points ahead, urging His Holiness to look. Just then, Aaron charges in, swinging his sword with deadly intent. The aide, panic-stricken, warns his superior that it's the Duke's sword they face, and without the hand of God to protect them, they must flee. The Holy Pope glares at Aaron, accusing him of having weak faith. From his perch atop the wall, he proclaims the ground sacred and questions whether the boy truly fears the curse. Furious, Aaron retorts that if the Pope intends to bury them within those walls, he should send the people of Bron home immediately. The Holy Pope, recognizing Aaron's attempt to manipulate him, bellows that if he doesn't leave, everyone in the territory will perish. Aaron raises his energy sword, and the priest's mind flashes to the Emperor. In that moment, he realizes there is one thing Aaron still fears. He throws his hand skyward and declares that this is sacred ground of the Empire's state religion. If Aaron wishes to avoid the label of traitor, he must leave immediately. Aaron frowns, his resolve wavering. Meanwhile, the Holy Pope watches with a satisfied smile, reveling in the tension. The Emperor may be a traitor, but in this moment, he still serves a purpose. Still mounted on his horse, Aaron addresses his aide without turning. He states that a single strike infused with piercing wind will shatter the wall, then inquires if the strategist can save those who are plummeting. Aaron responds with a steely gaze, admitting that he cannot save everyone from this distance alone. However, with Her Highness's assistance, it can be accomplished. Aaron falls silent, his anger boiling over as he swings his energy sword, declaring that he will begin. Suddenly, a rider gallops up behind them, shouting for them to halt. Both the Holy Pope and Aaron turn in shock. The rider announces that the Duke has received an order from His Majesty, the Emperor. Aaron's expression darkens as he catches sight of the scroll. He snatches the letter from the messenger's hands. As Aaron unfolds it, he discovers that the Emperor recognizes him as both nephew and prince of the Empire. The letter emphasizes that the Holy Kingdom is a crucial ally and a sacred foundation of the state religion. No lord of the Empire is permitted to raise a sword against it, and those who dare to do so will face severe consequences. With a satisfied smile, Zeron signs the order. Aaron clutches the paper in disbelief, his mind racing with questions about how the Emperor discovered the truth. Behind him, his aides stand anxiously, their expressions tense. Zeron cautions him that any act of aggression now would label him a traitor in an instant. Gale chimes in, reminding him that their forces are still insufficient for a confrontation. The hero stares into the distance, torn between the agonizing choice of standing down or allowing his own people to suffer. Canoaz and the red-haired sister exchange glances, their shock palpable as they watch him grapple with this impossible decision. He confronts the enemy, declaring that they cannot oppose the Emperor at this moment. Instead, he vows to save the people without launching an attack on the Holy Kingdom. Cheryl, taken aback, asks if that's even feasible. With his eyes closed, he reveals that his only remaining idea is to kneel before the Pope and plead for mercy. The sister, incredulous, questions whether he truly has no plan at all. He nods, admitting the truth. Then, with determination, the young man lifts his head and gazes upward. At the wall, he vows to do everything in his power to save the people. Above him, the Holy Pope listens intently as the hero echoes the Emperor's words. The priest coughs, signaling his willingness to hear him out. A rider then announces that His Majesty wishes to apologize for the disrespect shown to His Holiness earlier. The ruler of the Holy Kingdom looks down, realizing that the emperors have finally grasped the extent of his power. The Holy Pope instructs the messenger to convey that he accepts the apology. The messenger shouts back that he will, but then adds one more crucial detail. His Majesty has personally intervened with Aaron and now earnestly requests the release of the Empire's people. The Holy Pope's expression darkens as he demands to know what was just said, leaving Aaron in stunned silence. The writer warns that if they refuse, the Emperor will hold them accountable for any harm done to imperial citizens. Grinding his teeth, the Holy Pope refers to the Emperor as a sly fox. The Archbishop notes that with the Emperor now involved, Aaron is powerless to act against them. An aide proposes sending the members of the Vivian Church back and requesting that the Duke return the castle he seized as payment. For a moment, silence hangs in the air. The Holy Pope clears his throat and, with a reluctant resolve, loudly agrees to grant the Emperor's request. He turns to the nearby priest who had pushed the man down. There's something unsettling in the priest's expression. Kano stares in shock, while Cheryl squeezes her eyes shut. The hero watches in horror as the Holy Pope reaches out and suddenly commands them to seize that bastard. Enraged, the hero swings his sword, unleashing a massive wave of energy. The blast crashes against the castle wall, sending tremors through the stone. Aaron's eyes ignite with fury as he raises his sword high. With a single powerful swing, he unleashes a massive surge of energy toward the wall. Another heavy blast of magic slams into the castle, shaking it to its core. Realizing Aaron has made his move, Kanoz quickly pivots and calls out for Cheryl. Without hesitation, Cheryl channels her energy, driving her staff into the ground as she casts Tidal Wave. A colossal wall of water surges toward the castle. Despite its immense power, they guide it with precision and care. In perfect sync, Kanoz unleashes a gust of wind, merging his spell with hers. The two forces combine, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In an instant, the combined might of Aaron, Cheryl, and the dragon Kanoz crashes into the castle, sending chunks of rubble tumbling from above. Panic erupts among those on the walls, priests and prisoners alike gritting their teeth in confusion as chaos unfolds. Suddenly, the entire structure begins to crumble, and one by one, they start to plummet. Seizing the moment, Kanoz and Cheryl exchange a determined glance, knowing this is their opportunity. Together, they channel their magic toward the plummeting figures. Water surges upward, forming a protective sphere around one of them, halting his descent and ensuring his safety. One by one, more shimmering water spheres emerge, catching the people of the duchy as they tumble from the wall. Meanwhile, the Holy Pope dashes away in a panic, his eyes squeezed shut as he sprints desperately to save himself. Gale watches as Eamon barely escapes the crumbling wall. Desperate to survive, Eamon rushes toward the hero, leaping and grabbing onto his leg. Panic sets in as he clings tightly, shouting at Lunga to pull himself up immediately. With Eamon hanging on for dear life, Lunga begins to shake his leg vigorously. Frustrated, Eamon yells at him to climb up. Lunga's memories flood back, igniting a fire of rage within him. Clutching the edge tightly, he defies Eamon's orders for the first time in ages. With a cruel grin, he looks down and declares that he has received a different command, one from God. Amon's eyes widen in disbelief. In an instant, Lunga drives his foot into Amon's face. Moments later, Eamon loses his grip and tumbles to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lunga scrambles up to solid ground, chuckling as Eamon plummets. But just before Amon can meet the ground, a surge of magic envelops him. The spell, emanating from Gale's staff, radiates a brilliant light. It slows Eamon's descent, gently guiding him down onto the crumbling wall. Upon seeing that the Pope is still alive, the protagonist exhales in relief. After gently setting Eamon down, Gale declares that he can only die for the Emperor's sake before riding off toward the Duke. With the people of the duchy finally safe, Canis and Cheryl allow themselves a moment of respite. Yet Canis somberly reflects that they saved everyone except for one person who was already lost. Despite their success, Cheryl's expression remains troubled, hinting at the weight of their sacrifices. As she watches the hero, a sense of dread washes over her, fearing the consequences of her brother's actions. Aaron, panting heavily from the exertion of his magic, suddenly notices the sound of horse hooves coming to a halt before him. He looks up to find the Emperor's aide on horseback, the man's glowing staff aimed directly at him. Canis and Cheryl both flinch, their alarm palpable in the tense air. Aaron immediately raises his sword, ready to confront the staff. Just then, Gale lifts a finger and begins to draw in the air, catching Aaron off guard. When the MC calls his name, Aaron's eyes widen in surprise. Suddenly, a sheet covered in writing materializes in his hand. Holding it aloft, Gale declares it an edict. Then, with a swift motion, he clenches it into a fist and it vanishes into thin air. He deliberately opens his hand, revealing it to be empty. With that gesture, the protagonist informs Eren that news of his defiance against the Emperor's order has already reached Zeron. Eren's face drains of color at the revelation. With no further words to share, the protagonist rides past him, not bothering to glance back. As he returns to his master, Gale expresses a hope to avoid war, though he harbors his doubts. He doesn't say goodbye. Instead, he hints at their reunion on the battlefield. With a flash of magic, he disappears, leaving Canis and Cheryl in awe. He's a top-class mage, Cheryl remarks, her eyes wide with admiration. She explains that Gale leads the Emperor's personal magic squad and often serves as his messenger. As they ponder the protagonist, a realization dawns on them. No one truly knows the extent of his magical abilities. Canis offers a reassuring smile, reminding MC that, despite everything, they still wield magic within human limits. Meanwhile, Cheryl pales, realizing just how much magic she has expended. Canis then echoes the messenger's ominous words about treason. His gaze shifts to Eren, who stands by the crumbling wall, and he adds that the war with Zeren will begin much sooner than they anticipated. Meanwhile, in his office, Zeren is preoccupied with state matters, unaware of the brewing storm. An unusual sound draws Zeron's attention away from his papers. Suddenly, a small magical bird materializes on the table before him. As soon as he spots it, Zeron leaps to his feet and snatches the message it carries. It's a report from Gale. After scanning the contents, a smile spreads across his face. His people have executed the task flawlessly. Satisfied with the outcome, he places both hands firmly on the table, a sense of pride swelling within him. Zeren, filled with fury, commands that all the dukes be summoned. He strides to the study door and proclaims Eren a traitor, declaring that it's time to determine his punishment. The nobles erupt into a heated debate about Eren's fate. Both the Emperor's allies and the neutral lords join the fray, each advocating for their own agenda. With his arms crossed, Zeron takes his seat on the throne, calmly observing the chaos as they argue over the consequences awaiting Eren. In the end, they all arrive at the same conclusion. A satisfied smile spreads across Zeron's face as the nobles deliver their verdict. Eren is found guilty of treason. Without hesitation, soldiers and messengers mount their steeds and set off in pursuit of Eren. Simultaneously, another imperial messenger races to the Holy Kingdom, bearing an official declaration of war. The Pope clutches the decree tightly, his hands trembling as he reads the justification for war, the slaughter of imperial citizens. A second messenger kneels before Eren, presenting Zeron's message. Eren examines the scroll in silence, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he dismisses the messenger with a chilling command to leave. With the order given, the messenger stands, mounts his horse, and rides back to the Empire. Canis and Cheryl are taken aback as Eren abruptly turns away, offering no explanation for his departure. Frustration boils over in Cheryl. She can no longer contain herself and shouts that they need to prepare for war immediately. Remaining composed, Eren counters her outburst, suggesting that it would be wiser to head to the Imperial Palace, kneel, and plead for mercy. The disdain in Cheryl and Canis's expressions is unmistakable. They both know that Zeron will never retract his declaration. As Eren strides forward, he is acutely aware that his plan is unlikely to succeed. He looks up and clarifies that he isn't seeking forgiveness. He simply aims to buy time before the war begins. Before venturing into enemy territory, he instructs Canis and Cheryl to use this opportunity to finalize their preparations for battle. Locking eyes with Cheryl, Eren adds that he has a special task for her. She gazes at her brother, anticipation in her eyes. Suddenly, a magic portal bursts open in the castle, flooding the room with light. Moments later, Eren steps into the Imperial Palace. Seated on his throne, Zeron awaits him, a spark of excitement evident in his demeanor. As Eren enters the throne room, he kneels before Zeron in a show of respect. Looking down at his nephew, Zeron delivers the heavy news. The lords have branded Eren a traitor, and as a result, the army will not be called back. Still on his knees, Eren humbly insisted that wasn't the reason for his visit. Zeren, taken aback, was shocked to hear Eren declare he wasn't pleading as a vassal, but as his nephew. With a mocking smile, Zeren asked what Eren truly wanted. Remaining on the ground, Eren explained that if Bran's power were crushed, the other dukes might start challenging the Emperor's authority as well. Zeren's hands clenched in anger, clearly unconvinced by Eren's sudden display of concern. Despite the circumstances, Aaron had no intention of pretending his concern was for Zeron's well-being. Bowing his head, he confessed that his worries didn't stem from Zeron himself. Instead, his focus was on maintaining control over their bloodline to ensure their family's continued rule over the Empire. This revelation piqued Zeron's interest, and after a brief pause, he granted Aaron the floor. With the green light to speak, Aaron outlined the true danger of stripping Zeron of his ducal title and taking Bran away from him. He warned that if that happened, the Empire could lose every feudal lord connected to their family. Still kneeling, Aaron finally voiced his true concern. Saren glared down at him, his eyes burning with open hatred, and demanded to know what Aaron truly wanted. Gathering his courage, Aaron made his request. He asked Zeron to halt the advance of the Central Imperial Army. That simple plea sent Zeron into a furious rage. Despite Zeron's fury, Aaron remained composed. He clarified that he wasn't asking to end the war, merely to delay it. He explained that the main Imperial army consisted of approximately 100,000 soldiers, while the Ducal army boasted around 200,000. Additionally, the feudal lords could likely contribute another 100,000, as they would need to retain enough forces to maintain order in their own territories. Zeron acknowledged that Aaron grasped the situation quite well. Aaron, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, declared his intention to personally eliminate the 100,000 feudal troops. Even Zeron couldn't help but flinch at that bold proclamation. Remaining on his knees, Aaron expressed his willingness to accept any punishment the Emperor deemed fit. In doing so, he not only opened the door for Zeron to impose a consequence, but also aimed to diminish the power of the other feudal lords. The hall fell silent. The only sound breaking the tension was Zeron's heavy breathing as he contemplated the weight of Aaron's offer. Zeron's cold voice cut through the tension as he asked what would become of Aaron himself. The question caught Aaron off guard. Bowing his head once more, he replied that he would surrender once the main army entered his duchy. Resting his chin on his hand, Zeron contemplated the merits and drawbacks of Aaron's proposal. Aaron remained kneeling, his heart racing as he awaited the decision. Despite the allure of Aaron's offer, Zeron ultimately declared that the Central Army would stick to the original plan. Upon hearing this, Aaron broke into a nervous sweat. Zeron then revealed that the Central Army would first attack the Holy Kingdom before advancing on Bronn. Aaron could hardly believe his ears. Lowering his head, he accepted the order, concealing his true feelings. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to maintain his composure, knowing that his plan had actually succeeded. In the Holy Kingdom, priests and soldiers assembled, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Amun, seething with rage, cracked his whip, delivering punishment to the traitor who had dared to take his life. Bound to a post before him, Langda was bloodied and battered from relentless torture. When Amun proclaimed himself God's representative on earth, Langda responded with a defiant spit of disgust. Langda unleashed his pent-up fury, his words striking Aemon like a physical blow. Aemon's face contorted with rage, leaving him momentarily speechless. He raised the whip for another strike, but a voice suddenly cut through the tension. Still seething, Aemon snapped at the priest who had the audacity to interrupt his punishment. But as he turned, he froze in place. There stood Cheryl, calm and unreadable, her presence a stark contrast to the chaos around them. On the brink of losing his composure, Aemon trembled with rage at Cheryl's biting words. Her remark struck him like a splash of ice water, leaving him momentarily speechless. But that silence was short-lived. He quickly retaliated with a barrage of insults. Cheryl, undeterred, responded with palpable contempt. Her fury ignited her magic, causing a massive burst of flames to erupt around her, sending the nearby priest flying backward. She quickly composed herself, though the anger in her eyes remained unmistakable. Aemon was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He blinked in surprise when Cheryl proposed a temporary alliance. For a moment, he simply stared, his mouth agape. Clearly frustrated, Cheryl elaborated on her offer. As Aemon listened, he began to realize that the deal was tempting enough to warrant serious consideration. Despite all the advantages he presented, Aemon abruptly rejected her, leaving Cheryl taken aback. Unaccustomed to persuading others, she was ready to walk away. However, Aemon attempted to halt her departure, only fueling her anger further. Realizing his tactics were failing, he dropped the pretense and candidly expressed his true desire to reclaim Valenci Castle. This revelation made Cheryl pause, slowly turning back to face him. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed to Aemon's terms and prepared to leave. As Cheryl soared away on her Firebird, she promised to send Aemon the full details of the alliance in writing. Aemon's mind was consumed with thoughts of Aaron, swinging his sword in a furious rage, and the Duke's true intentions continued to nag at him. Suddenly, Langda emitted an odd sound, catching Aemon's attention. He turned to face Aemon directly, locking eyes with him as Langda spoke the words of the god Paris, his voice resonating with authority. Aemon shuddered at the warning of divine retribution. Langda continued to hurl curses, his tone growing sharper and more furious with each passing moment. Enraged, Aemon raised the whip once more, poised to unleash his wrath on the prisoner. But just as he was about to strike, an unexpected voice broke through the tension. Out of nowhere, another priest burst onto the scene. When he learned that Paris's relic had been stolen, Aemon was left utterly speechless. The thief was already on horseback, galloping away in a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, the priest mounted his horse and charged after the thief. They pursued with every ounce of strength they could muster. Ahead of them, a girl in a red robe urged her horse onward, desperate to escape. With each stretch of road, the chase intensified. The stolen relic lay securely tucked away in the thief's bag, but the priest was relentless. He refused to back down, driven by a fierce determination to reclaim the artifact from the wrong hands. In a moment of desperation, one priest pulled a heavy iron mace from his robe. He hurled it with all his might, and it sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, a testament to his unwavering resolve. As the weapon hurtled toward her, the girl yanked the reins, urging her horse into a desperate sprint. The mace whizzed past her, narrowly missing its target. In an instant, it crashed into the bag containing the relic, sending it tumbling to the ground with a resounding crack. One of the priests lunged forward, snatching it up without hesitation. With the relic secured, he declared to the others that their mission was complete, and it was time to return to the temple. A piercing scream echoed through the air, causing everyone to turn in alarm. Before they could react, wooden restraints shot out, binding them in place. Suddenly, a woman in a crimson robe materialized, her fury palpable. With a fierce cry, she unleashed her magic, a dark blast surging from her hands and hurtling toward the immobilized priests. The priest clutching the relic froze, paralyzed by fear. In that moment, the relic erupted in a blinding burst of white gold light. A colossal, glowing hand materialized, intercepting the deadly attack. The priest exhaled deeply, grateful that the divine relic had spared his life. Once he regained his composure, he called out to the others, invoking God's name to rally them against the woman attempting to seize the sacred relic. The girl continued her relentless assault, utterly convinced that Paris was nothing more than a lesser god unworthy of her attention. Her fury surged, and she unleashed an even more potent wave of dark magic. The divine hand that had shielded the priests began to splinter under the onslaught. The priests watched in stunned disbelief as her magic tore through Paris's defenses. In an instant, the sacred hand shattered like fragile glass, leaving the priests paralyzed in fear. After shattering their final shield, the woman smiled with cruel satisfaction. Suddenly, a massive wave of dark magic surged through the priest, tossing them aside like mere leaves. Witnessing their helplessness on the ground, she erupted into loud, mocking laughter. Amid the chaos, she spread her arms wide, reveling in her complete control. The relic crashed to the ground, echoing the finality of her triumph. With her enemies defeated, the girl approached the relic, eager to claim it for herself. But then she halted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Someone else had already seized it. Vivienne turned to the astonished woman, exuding calm and confidence. Without a hint of concern, she inquired, "Are you the one collecting the god's relics?" Isabel froze at the unexpected twist. In an instant, she recognized the girl before her as the Holy Maiden, Vivienne's reincarnation. Without hesitation, Isabel drew a dagger and lunged forward, but Vivienne effortlessly dodged the attack. In the blink of an eye, she gathered holy power in her palm and retaliated. The impact reverberated through the ground. The force of the blow sent Isabel sprawling several meters back. Lying flat on the ground, she struggled to comprehend how a mere holy maiden could possess such overwhelming strength. With a faint smile, Vivienne approached, reminding her that even as the goddess of love, she could unleash a terrible fury when the situation called for it. As Vivienne drew closer, Isabel sank deeper into despair, realizing there was no escape from the divine judgment that awaited her. Suddenly, Vivienne found herself encircled by a group of strangers. They had stepped in to protect the fallen Isabel, displaying a bravery that took Vivienne by surprise. Isabel's followers shouted for her to stop, warning her not to lay a finger on the sage's mother. Alone against the crowd, Vivienne hesitated for a moment, assessing the situation. Then, steeling herself, she raised her guard and prepared to fight. Meanwhile, the Duke's loyal vassals anxiously awaited their lord's return. Cheryl, growing increasingly frustrated with the tense atmosphere, dreaded the thought of meeting Amon herself to propose a deal. Zarin glanced at her, unable to conceal his concern. Aaron still hadn't come back from that perilous mission. Gale remained unusually calm, attempting to soothe the crowd. She reminded them that Aaron wasn't alone. One of the heroines had accompanied him and could help keep him safe. However, one of the Duke's oldest advisors was preoccupied with a different concern. The duchy was teetering on the brink of war, and the look of shock on his face revealed his greatest fear: the finances. They simply couldn't afford a conflict of that magnitude. His anxious outbursts, laden with fear and despair, were abruptly silenced by the familiar voice of Aaron from the doorway. Aaron stepped into the meeting room, a little girl holding his hand. The old advisor was taken aback to discover that Aaron had already begun working on a solution to their financial troubles. As he approached the group, Aaron declared he had found something worth more than gold, gesturing toward the door with a sense of urgency. A mysterious woman stepped inside, accompanied by Kurak. The old man wasted no time, demanding to know her identity and how she could possibly assist with the staggering costs of war. But before he could finish his question, the frail-looking woman transformed into a formidable warrior, radiating an aura of immense power. As she seized the old man with a single hand, he trembled, fully aware of his utter helplessness in her grasp. Aaron brushed aside the commotion and made his way to the table where his vassals were gathered. Taking his place at the head of the table, he officially opened the meeting, his gaze steady as he met the eyes of each vassal. It was clear he was prepared to guide the duchy through whatever challenges lay ahead. Resting his chin on folded arms, Aaron began to recount the details of his meeting with the emperor. He revealed the plan he had presented to the emperor. After decimating the feudal lord's army of 100,000, they would surrender. That was the crux of his strategy. The room fell silent, stunned by the unexpected revelation. Aaron remained composed, affirming that this was indeed the agreement he had made with the emperor. Cheryl sprang to her feet, slamming her hand on the table, her voice rising as she demanded to know how her brother could accept such a reckless deal. Aaron responded calmly, stating that this was the limit of their strength. They had no other choice. His words ignited a fire within the boy, who shouted passionately that they were all prepared to die for justice and the duchy. But Aaron countered, expressing that he wanted to avoid wasted lives and pointless deaths. Instantly, Cheryl and Zyron fell silent. Then, in a surprising turn, Aaron revealed something unexpected. He didn't want to lose even a single loyal subject. Aaron glanced around the room, his expression resolute as he embraced the weighty responsibility of being a lord. "I swear to do everything in my power to ensure that none of my people perish on this perilous journey," he declared. A heavy silence enveloped the room, each person holding their breath in anticipation of their ruler's next words. After a moment of reflection, Aaron continued, "Surrender does not signify the end of our territory. It is merely a strategic retreat." The vassals were taken aback, their shock palpable. Aaron bowed his head, revealing the rest of his plan. Once the main army advanced, powerful reinforcements would emerge from the Dark Continent, turning the tide. Fueled by righteous anger over the emperor's crimes, Aaron declared that they would then march against the tyrant. The vassals were left speechless, stunned by his audacious proclamation. 2 weeks flew by, and the army stood poised for battle. A guard kept watch at the command tent, where tension filled the air. Inside, Duke Findel turned to Count Vlad, seeking clarity on his strategy for the impending conflict. After a brief pause, Count Vlad responded with unwavering confidence. They would emerge victorious. The certainty in his voice brought a twisted smile to Duke Findel's face. Count Vlad caught the look and immediately stiffened, making it clear he wouldn't tolerate mockery. He swung his massive axe, locking eyes with Duke Findel. The laughter faded from Findel's face as he calmly replied that Count Vlad could do whatever he wished with Duke Aaron. Unsatisfied with such a vague response, Count Vlad rose to his full height, looming over Findel, and demanded to know the true reason behind that laugh. Findel maintained a stoic expression as he dismissed it as merely a habit. Count Vlad pondered Findel's question about what would follow after defeating Duke Aaron, when their tense conversation was suddenly interrupted by approaching footsteps. Duchess Baron entered the tent with urgency, instantly diffusing the tension in the air. She glanced between the two men and, with a calm demeanor, inquired about the fate of their soldiers once victory was secured. Count Vlad tensed at the blunt question. He let out a heavy sigh and shook his head, a crooked smile forming as he realized the dukes were indeed referring to the emperor. Silence enveloped the tent, punctuated only by Duke Findel's faint nod. Then, that cruel smile returned to Findel's face, almost gleeful. He declared that before they could reach the emperor, they first needed to eliminate Duke Aaron. News of the Civil War swept across the empire like wildfire, carried by leaflets that reached every corner with astonishing speed. The reports plunged ordinary citizens into a state of fear and panic. Amidst the chaos, a young boy tirelessly distributed the leaflets, each one bearing grim news. While many feared the specter of another devastating epidemic more than anything else, not everyone was paralyzed by dread. Some, in fact, saw an opportunity to profit from the turmoil. After hearing news of the war, a man in a white cloak exchanged a few words with an unknown figure before hurrying away. The hero continued to watch the boy, his fists clenched tightly as he awaited the moment to gather all the god's relics. His grip tightened further, as if he were trying to contain the immense power surging within him. Looking ahead, one thing became unmistakably clear. He refused to give up until he reclaimed his true body. Meanwhile, Vivian fought valiantly against the crowd, determined to protect Isabel. With remarkable skill, she took down one attacker after another, all while making a conscious effort not to seriously injure anyone. In mere moments, she dispatched 3 assailants. Despite being surrounded by so many foes, Vivian remained completely unharmed, as if a divine force was shielding her from harm. Vivian quickly assessed the battlefield. Only 10 enemies remained. Without a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and charged back into the fray. One assailant lunged at her with a dagger, fueled by rage, but Vivian deftly sidestepped the attack. In an instant, she retaliated with a lightning-fast counter, delivering a sharp kick that sent the attacker sprawling. Recognizing that they stood no chance against her individually, the others charged at Vivian as a group. Yet, she effortlessly evaded every strike, each dodge seamlessly followed by a counterattack that showcased her superior skill. Vivian pressed on, fueled by fierce determination and divine power. Her foes found themselves unable to escape her relentless blows, their attacks thwarted before they could even connect. Some could only stare in shock as Vivian unleashed her fury. Each strike was precise and relentless, impossible to evade. With every blow, her enemies were sent sprawling, blood spraying as they hit the ground. The sheer force of her attacks reverberated through the earth. Another heavy strike sent yet another foe flying like a ragdoll, crashing right at Isabel's feet. In that moment of chaos, Isabel found her footing and rose once more. Without hesitation, she unleashed a spell, ensnaring Vivian at the most critical moment. A dark magical aura enveloped the battlefield, placing the Holy Maiden in grave peril. Realizing the urgency, Vivian charged toward Isabel, determined to intervene before it was too late. However, Isabel's loyal followers surged forward, obstructing her path. With a fierce cry, Vivian began to push them aside, desperate to reach Isabel before the darkness consumed everything. Isabel pressed on with relentless determination, shoving people aside in a surge of fury. Just as Vivian closed in, Isabel unleashed Chaotic Grasp, one of her most powerful spells. Black bindings erupted from her hands like lightning, ensnaring Vivian before she could even react, immobilizing her in an instant. Dark cords coiled around her body, pinning her down. Seizing the opportunity, the others charged at the trapped Vivian, daggers drawn. Isabel supported them with her magic, reinforcing the bindings and preparing to deliver the final blow. Stuck and helpless, Vivian's face drained of color as fear gripped her heart, pounding wildly in her chest. With her eyes squeezed shut, she fervently prayed to the goddess for protection. A purple glow spread across the sky as a vision of the goddess Vivian materialized behind the Holy Maiden, enveloping the area in divine power. Yet, the attackers pressed on, determined to finish her off. In a desperate plea, Isabel screamed for them to stop. At the sound of their mistress's voice, they froze, their daggers halting just inches from the girl's body. Even the blade poised at Vivian's neck failed to leave a mark. Realizing she hadn't been harmed, Vivian slowly opened one eye. The daggers remained poised, glinting ominously. Isabel approached, commanding her followers to part ways. They complied immediately, creating a clear path for her. As she stepped closer to Vivian, Isabel carefully removed the daggers from their threatening position. With a gentle yet firm touch, she lifted Vivian's chin with 2 fingers, compelling her to meet her gaze. Terrified, Vivian found herself unable to look away. Her gaze was fixed on Isabel's face, paralyzed by fear. Holding her breath, she braced herself for what would come next. Then, Isabel locked eyes with her and delivered a shocking revelation. She called Vivian a relic of the goddess Vivian. Moments later, one of Isabel's followers took the reins of the carriage, steering their fate into the unknown. Inside, concealed from prying eyes, the two women sat in silence. The air between them crackled with tension and unasked questions. Finally, Vivian broke the stillness, voicing the concern that had been gnawing at her. "Why are you collecting the god's relics?" Isabel paused, a thoughtful expression flickering across her face, before a peculiar smile crept in. When she finally spoke, her words dripped with disdain for the lesser god's power, leaving Vivian utterly taken aback. The reply was so strange and unexpected that Vivian struggled to grasp what was happening. Then Isabel uttered a single name that left Vivian breathless: Avaric. The shock on her face revealed that she recognized it all too well. Noticing her confusion, Isabel repeated the name, speaking slowly and clearly. She then leaned in, gently placing her hands over Vivian's. Cradling them gently, Isabel shifted her tone, pleading for assistance against Avaric. Her voice brimmed with a desperate hope, yearning for Vivian to agree to help with such a perilous task. But Vivian was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, the feudal army approached the borders of the guild's territory, led by the formidable Count Vlad, a warrior dreaded by his foes. Vlad had been forged in the fires of conflict, a product of a life steeped in war. Since childhood, he had immersed himself in the art of battle. To him, strength was the only true law. Years ago, Vlad had aided the current emperor in toppling the last ruler, helping him seize the throne. But now, disillusionment had settled in. He grew increasingly dissatisfied with Zeron, who ruled through cunning rather than might. Unlike the emperor, Vlad always kept a dagger close at hand. At the duchy's border, the army of Brav stood ready, poised to defend their land. The Count's aide swiftly reported the appearance of enemy troops. Maintaining his composure, the Count commanded his men to prepare for battle. The assistant relayed the order without hesitation. The soldiers surged forward, their spirits high and eager for the fight. Meanwhile, the duchy's troops remained still, patiently awaiting the first strike. With a fierce roar, Vlad's men charged, blades drawn and ready for combat. But the moment they crossed into enemy territory, they vanished without a trace. The remaining warriors rushed forward, following closely behind. Shaken and bewildered, the soldiers hurried to report the bizarre disappearance to their captain. Meanwhile, someone watching from above couldn't help but grin at their confusion. Suddenly, a soldier was impaled by a sword that seemed to come from nowhere. The captain's assistant stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Bony, ghostly hands emerged from the unseen field, pulling the wounded man into the depths. It was as if an invisible vacuum had seized him, his legs thrashing in a futile struggle. Cries for help echoed across the battlefield, a haunting chorus of desperation. Moments later, a strange figure materialized high above on a cliff. At the sound, the Count and his assistant glanced up in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. A horned girl with a cruel smile welcomed them, declaring that they were now in her world. Her words, "I'll love you with all my heart," echoed ominously, sounding more like a threat than a promise. Once he regained his composure, the assistant turned to Count Vlad, seeking guidance. Yet even now, the Count appeared bewildered. Suddenly, screams and shouts erupted across the battlefield, only to be swallowed by an eerie silence moments later. With no response, the assistant called out to his master again, this time raising his voice. To his surprise, the Count calmly instructed him to wait a little longer, his arms folded in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, 3 shadow soldiers lunged at the mysterious warrior from behind, their daggers plunging into her back simultaneously. Blood spilled forth before she could react. Yet, in an instant, her body dissipated like mist. In the blink of an eye, she emerged from a portal, positioning herself right behind the 3 shadow soldiers. Her glare was fierce, radiating fury, yet she held her ground, allowing them to stew in their fear. Then, without warning, she slipped back into the portal and vanished. As her presence faded, the magical veil she had conjured began to dissolve as well. The assistant quickly relayed the shocking events to the Count. Suddenly, a carriage emerged behind the soldiers. With a self-satisfied tug at his mustache, Findle leaned out and declared himself the one who had dealt with that warrior. Findle was known for his ruthless rule over the territory, raising his children in the same cruel manner. The name of his family struck fear into the hearts of many, notorious for their deep-seated malice. They conducted experiments on people and tortured their own subjects, leading the former emperor to banish them from politics entirely. Unlike the last emperor, Zeron chose to embrace their talents. Even after uncovering their true nature, he severed all ties with them entirely. This decision remained steadfast after he ascended to the throne, fully aware of the threat they posed. Now, as memories of the past flooded back, Findle was consumed by a desire for revenge against the emperor. He was determined to seize this opportunity to unseat him from the throne. Even after Findle intervened, the Count offered no gratitude. Instead, he reprimanded him for his tardiness. With a firm command, the Count ordered the march to resume. The vast army under his command pressed onward into Braun territory. 3 days earlier, Aaron sat at a table with Conese. Eyes closed, he remarked that the locals had become quite boisterous lately. The advisor regarded him curiously and asked for clarification. Aaron opened his eyes, revealing the weight of his words as he explained that people were accusing Duke Aaron of betraying the Empire, claiming that this war was his doing. He met the advisor's gaze with tension, only to be met with laughter. Confused, Aaron wondered what was so amusing. With a smile that crinkled his eyes shut, Conese urged him not to take it the wrong way. In that moment, a memory flickered in Aaron's mind, something his tribesmen had once said. His eyes widened as a single word echoed in his mind. Dragons. Conese smiled knowingly and remarked, "Humans are never grateful for what they have. They always yearn for what they lack." Across the table, Aaron interjected, pointing out that those whom his lord had saved were now branding him a traitor and a disaster. Aaron fell silent, simply staring at Conese. When he pointed to himself as evidence of his humanity, Conese quickly clarified, "I met most humans, not every single one." Aaron turned his gaze away, questioning what Conese was truly trying to convey. Fanning himself, Conese replied that he had a plan to address the situation. Moments later, Aaron stood before the gathered soldiers. Whispers rippled through the ranks. Some claimed that Lord Aaron's betrayal had ignited the war, while others grumbled that they believed they were fighting for the goddess Vivian, not supporting a traitor. Another soldier warned that the enemy boasted an army of 100,000 troops. One soldier swore they were doomed, while another pleaded with his comrades to flee rather than throw their lives away. Aaron overheard their despair and cursed under his breath. He shot a glance at Conese beside him, just as a purple flash erupted in front of the troops. From it, a demoness emerged. As she passed the soldiers, confusion rippled through their ranks. Why was a demon here? Ignoring their bewilderment, she approached Aaron, who observed her in silence. Dropping to one knee, she bowed her head and reported, "The enemy has breached the canyon and is advancing toward the Knight Commander's position." The soldiers stood in stunned silence, astonished to see her kneeling beside their lord. Even Aaron appeared taken aback. He exchanged a glance with Conese, who simply nodded in response. Then, raising his hand, Conese summoned all the knights of the Braun territory. As the demoness sat with her eyes closed, Conese proclaimed for all to hear that even demons knelt before their lord. With his mouth agape, he continued, the wind swirling around him as he declared that he too was an ancient demon being. The knights tightened their grips on their spears, stunned into silence. Suddenly, a massive black dragon emerged on the platform. Aaron stood proudly beside it, and the soldiers realized that the legendary dragon Kynaz was now aligned with their lord. Towering over the army, the dragon's voice thundered, demanding to know if they were prepared to stand with their master, the lord of demons and ally of dragons. Its piercing yellow eyes glinted ominously as it added, "Otherwise, you will perish here." The soldiers silently tightened their grips on their weapons. Then, one of them broke the tension, shouting that they would fight beside their lord. In an instant, the entire army raised their hands and erupted in cheers. The dragon turned its gaze toward Aaron. With his sword resting on his back, Aaron couldn't help but think that this had all escalated a bit too far. He smiled, admitting he had grown fond of it. Grabbing his armor, Aaron called for the bronze warriors to rise and fight for their lord, dragons soaring beside them. With a fierce determination, he spurred his horse and charged into the fray. The morning light spilled over the battlefield, illuminating the chaos. Spears clashed against men on both sides, while a knight pressed forward, his sword slicing through enemies with relentless precision. Zayron raised his sword high, then brought it crashing down onto an enemy's head. In a swift motion, he spun around, cutting through 2 more foes at once. He fought with a fury that seemed to consume him. With a powerful thrust, he skewered 3 soldiers in a single blow. Meanwhile, a rider observed the scene from a distance, his expression grim and resolute. His grip on the weapon tightened, reflecting the intensity of the battle unfolding before him. He drew his axe and charged forward. Zayron cleaved through an enemy's spear, leveling his blade at the terrified soldier before him. The man shut his eyes, pleading for his lord's mercy. Hesitantly, he cracked one eye open, only to find another knight aiming a weapon at him. A flicker of concern crossed Zayron's mind as he wondered when the reinforcements would finally arrive. Suddenly, a weapon hurtled toward him. Zayron spun around just in time to catch the axe with his sword. As the rider lowered his weapon, Zayron recognized Count Vlad. What was their commander doing here? Pulling the axe back, the Count inquired if he was Zayron, captain of Aaron's knights. Zayron could only respond with a silent stare. A scar ran across the man's face as he swung his axe with ferocity. Zayron dropped to one knee, his glare unwavering, still embodying the spirit of a warrior eager for battle. Vlad pressed on, asking once more, "Are you Zayron, leader of Aaron's knights?" Straining to fend off the assault, Zayron replied, "I am." In response, Vlad proposed a baron's title if Zayron would pledge himself as his knight. With the axe pressed firmly against Zayron's sword, Vlad awaited his response. Zayron opened his mouth and let out a fierce yell, then swiftly deflected the axe with his sword. Vlad froze for a moment, still clutching his weapon tightly. A shadow fell over Zayron's face, hinting at the tension that hung in the air. He agreed to the offer, and as Vlad spread his arms, believing Zayron had accepted his service, the knight interrupted, taking his stance. "I'll only serve you if you can prove you're stronger than Aaron." The red-eyed count chuckled, excitement sparking within him. This was precisely the challenge he had been hoping for. The two locked eyes, ready to face each other. With a grim expression, the man declared, "Then here I am." He charged forward, swinging his axe in a wide arc, leaving a bright streak in its wake. Vlad's gaze flicked to Zayron's armor, sensing he had found an opening. Zayron shouted, tightening his grip on the sword. The man's eyes widened in realization. In a swift motion, he adjusted his grip and swept the axe from side to side. Another bright arc of light flashed, leaving Vlad momentarily bewildered. Zayron quickly jumped back, raising his blade defensively. Vlad couldn't help but grin, impressed by Zayron's speed. He appreciated that. Zayron gripped the sword with both hands, though they trembled slightly, an indication of his inexperience. The axeman smiled, sensing an opportunity. With a swift motion, he lunged forward once more. Zayron barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the incoming attack. With a fierce force, Vlad pressed down on the blade, taunting him with a question. Did he still not understand? A blinding flash zipped past Zayron's face as Vlad continued, declaring that swords were weak. With a powerful thrust, he drove forward, shouting that true power belonged to the axe. In an instant, Zayron was sent sprawling backward. His enemy closed in, red eyes locked onto him. The man taunted, asking if Zayron was ready to abandon his feeble sword and serve him instead. Zayron frowned, retorting that he hadn't lost yet. The man in the red cloak sneered, claiming that it was Zayron who failed to recognize true strength. Towering over him, Vlad added coldly that men like him were the ones he despised most. He pulled his axe back, declaring that if Zayron remained in that state, he was unworthy of it. The axe swung towards Zayron's head, yet he chose to remain loyal. In that fleeting moment, Zayron recalled Gale's anxious expression. Suddenly, a sharp blue blast of wind surged toward the enemy, slicing past the startled man's face. A horse thundered into the fray, and Vlad turned just in time to see Aaron leap toward him. The sword came crashing down from above, his red cloak billowing dramatically behind him. "Fall back!" he shouted to his troops. Still on one knee, Zayron recognized his lord's voice, but Aaron pressed the attack, commanding every soldier to retreat. In that moment, Vlad understood. Aaron was risking the entire army to save just one knight. Brave, perhaps, but undeniably foolish. Both men held their swords at the ready as Vlad confronted Aaron. With a sly smile, he taunted Aaron, suggesting that the knight must hold great significance if a lord was willing to rush into battle to save him. Zayron glanced over, alarmed by the exchange. Aaron frowned, snapping back, demanding to know what nonsense Vlad was spouting. The knight was momentarily taken aback. Aaron called out to Kainaz, and the dragon responded with a fierce blast of fire. Flames engulfed the soldiers, sending shockwaves of panic through their ranks. Vlad looked up, his heart racing as he finally spotted the dragon. As Kainaz unleashed its fiery wrath upon the army, disbelief washed over him. This was no mere legend. The dragon had come to life. Soldiers fled in terror, their screams echoing as the flames pursued them relentlessly, their cries for help drowned out by the roar of the inferno. Dark shapes loomed ahead, and for a fleeting moment, hope flickered in their hearts. One soldier dashed forward, calling out for help, only to come to an abrupt halt, his face frozen in shock. Before them stood the enemy warriors, poised and ready. Vlad averted his gaze, grappling with the bewildering presence of a dragon. Suddenly, he felt a claw scrape against his armor, and he realized another dragon had approached from behind. Two dragons. He squeezed his eyes shut for a brief moment before turning back to Aaron. Even the dragon appeared taken aback, lifting its paw in surprise. The man remained silent, a fragment of his shattered axe clattering to the ground. with a sword pressed to his neck. Aaron smiled and suggested they have a conversation. Suddenly, a dark figure descended beside the carriage. The man in black reported that the castle was nearly deserted, with only a handful of guards remaining. From within the shadowy carriage, another question emerged. The hooded man responded that a massive fire had erupted where Vlad was engaged in battle. Gale twirled his mustache, pondering if that was the source of the commotion. He instructed them to disregard the distraction and concentrate on the mission. "Is the poison ready?" he asked. A servant by the carriage confirmed it was, then relayed the order to move. The mustache man chuckled, envisioning the target succumbing to the poison. With nerve poison, he could seize the castle without shedding a drop of blood. But just then, a sudden burst of flames erupted through his carriage. Startled, he whipped his head around, his eyes scanning the area. "Show yourself," he shouted, demanding to confront whoever was responsible. Above him, Cheryl perched gracefully atop a phoenix, staff in hand, radiating an aura of power. The soldiers below gawked at the girl hovering above them, their disbelief palpable. Meanwhile, Gale, still trapped inside the burning carriage, stared wide-eyed at the flames. "What just happened?" he gasped, struggling to comprehend the chaos. He had thought Aaron commanded no more than 10,000 troops. Out of the 100,000 sent to crush him, 50,000 were now before him. The plan had seemed straightforward. While Aaron's forces engaged Vlad's 40,000, he would lead the remainder to seize the nearly deserted castle. He had envisioned his soldiers scaling the walls and capturing it with ease. But now, troops were materializing in front of him, and he was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend where they had come from or what had happened to his own men. Figures cloaked in purple light materialized nearby. His jaw dropped in disbelief as he muttered that it had to be an illusion. Flames erupted around the carriage, followed by a deafening explosion. Glancing down, Cheryl reminded him that she had told him to get out. Finally, his foot touched the ground. As he approached the wreckage, Cheryl murmured, "He couldn't have been crushed under the carriage, could he?" She glanced at her staff, bewildered. She had only intended to blow off the wheels, yet the blast had nearly taken his life. A smile crept onto Cheryl's face as she realized that all her effort must have made her stronger. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the rubble. Gale crawled out, shouting at his soldiers, demanding to know their whereabouts. Without hesitation, Cheryl smacked him on the forehead with her staff. He fell, and she exclaimed that he had frightened her. Meanwhile, as Aaron's main army engaged Vlad, dark figures descended from the wall. Suddenly, the gate swung open, and the unprotected castle was seized. Warriors surged into the courtyard, executing Gale's strategy. Only this time, it was turned against him. They halted before the radiant castle, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. People were lined up waiting, something he never expected. A blue glow enveloped the warriors, signaling that the castle's inhabitants and soldiers had already evacuated before the area turned into enemy territory. Holding her staff, Cheryl began to understand his mistake. The power gap was far too vast to comprehend. She envisioned the men riding alongside the dragon and realized that, as a human, Gale could only devise plans limited by human imagination. About 3 weeks earlier, Aaron stood atop the wall, gazing into the distance as he contemplated the daunting numbers. The enemy boasted around 100,000 soldiers, while his own forces barely numbered 10,000. Even if reinforcements arrived from the Black Continent, those troops would be essential in the fight against the Emperor's army. Aaron understood that, no matter how formidable he was, a single man could never hope to halt the advance of 100,000 soldiers. Even if he emerged victorious, the cost would be staggering. He needed a more effective solution. Aaron exhaled deeply, lost in thought when he heard a voice remarking on how busy he looked. Kanoz approached and paused beside him. "Have you ever heard of taboos?" he asked. Aaron turned to him, shaking his head. "No, I haven't." Closing his eyes, Kanoz recounted a time long past when humans revered dragons less. Jealous gods had warned dragonkind to tread carefully in human affairs. Any overstep would lead to dire consequences. Aaron listened intently, absorbing every word. After a moment, he placed a reassuring hand on Kanoz's shoulder. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I'll make sure no punishment comes your way." Tiny sparks flickered beside him. Gazing up at the sky, Kanoz remarked that the god's power had grown weak. He turned to Aaron and posed a question. What would he think if no gods remained to punish him, even after he had crushed his enemies in this war? Startled, Aaron asked if the gods were truly gone. Kanoz shook his head. He could still sense their presence, but it was only a faint whisper now. He frowned, sensing the power of Abarak, the ancient god who created their race, growing stronger within him. A blue orb materialized in Kanoz's palm as he explained that this signified his own power was on the rise as well. Aaron, skeptical, questioned the truth of his claim, but Kanoz assured him it was indeed real. With a blue flame flickering in his hand, the dragon declared that this newfound strength would be invaluable in the battles to come. Knows hesitated before adding that there was one more thing to discuss. But Aaron, filled with urgency, grabbed him by the shoulders and exclaimed that he understood. His excitement was palpable as he declared there was a way to win this war without sacrificing a single civilian or soldier. With determination, he strode toward the tower. Knows watched in bewilderment, admitting he had no idea what Aaron was planning. A hint of concern crept into his voice as he noted that Cheryl's power was also on the rise. A man sat bound to a chair, his eyes still closed. Findle leaned in, demanding to know where all the soldiers had gone. The man lowered his head, then suddenly jerked it up, panic flooding his features. He shook his head, desperately trying to comprehend his surroundings. His hands were tied, and Findle took that as a sign that he was still alive. He sat in the center of what felt like a cell, though he couldn't be certain, as darkness enveloped him. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he heard a voice nearby asking if he was still alive. To his relief, he recognized Rod, who was also tied up. Straining against his restraints, Findle called out, desperate to know what had happened. A voice responded, chilling him to the bone. A dragon had appeared. Aaron had captured him, and now he wanted to talk. Then came another question. Could Vlad guess where they were? Tilting his head, Vlad replied that he couldn't hear anything outside, suggesting they might be underground. He then questioned the dragon aspect, noting that this place felt far too comfortable to be a prison. Suddenly, both men stiffened at an unexpected sound. Rod turned to the source of the voice and inquired, "Is that Duke Aaron?" The boy nodded quietly in confirmation. Still bound to the chair, the man remarked that Aaron had claimed he wanted to talk, though this certainly wasn't the typical way to initiate a conversation. Aaron informed Findle that they would speak once everyone had arrived. Findle then asked, "Are more people joining us?" The boys simply stated that they would see each other soon enough. A chandelier loomed above them, casting a dim light over the scene. With a snap of his fingers, the man declared that now everyone was present, and they could begin. Someone yanked the blindfolds off the captives, revealing the grim reality before them. Vlad frowned as he looked ahead, while the prisoners' faces contorted in shock. Across from them sat Baron, calm and self-assured, as if she held all the cards in this tense game. They were all gathered around a long table when a voice suddenly cut through the tension, accusing her of failing to block the supply route. "So why are you here?" one of the men growled, his fist clenched tightly as he glared at the woman seated next to the boy. He demanded to know if she had betrayed them. The Duchess merely smiled, her expression enigmatic, and echoed his question back to him. Vlad slammed his fist down hard on the table, the sound echoing through the tense room. A knight instinctively reached for his sword, but Aaron swiftly intervened, his face a mask of fury. "Stand down," he commanded, his voice low and dangerous. Vlad turned his gaze to Baron, his tone leaving no room for defiance. "Answer me. Her life depends on it." Bran took a slow, steadying breath, then closed her eyes, steeling herself. "What is our mission truly for?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, the weight of her question hanging heavily in the air. The man stared back in surprise and replied that they were there to bring down the traitor Aaron. The blonde shook her head, her expression firm. "No, that's not what we agreed on," she said, recalling their strategy meeting from 2 weeks prior. As the men listened intently, Findle clarified. "The plan was to defeat Duke Aaron first, then utilize whatever troops we had left." Baron sat with her arms folded, her expression shifting as a sudden flash of light illuminated the room. Standing before her was Duchess Baron, the eldest daughter of Christina and sister to Emperor Zarin. Yet, despite her noble lineage, her claim to the throne was nullified. Born through her mother's line, she faced the harsh reality that, as a woman, she had no right to ascend the imperial throne. The boy beside her, her son Tess, held a significant claim. Next to the Emperor's line stood the prince's position. If Zarin's son Philip were to die without an heir, Tess would be next in line after Aaron. Eager for her son to ascend to the imperial throne, Bran had knelt and chosen her path. With determination, she joined hands with Aaron, resolved to help remove Zarin from power. The scarred man sat in stunned silence. With one leg crossed over the other, Bran calmly revealed that Duke Aaron had never been the true target. The mustached man turned to her, incredulous, and reminded her that she was the one who initially proposed killing Duke Aaron. Baron interjected, pointing at Aaron and declaring that he would die in this battle, rendering that detail irrelevant. The men exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. Aaron stepped closer, his voice low as he echoed Bran's earlier words. His death would soon be announced. His eyes were obscured by his hair, adding an air of mystery to his proclamation. He placed a reassuring hand on Bran's shoulder, continuing, "They'll even hold a grand funeral. If it honors a member of the royal family, the Emperor will have to attend." Vlad's gaze sharpened as he asked, "Is that when you plan to strike Zarin?" Aaron nodded, then spread his arms wide, inviting them to make their choice. Vlad locked his gaze onto him, demanding that he articulate exactly what he wanted from them. With purpose, Aaron raised his sword, light radiating from the blade as he posed the question. Would they rise up to defeat the Emperor and usher in a new age, or would they perish here and now? A shadow fell over the men's faces, the weight of his words sinking in. Rod closed his eyes and gave a slow nod. Findel mirrored his gesture, remarking that anyone would be preferable to the current emperor, but they hoped their assistance wouldn't be overlooked. Aaron lowered his sword behind his back, just as someone inquired about where and how he intended to meet his end. Interlacing her fingers, Baron declared that a grand funeral required the perfect stage. Meanwhile, at the castle, knights and soldiers rushed up the stairs laden with supplies. A man observed from above, urging his followers to hurry and gather more. Buckets brimmed with stones, ready for action. The priest raised his hand, signaling for the stones to be hurled over the wall. They rained down like a tempest, and one struck a knight squarely in the face. With a piercing scream, he lost his balance and plummeted to the ground below. Watching from the ranks of the knights, the mage quickly realized this battle was far more challenging than he had anticipated. He cast a glance at the bars, silently hoping he wouldn't have to resort to them. But he couldn't let his majesty down. Steeling himself, he aimed his glowing staff forward. The light intensified as Gale opened his mouth and unleashed a searing acid blast. A surge of green energy erupted, radiating in all directions before crashing into the castle gates with a dazzling shower of sparks. The heavy bars buckled under the force, and dust swirled through the air. The knights, emboldened, turned to the mage and charged forward, determined to breach the gate. Meanwhile, the priest watched anxiously, glancing toward the forest as he pondered when Aaron would finally arrive. At that very moment, Aaron galloped through the forest on horseback, a band of knights hot on his trail. Casting a quick glance over his shoulder, he shouted that the enemy was just ahead. The knights surged forward, closing in on the castle. As Gale turned to face them, recognition dawned. Aaron was leading the charge. With determination, he thrust his staff forward, and a brilliant green orb materialized at its tip, crackling with energy. Lightning erupted from the sky, hurtling toward Aaron with deadly intent. The bolt surged closer, threatening to strike his face when, suddenly, a black dragon swooped down from above. With a mighty roar, it opened its jaws and unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing Aaron in a blazing inferno. Aaron's jaw dropped in shock, while Gale, in stark contrast, simply closed his eyes, bracing himself for what was to come. As the smoke dissipated in the forest, the dragon soared into the sky. The priest fell to his knees, his voice trembling as he questioned whether Aaron was truly dead and what that would mean for the Holy Kingdom. Clutching his staff, the mage struggled to comprehend that their sovereign had truly intended for this to unfold. With the trees stripped bare, the weight of the moment settled heavily upon them. Duke Aaron was gone. The news rippled across the continent, sending shockwaves through every corner. Philip read the letter with a smile, a stark contrast to the mixed reactions around him. Some were elated, their faces lighting up with joy, while others stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the implications. A few were left heartbroken, the weight of the news heavy on their hearts. Zirin absorbed the report in silence, his expression unreadable, while many nearby remained bewildered. Just then, a knight approached the man seated at the table, ready to deliver his own message. Dressed in white, he clenched his teeth so tightly that some nearly cracked. The sage's fingers trembled as he asked if even the body was gone now. The man spun around and hurried out. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of people sat around a round table, a small white teapot resting on a tray between them. Two girls faced each other, their expressions filled with unspoken tension. Cecilia took a sip of her tea, a bright smile spreading across her face as she declared it tasted amazing. Isabel followed suit, savoring her own cup before setting it down. With a curious glance, she asked if Cecilia had made up her mind. Cecilia closed her eyes, her expression serene as she replied, "I serve the Vivian Church, so there's nothing to consider." The brunette across from her assured her that the relic would be returned. They didn't need to carry it with them. They simply intended to place it inside her body. Cecilia had only meant to borrow it for a short time. A frown crossed her face as Isabel reminded her that, as Saint Vivian, she had a duty to surrender the holy relic. If Avarak returned, Vivian would cease to exist. Cecilia stared at her in disbelief. Isabel's warning echoed in her mind. His power was growing, even as she hesitated. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm as an unseen force compelled her head downward. The blue light intensified, casting an eerie glow around them. Cecilia sprang to her feet, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asked urgently. Isabel gradually lowered her hands, the light beginning to fade. Cecilia, still bewildered, inquired, "What just happened?" Looking down, Isabel sensed the growing power emanating from the children of chaos. Drawing her sword, she declared that they were out of time. Pointing the blade at Cecilia, she insisted that a choice had to be made immediately. Just then, a man burst into the room. Staring ahead in shock, Gale exclaimed, "Aaron's body!" before shouting for them to stop. Cecilia's mother stared at him in disbelief. Frowning, she pressed for clarification. Aaron was gone. Gale's voice trembled as she revealed that Aaron had died in battle. The news hit Cecilia like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily speechless. She quickly turned her attention to the Duke. Isabel's expression darkened. "No," she insisted. "That can't be true." Frustrated, Gale slammed her fist into the floor, shouting that the report had already spread across the entire continent. But even he couldn't comprehend it. He sank to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief. The woman pressed him, asking how Aaron had died and where his body was. The protagonist stared at her, stunned. Finally, he closed his eyes and replied, "The report stated that dragon fire consumed Aaron entirely, leaving no trace behind." The brunette leaned in closer, urging him to listen carefully. She explained that if Aaron had truly died, Valtor within him would have awakened, unleashing chaos on the battlefield. The man could only gaze at her in astonishment. With a calm demeanor, Isabel presented two possibilities. Either it was a lie, or Aaron had a compelling reason to fake his own death. With a gentle smile, she reassured her son that Valtor's soul resided within him, while Valtor's body was housed in Aaron. To seal him, both must be united within a single person. Cradling her son's head, she continued, her voice trembling with emotion. She explained that if either of them were to die, Valtor would return in a fractured form, one that no one could hope to control. Tears streamed down her face as she emphasized the urgency of bringing Aaron's body back. It was the only way to prevent the world from descending into chaos and to ensure their safety. Cecilia stood behind her, listening intently, absorbing every word. Tears still streaming down her face, Isabel turned to Cecilia and said it was time for her to make a choice. The saint lowered her gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Zyron walked alongside Cheryl, who stood in front of the knights, her expression heavy with sorrow. An elderly man waited by the door, and Cheryl bowed respectfully to him. He knocked and announced, "Cheryl, representing the Brand territory, has arrived." A voice from within beckoned them to let her enter. Zyron stood by a table in the hall waiting. Cheryl stepped inside, her face etched with sorrow. She offered a respectful bow and greeted His Majesty. Zyron turned to face her, and as he looked down at Cheryl, he remarked that it had been a long time. He inquired about her well-being. Cheryl replied that, thanks to his concern, she was managing just fine. Zyron cast his gaze downward, acknowledging the weight of Aaron's death. With that revelation, Cheryl became his child, the last remaining heir of their bloodline. She bowed deeply once more. After observing her for a moment, Zyron inquired if she had something to say. Dropping to her knees, Cheryl replied affirmatively, prompting him to urge her to continue. A shadow flickered across her eyes as she addressed him, referring to him as the Emperor of the continent, the head of the Karen family, and her uncle, His Majesty, Zarin. She lifted her head and humbly requested permission to attend her brother's funeral. A tombstone already marked his resting place in the cemetery. Common funerals were simple affairs, and even counts were laid to rest without much fanfare. Higher nobles enjoyed grand ceremonies, while royal funerals demanded even greater splendor. Keishi struck the stone, a poignant reminder that a proper royal send-off required time and careful preparation. Zyren stood silently beside Cheryl, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. After a brief pause, he finally asked when the funeral would take place. Still kneeling, Cheryl replied that it was scheduled for 1 month from now at Braun Castle. Zyren closed his eyes, murmuring her words to himself as if to grasp their gravity. Cheryl continued, her voice steady despite the sorrow, explaining that with their father gone, His Majesty, as the head of the Karen family, was expected to attend. Zyron's expression darkened as he frowned. Cheryl lowered her gaze, understanding that the head of the family had an obligation to attend a relative's funeral. Even as emperor, Zyron could not evade such responsibilities, yet his presence would inevitably attract danger. An attack could strike at any moment, but the leader of the family still had to fulfill his duty. After all, more than one enemy might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Zyron was well acquainted with danger. Having survived countless plots and assassination attempts, he weighed the risks of leaving the capital with great caution. Since ascending to the throne, he had hardly ventured beyond its walls. The emperor remained silent, his expression stern. Finally, Zyron resolved to fulfill his duty. Cheryl bowed deeply, gratitude shining in her eyes as she thanked him. As she began to rise, Zyron spoke once more. He urged Cheryl to understand that he couldn't promise the exact day or time of his return. Cheryl nodded, acknowledging his words. Zyron then turned away, stating that they would meet again at the funeral. Cheryl mirrored his movement, and for a brief moment they stood with their backs to each other, a silent distance lingering between them. Zyron turned to look back, and Cheryl lowered her head once again. Moments later, she recounted the events with the same solemnity. With her eyes closed, she stated, "That's exactly what he told me." Aaron sat beside her at the table, glancing over thoughtfully. "We still don't know for sure," she remarked. "Zyron is being very cautious." He added that, as a result, an assassination attempt appeared far less likely. The others stared in surprise when Aaron revealed he had never anticipated any of this would be easy. He gestured toward the prince and explained that if the emperor were to die, the law of succession would pass power to Philip. With a determined look, Aaron laid out the rest of his plan. Just as they had done with the former emperor, they needed to compel him to step down willingly. This plan would eliminate the looming threat over Braun territory. Gale turned to Aaron, curiosity etched on his face. "What do you mean?" he asked. Aaron explained that they would replicate his previous strategy, using the feudal lords to diminish imperial power. Just then, someone at the head of the table inquired about the arrival of the troops from the Black Continent. He waved a hand dismissively, noting they had about 2 weeks left, with the funeral just a month away. Time was running out. Aaron then pointed out that merely sending their troops against the emperor would do nothing to sway the feudal lords. Closing his eyes, he acknowledged the truth in that statement. The soldiers from the Black Continent were merely a means to pressure the feudal lords into action. He needed something far more compelling to win them over. With a faint smile, Aaron began to speak. "All the feudal lords." His expression shifted as he clenched his fist, delivering the shocking conclusion they would be granted independence from the empire. The room fell silent, stunned by the revelation. Cheryl shot up, slamming both hands on the table in disbelief. Aaron raised a hand, urging calm. "We already have enough trouble just managing Braun territory." Cheryl lowered her head in silence. Aaron offered a small smile and continued, explaining that Braun's income was sufficient for them to live comfortably on their own. He reminded her that Duchess Baron was determined to claim the imperial throne and would never shy away from conflict. That was precisely why she had allied with them in the first place. Turning to him, Cheryl reassured Aaron, telling him not to worry. She had already considered everything carefully. Leaning back, Aaron declared that since everyone was in agreement, it was time to proceed to the next step. The leader of the knights turned to him, curious about what that next step entailed. With a smile, Aaron revealed, "It's Duke Aaron's funeral." The following day, riders departed through the gates, bearing scrolls that contained the announcement of Aaron's death. As the lords read the letter, a heavy silence fell over them. A message had been dispatched to every duke across the continent. One man's hands trembled as he sat at his table, confessing to the emperor that he had failed to uphold his promise. Suddenly, a blade pressed against his neck, startling him. "Who's there?" he gasped. The figure behind him replied coolly, "I carry a message from a sage. Those who break their promises meet their end." The man turned his head slightly and asked again, but the attacker struck him down with a single, swift swing. Moments later, a knight entered the sage's chamber, placing something on the table, proof that the uninvited guest was Rhinon. Left alone in the room, the man in white stood up and turned away from the table. The sage approached the mirror just as Isabel entered the room. "The saint from Vivian's church has agreed to part with the holy relic," she announced. When silence hung in the air, Isabel glanced at her son, moving closer to gauge his attention. "Are you listening?" she asked softly. The sage turned his head, acknowledging her with a nod. "That's good news," he replied. But as Isabel looked closer, her hand flew to her mouth, her shock evident at what she discovered. Beneath the hood, a bearded man's face had been grotesquely altered to resemble her son. The counterfeit Rhinon appeared half-mad as he muttered that perhaps now they would return his body. Isabel watched in disbelief from behind, stepping closer to confront the unsettling scene. "Are you listening?" she asked, her voice trembling. He turned to face her, his expression unnervingly calm as he repeated, "It's good news." A wave of horror washed over Isabel as she took in the chilling sight before her. It was Rhinon's face, twisted into a maniacal grin. The boy eagerly explained that he had transformed himself into an invited guest, hoping this would help him reclaim his body. Isabel, trembling, pointed at him, her mouth agape in shock. "What do you mean by that face?" she stammered. With a mischievous glint in his eye, the boy raised a hand to his visage and peeled it off like a mask. "I heard only invited guests could attend Aaron's funeral," he said, a hint of triumph in his voice. Observing the situation, he remarked that this face could prove useful. Clenching her fists, Isabel insisted that wasn't the real issue. Gale, sensing her distress, asked what had happened. She turned away, dismissing his concern, and urged him to hurry before St. Vivian changed her mind. Vivian glanced at the boy and realized that his face resembled the Duke's. Remembering how furious the Duke had looked, she struggled to comprehend how he could kill the man he once called father, the same man who had smiled so coldly. Reflecting on the devastated village, Vivian couldn't shake the feeling that Valtor's mark had embedded itself in her son's soul, altering his very nature. A frown creased Isabel's brow as she recognized the urgency of their situation. It was time to reclaim her son's body and seal Valtor away once and for all. Meanwhile, Cecilia sat on the floor, her hands clasped in prayer. With a determined gaze, she turned to Vivian and asked, "Please, guide me down the path you once revealed." The cell door creaked open, and Isabel stepped inside, her gaze fixed on Cecilia. "Are you ready now?" she asked, her voice steady. Cecilia stood silently, her expression somber. "I understand," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Time was fleeting, and the weight of their situation hung heavy in the air. Lowering her head, she repeated, "I understand," as sadness clouded her eyes. Memories washed over her. She recalled lying in bed when a voice had called her name. Sitting up, she asked, "Was it Vivian?" A brilliant light materialized before her, revealing a glowing magic circle that pulsed with urgency. Avarak, the Lord of Chaos, had risen, and she needed to reach Aaron immediately to protect him. Still nestled in her bed, Cecilia pondered the connection between the Lord of Chaos and the Duke, her mind racing. "Where is the goddess?" she questioned. But the light began to dim. As it drew nearer, Vivian's voice cut through the haze of confusion. "There's no time, we must hurry!" Cecilia reached out for the light with both hands, pleading for it to wait. As it shrank away, the light urged her to go to him. Then, in an instant, it vanished completely. Alone in the dim room, Cecilia pressed a hand to her chest and vowed to go for Vivian. With a determined expression, she added that she would go for him as well. In the present, Cecilia brushed past Isabel, her brow furrowed. "We're already moving," she said, urgency lacing her voice. Without waiting for a response, she strode toward the door. Closing her eyes, she silently summoned Vivian, praying they would heed the voice that had whispered to her in last night's dream. Meanwhile, guards shifted behind Zarin, and in the capital, a prisoner was led away, shackled and confined behind bars. Zeron gestured for the guards to step back, then approached the prisoner. "Is it true?" he asked, his voice low and steady. For a moment, silence hung in the air, thick with tension. The prisoner, taken aback by the question, struggled to process the weight of the news. Was Aaron really dead? He gripped the bars tightly, his voice rising in disbelief. "Of course it's true. If it weren't, I wouldn't be stuck in here." With his mouth agape, he shot Zarin a sharp look. "You sly old fox!" He pounded on the door, shouting that he had witnessed a dragon incinerate Aaron alive with his own eyes. Then, with a sneer, he questioned why Zeron even cared. Did he want to know how the great Pope had been captured as well? With wide eyes, the prisoner demanded an answer. Approaching the bars, Zeron inquired about what had been done to him. Philip stepped forward, explaining that the man had been begging for food, so he had let him starve for 3 days. Zeron's expression darkened as he struck Philip across the face, leaving a red mark in its wake. Turning back to the prisoner, Zeron noted that only a few days had passed since the man's arrest, yet powerful lords were already clamoring for his release. Gritting his teeth, the prisoner replied that such was the duty of those who served the god pairs. He fixed his gaze on Zeron, who seemed poised to make an enticing offer. Taking a deep breath, he agreed to listen, on the condition that they fed him first. But then he froze when Zeron mentioned wanting him at the funeral. If he accepted, he'd secure both food and his life. Zeron still struggled to accept that the boy was truly gone. The prisoner shot back, his voice sharp, that he had witnessed it all with his own eyes. He was taken aback when he discovered that his sole mission was to crash the funeral with an army and invade Braun territory. The prisoner raised a hand to his face, contemplating the gravity of the situation. After a moment, he looked up and remarked that reaching the castle would be no simple task. The Emperor reassured him, promising to open a portal and transport them directly. Zeron responded with a dark smile, the weight of the plan settling in. The prisoner returned the smile, but Philip's gaze remained cold and unyielding. A week before the funeral, carriages rolled one after another toward the castle. Aaron peered out the window, contemplating the seemingly endless line of mourners. Was this typical for the imperial family? Just then, the door behind him creaked open. A hand suddenly covered his mouth. Cheryl grabbed him and exclaimed, "What's a dead man doing here?" Aaron turned to her, momentarily at a loss for words. Instead of answering, he clasped his hands together and apologized, insisting that none of that mattered at the moment. Cheryl shut her eyes, taking a deep breath before replying, "Fine. I have news about our uncle." Cheryl turned her gaze away and mentioned that he would arrive in 3 days, bringing a large entourage with him. Aaron was taken aback, frowning as he processed the news. This was sooner than he had anticipated. Rubbing his face in disbelief, he recalled that the emperor was not supposed to arrive until the day before the funeral at the earliest. He couldn't shake the thought of the Duchess's plan to win over the early arriving lords and rally them to fight for independence. Turning to his sister, Aaron inquired about the number of attendees. She replied confidently that, aside from Duke Rhinan, all the neutral factions allied with them had arrived, along with more than half of the Emperor's supporters. Frowning, Aaron asked if Rhinan had still not made an appearance. He couldn't shake the memory of the Duke, recalling that Rhinan had been among the first to learn of his supposed demise. Cheryl glanced outside and noticed something unusual. Among the crowd, she spotted the Duke as he stepped out of his carriage. He exchanged a firm handshake with another lord, his demeanor confident and commanding. However, there was still someone inside the carriage. Isabel, her hair cascading over her face, obscuring her expression. Cecilia clasped her hands in her lap, folding them in a gesture of prayer as she whispered a quiet plea. Averted her gaze, she turned to Isabel and insisted that she would honor their agreement, urging them to let her go. However, Isabel merely glanced out the window and replied with a firm no. They still needed to locate Aaron, who was hiding somewhere within the castle's walls. Cecilia frowned, reminding Isabel that she lived here, making it easy for her to escape and free herself. Isabel turned back to her, a smile playing on her lips. "You could always try," she said, "if you want to wake Valtor and bring back Everic. But tell me, does Vivian's servant truly desire that?" Cecilia lowered her head, contemplating the weight of Isabel's words. As Isabel gazed out the window, Cecilia quietly surrendered to the moment, the tension hanging in the air. As Isabel contemplated the object nestled within the girl's chest, a silent curse for Vivian escaped her lips. The heart-shaped stone pulsed with light, and it dawned on Isabel that Vivian had entwined Cecilia's life with the relic. The image of Cecilia collapsing flashed in her mind, and Isabel understood that if she yanked the relic out carelessly, the girl could perish before its power could be unleashed. Clenching her teeth, Isabel realized that the goddess must want her dead if she intended to wield the relic. Isabel struck her. Cecilia stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. It was evident that Isabel was determined to prevent Everic from returning. As she gazed out the window, a question nagged at her. Why had Vivian instructed her to protect Aaron instead of aiding him directly? The carriage rolled into the courtyard, and Cheryl observed it intently. She turned to her brother and announced, "It's Duke Rhinan." She was certain of it. Aaron brushed his fingers against his face, deep in thought. When he called out to Cheryl, she turned and approached him. He instructed her to gather all the lords present for a small banquet, and to extend an invitation to Duchess Beren as well. Cheryl inquired about the next steps. Aaron replied that he wanted the Duchess to sway the lords tonight, and if necessary, they would try again tomorrow. They had only 2 days. Cheryl nodded in agreement. As she turned to leave, Aaron reminded her to summon Canis. She called for him, and as she watched him approach, Aaron couldn't shake the thought that if the Emperor arrived with a large retinue, scouts would undoubtedly be sent ahead. He glanced away, realizing that if they weren't careful, the Emperor might notice the hidden soldiers scattered around the grounds before he even arrived. Just then, Canoes appeared at the door, inquiring if he had been summoned. Aaron approached him, asking where he had positioned the soldiers from the Son of the Black Continent and Duchess Baron's men. Canis replied that they were concealed throughout the castle as planned, with only the necessary personnel stationed along the route the lords would take. With his hands clasped behind his back, Canoes inquired if there was an issue. Aaron informed him that the Emperor would be arriving in 3 days, accompanied by a sizable retinue. When Canoes pressed for clarification, Aaron offered a subtle nod. Meeting his gaze, Aaron cautioned that any misstep could draw the Emperor's attention to their troops, prompting him to return to the palace. Canoes responded gravely, noting that if that occurred, their entire strategy to topple the Emperor through force and political maneuvering would unravel. Once back at the palace, the Emperor would have countless resources at his disposal to retaliate. Aaron nodded in agreement. They should leave only the essential soldiers behind and transfer the rest to the northern fortress. This surprised him slightly, especially when Cainaz inquired if he had heard they were approaching via the main road. The two exchanged knowing glances. Cainaz remarked that if they were indeed using the main road, they would have certainly requested an escort. However, the Emperor had only disclosed the date and the size of the retinue. Aaron was taken aback to discover that this was all part of the plan. Kanaz spread his hands, explaining that the goal was to eliminate the soldiers stationed around the castle. Confused, Aaron questioned how the Emperor could transport such a large force without using the main road. Kanaz fixed him with a steady gaze before responding. He envisioned a massive army emerging through a single grand portal. With that, the entire army could be mobilized swiftly. Aaron clenched his teeth in determination. Ziran stood by the window, gazing out into the distance, lost in thought. He recalled the dark figure that had loomed over him, a frown etched on its face. Gathering his courage, Ziran asked who it was. Avrak stepped forward, his voice steady and chilling, revealing that if Ziran wanted the nightmare to end, he would have to kill Aaron. In the present, Ziran touched his face, contemplating how many days this relentless nightmare had haunted him. A frown creased his brow as he questioned whether Aaron was still alive. He covered his face with one hand, lost in thought. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Without turning around, he called out for the visitor to enter. Philip stepped in and dropped to one knee, inquiring if Ziran had summoned him. Ziran turned to Philip and commanded him to attend the funeral as the captain of the guard. Philip accepted, though he was taken aback when Ziran mentioned he owed him an apology. Leaning in, Ziran reflected on the events in the dungeon, admitting he had intended to teach a lesson, but acknowledged he had gone too far. Philip kept his gaze lowered, asking, what lesson was that supposed to be? Ziran remarked that a ruler should never tarnish his own hands by making enemies. Philip nodded, his eyes widening as Ziran urged him to remember this lesson, for he would one day become emperor. Confused, Philip looked up and asked for clarification. In the grand hall, Ziran reiterated the importance of his words, emphasizing that he must never forget them. As news spread that the portal was being set up, Ziran rose to his feet. He stepped outside, calling for Philip to follow. Philip turned, a broad smile lighting up his face, a familiar expression that took Ziran back a decade. It was a day when Philip had been in high spirits, standing over Aaron, who lay on the ground. That moment marked the first time he had stepped over his despised cousin, the future emperor. But that still wasn't enough for him. Then, he spotted Isabel passing by and decided to follow her. He trailed her down the street, his presence lingering just out of sight. Isabel felt a strange sensation, glancing back, but found no one there. Eventually, she reached a wooden house and opened the door. Inside, chaos reigned. Dropping to her knees, Isabel called out to Avrak, demanding answers. A magic circle materialized before her, shadows swirling upward to envelop the symbols entirely. Avrak emerged, his voice steady as he inquired why she had summoned him. Meanwhile, outside, Philip stood frozen in shock. Isabel lifted her gaze, urgency in her tone as she declared that the Emperor's throne was in peril. If he were to fall, her children, born in the name of the gods, would be at risk as well. Grasping the magic circle, Avrak labeled her actions as incompetence. Isabel lowered her head in shame. As he approached, he reminded her that this was part of their agreement. She attempted to protest, but the encroaching darkness tightened its grip around her. The weight of pressure bore down on Isabel, forcing her to the ground. She heard Avrak's chilling warning. Her sole purpose was to fulfill his will, and she must never forget it. Isabel rose to her feet, a sense of determination washing over her. As Avrak dissolved into the magic circle, he assured her they would be safe for now, until his seed had fully matured. Still on the floor, Isabel lifted her head and whispered, "No." Moments later, she stood tall, her resolve hardening. As she walked away, she vowed never to allow his seed to take root in her children. Frowning, she resolved to protect them. Meanwhile, Philip hid around the corner before stepping inside. The prince knelt down, hands clasped in prayer, and called upon Avrak, the ruler of all gods, to answer him. Silence hung in the air, leaving him to wonder if he had done something wrong. Suddenly, darkness loomed behind him, reaching out to touch Philip. Suddenly, Philip found it difficult to breathe. As he looked up, a voice inquired about his identity. He gasped, managing to declare his name, proclaiming himself the son of Duke Ziran and the future lord of the duchy. Just then, a magic circle materialized behind him. Turning his head, he heard yet another question. What did he truly desire? The circle blazed with an intense light, and the god proclaimed that Philip would ascend to the throne as emperor. Philip gritted his teeth, a mix of confusion and determination swirling within him. The god turned him around, commanding him to serve, promising that only then would he claim the title of emperor. Philip's expression was one of bewilderment. Suddenly, an aura enveloped him, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through his body. In an instant, the restraint shattered, and with a primal scream, Philip threw his arms wide open, embracing the chaos. Moments later, he collapsed to the floor, and a radiant light began to emanate from his body. Philip pushed himself up on his hands, staring in awe at them. A wide grin spread across his face. That was the day the future prince discovered his destiny, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His power surged, and with it, his laughter grew even louder. For Zeron, it was the best day of his life. As he strolled down the hallway with a faint smile, he reveled in the excitement of his first trip outside the capital since ascending to the throne. But then, a chilling memory crept in, the nightmare he had experienced at this very hour. He paused, unease settling in. The timing felt ominous, and for a fleeting moment, he considered canceling the trip altogether. Zeron clasped his hands behind his back, taking a moment to study Philip, who stood a step behind him. After a brief pause, he turned away, convincing himself that it was merely a dream. Frowning, he contemplated the weight of standing tall as emperor. As the head of his family and a father before his son, he felt the prince's unwavering presence trailing closely behind him. Philip recalled that gentle gaze and realized he no longer needed any lessons from him. A smile crept onto his face as he considered the possibility that he might never have needed them at all. Light began to gather in his hand, and despite the absence of formal training, he felt destined to be emperor. The same radiant glow enveloped his sword. Now, all that remained was to decide how he would seize the throne, and with determination, Philip drew the blade free. He slid the weapon back into place, choosing to keep his hands clean of blood. A frown creased his brow as he remembered Lord Avrak's warning to stay vigilant. He pressed on, determined to witness the Emperor's final moments. The banquet hall buzzed with guests, their laughter and chatter filling the air. One lord leaned in, inquiring about another's well-being after the recent disaster, expressing concern over the extent of the damage. The answer was bleak. The people of his land had fled to survive, leaving him nearly destitute and struggling to maintain any semblance of order. He then inquired about the situation in the neighboring territory. The other man replied that managing to keep order was commendable, but his own land was in even worse condition. When he had requested soldiers from the capital, he received no assistance. Leaning in, he began to recount the events that unfolded after the disaster. His gaze turned to Cheryl as he pointed at the map. A revolt within the imperial family has only made matters worse, he explained, which is why no troops were dispatched. The other lord nodded, bitterness lacing his words. What good is the imperial family if they abandon distant lands whenever danger arises? His companion shared the sentiment, echoing the frustration. They serve no purpose at all. He glanced at Gran and admitted he was beginning to regret supporting the emperors. Taking a sip from his drink, he observed the room. Cheryl, meanwhile, scanned the gathering. The lords were growing increasingly vocal in their complaints, just as she had anticipated. A thought crossed her mind. Should she provoke them further? Tapping her glass to gain attention, Cheryl stood and expressed her gratitude to everyone for attending her brother's funeral, despite their busy schedules. The guests raised their glasses in anticipation. With her eyes closed, Cheryl revealed that she had invited them not only to express her gratitude, but also to present a special offer. Rhinon smiled, eager to hear the proposal from the new Duchess of Bronze. Gran shot him a disapproving glare, bewildered by his cheerfulness. How could Rhinon act so lighthearted after losing Aaron, who had been like a son to him? Cheryl nodded slightly, then added that the idea wasn't entirely her own. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, prompting her to call for the visitor to enter. Footsteps approached, and Baron stepped inside. Gran's expression shifted to one of shock, while even Rhinon appeared unsettled. The Duchess strode confidently to the table, and Gran's frown deepened as he inquired about her rumored death in battle. Bran shot him a glance and remarked that when she truly died, he would be the first to know. Rhinon chuckled, suggesting they lighten the mood and focus on the offer at hand. With thoughts of his pursuers weighing on him, he resolved that he didn't care how modest the proposal was. Anything that could ease the search for Aaron's hiding place was worth considering. Baron spread her hands, declaring she had a straightforward yet intriguing offer for anyone looking to escape the Empire's current turmoil. With a dark smile, she suggested stripping the Emperor of his power. The lords exchanged uneasy glances. Gran leaped to his feet, incredulous that she was advocating for treason. Bran countered, insisting that treason was not the right term. After all, the Emperor had broken his promises and now posed a threat to their very survival. The tension between the two intensified as they locked eyes. Bran opened her hands once more, declaring that even before the disaster struck, the Emperor was solely focused on preserving his crown, showing little concern for the suffering lords. She turned to Zeron, asking if he recalled the Emperor's promises when he toppled the last ruler with their backing. Zeron clenched his teeth in response. Baron interjected, reminding him that the Emperor had vowed to diminish the throne's power. She raised one finger, recalling his promise that lords could resolve territory disputes independently. A second finger followed, as she remembered his vow to share all the wealth gained from the war in the western lands. Then, a third finger emerged. He had declared that the next emperor would be chosen by a vote of the nobles. Baron pointed at him and asked, "Has Zarin kept even one of those promises?" Gran remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Rynan stroked his beard, contemplating the potential merit of the offer. Another lord rose to speak, asserting that the emperor's main army was formidable, well-trained, and vast. If their pressure tactics faltered, they would have no choice but to resort to force. "So, what's the plan?" he inquired. Folding her arms, Bran replied confidently that they already possessed sufficient troops to confront the main army head-on. Another guest frowned and suggested they could remove him. But then, how would they choose the next emperor? Baron pointed at the man, her voice rising as she asserted, "We are the lords of this empire. The next candidate must come from the imperial family to avoid any confusion." The man looked taken aback, realizing the implication. "But that leaves only Prince Philip and your son in the imperial line," he pointed out, his shock evident. Bran nodded, noting that women couldn't ascend to the throne unless the law was changed. Cheryl pondered this for a moment. After the Emperor's overthrow, the nobles would never select Philip, which meant Bran must believe her own son was destined for the throne. The thought brought a smile to Cheryl's face. They were plotting to dismantle the Empire. Lowering her hands, she offered her own perspective. With her eyes closed, Cheryl passionately argued that the Emperor's niece, the one who had presented this proposal, deserved a chance at the throne. She spread her arms wide, questioning what would happen if every member of the imperial family were granted the right to inherit. With a playful grin, she added that it would even mean she could become emperor. The Duchess shot her a disapproving glare, clearly unimpressed. Cheryl noted that the chances were slim. They locked eyes, the weight of the moment hanging between them. A plate nearby held several folded papers. The results clear, the vote stood at 31-9. Some guests erupted in celebration. The decision to overthrow Emperor Zeron had been reached. Now, 4 candidates remained in the running for the throne: Philip, Baron, Cheryl, and Tess. Zeron's name was crossed out, leaving only the task of dismantling his reign ahead. Rynan strode down the dimly lit hall, his mind consumed by thoughts of the uprising. To him, it all felt absurd. Clenching his fist, he vowed that once he located Aaron and reclaimed his body, he would take back the throne that had been unjustly stolen from him. A fire of anger ignited within him. But first, Zeron had to vanish. As moonlight bathed the house, shadows danced around him, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. The man stood by the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and someone entered. He turned, asking if they had found Aaron. Isabel removed her cloak, her expression tense as she explained that the guards were watching too closely. Despite the grim circumstances, Rynan stepped forward, reiterating that there was nothing they could do. Frustration boiled over as he struck the cloaked man. The man collapsed to the floor, prompting Isabel to ask what her son was doing. With a cold gaze fixed on the lifeless body, he replied that they needed a new plan. Suddenly, Cecilia's words echoed in his mind. If they couldn't find him, they had to draw him out. Isabel's face twisted in horror at the thought. Meanwhile, 2 guards lingered at the entrance, one frowning as he remarked that the place felt eerie, as if ghosts could materialize at any moment. The second guard urged his partner to refrain from such talk, still gazing ahead. The first guard inquired if his companion had heard the latest rumor. The second guard glanced back as the first spoke of whispers claiming that Duke Aaron's ghost was haunting the castle, as if he were still among the living. Kuturvi, uneasy, insisted they stop discussing such things. The night was already shrouded in darkness. Just then, a shadowy figure emerged before them. One guard lowered his spear and demanded to know the identity of the approaching figure. As she drew nearer, they recognized her. It was Cecilia, stumbling and disoriented. Suddenly, she collapsed. The guards rushed to her side, their concern evident. Meanwhile, 2 men observed the scene in silence. Cecilia felt as though she were floating among the stars. With her eyes still closed, she heard someone calling her name. In a daze, she responded, wondering if she had been summoned by the goddess Vivian. As she opened her eyes, Cecilia found herself surrounded by gray walls. Bianca sat in front of her, and she realized she was lying in a bed, struggling to sit up. She noticed Isabel's worried gaze fixed on her, asking if she was all right. Cecilia assured her she was fine, but then her expression shifted to one of alarm. Grabbing Bianca's arm, she urgently demanded, "Where is the Duke?" They were hunting him, but then something else caught her eye. A cloaked figure stood against the wall. In that instant, she recalled Isabel's guarded expression and her urgent warning that Cecilia needed to find Aaron for their sake. Cecilia slowly lowered her hands, confusion washing over her. Noticing her distress, the other person realized just how dire the situation had become. Even in the face of betrayal, they were still sending her into the fray. Cecilia suddenly understood that if she could locate the Duke, she could remain by his side as the goddess had commanded, ultimately thwarting their plans. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder, and a voice cautioned her against making any reckless moves. It was Gale, his chilling smile betraying no warmth. He assured her that he had no intention of bringing Volter back, his grin unwavering. The main character reminded her that the fate of their world hinged on her next decision. Cecilia lowered her head in silence. Suddenly he struck her, and she fell to the floor. As she looked up, the masked man warned her that he would always see and hear everything she did, so she had better behave. His gaze remained fixed on her. Meanwhile, Bianca attempted to explain the recent battle, but Aaron quietly interrupted her. Sadness clouded Bianca's eyes as Cheryl opened the door and stepped inside. She brushed past the watcher, who regarded her with surprise. Cheryl caught sight of the stranger but quickly averted her gaze. Approaching with purpose, she prepared to ask a question. Turning to Cecilia, she learned that the figure was one of her companions. However, as Cheryl studied the companion once more, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Cheryl felt a strange familiarity as she approached the injured woman. Concerned, she asked if she was all right. As she drew closer, Cheryl inquired about Cecilia's whereabouts, reminding her that the holy water was completely depleted. With a hand pressed to her chest, Cecilia confessed that her divine power had vanished, prompting her to search for the goddess Vivian. Closing her eyes, she apologized, revealing that she wouldn't be able to create holy water again until she found Vivian. Cheryl's distress was palpable. Cecilia's companion locked eyes with her and asked, "Is it true that Aaron has died?" The anguish in Cheryl's gaze spoke volumes, filling the air with a heavy sorrow. After a fleeting glance at the man leaning against the wall, Cheryl suggested, "Let's talk somewhere else." Confusion washed over Cecilia as she tried to grasp the unfolding situation. The two women turned toward the door, their hearts weighed down by unspoken words. Cecilia's companion watched them depart, her anxiety palpable. Her eyes remained wide, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. As she sensed Cheryl's radiant aura, she also detected Aeolus's energy intertwined within it. With a mix of hope and desperation, she reached out and called Cheryl her daughter. Cheryl paused and turned back. With a wave of her hand, she gestured for him to wait outside. The door closed firmly in front of her, and she slumped against it, overwhelmed by despair. Unbeknownst to her, Ziron observed the scene from the shadows before quietly slipping away. Cheryl finally revealed that Aaron was still alive. Cecilia's face lit up with relief as she quickly asked, "Can I see him?" By the window, Cheryl replied that she couldn't help, not until after the funeral. Frustration washed over Cecilia as she lowered her head. After a moment, she looked back at Cheryl and asked her to deliver a message. Cheryl nodded, agreeing to do so. With a frown, Cecilia began to speak of an unseen force, and a sinister smile flickered in her mind. She lowered her gaze once more and urged Cheryl not to mention that part. Instead, she explained that Aaron had encountered many who wished him harm, so he needed to remain vigilant. Cheryl nodded, promising to relay the message. Just then, the door swung open and someone announced that there was a problem. People from the palace had arrived. Cheryl leaped to her feet, her curiosity piqued. "Where are we?" she asked, glancing around. The man and Cecilia shared a knowing look before he stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Cheryl approached, quickly realizing he wasn't the emperor. "Who is causing all this commotion?" she inquired. With a calm demeanor, he introduced the visitors, explaining that Gale had arrived with a group of mages. As he spoke, a crowd began to gather in the square, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. All eyes were fixed on the mages. Cheryl stood resolutely with her allies, while Aaron observed from above. Just as he had anticipated, his suspicions were confirmed. He pressed his lips together, astonished by their audacity to open such a massive portal. With a firm strike of his staff, Gale turned to address the acting lord and the gathered people of the territory. Across from him, Cheryl listened intently as he announced the impending arrival of the Emperor in their territory. With a pointed gesture toward her, he commanded everyone to show proper respect. Leaning forward, Cheryl felt a wave of confusion wash over her amidst the commotion. In response, she knelt down, and one by one, the others followed suit, lowering their heads in unison. Gale watched with a satisfied smile as he lifted his staff, praising the glory of the Emperor. The other mages followed suit, raising their own staffs in unison. A radiant light flared around them, enveloping Gale in its warm glow. With determination, he aimed his staff forward and commanded the portal to open. A brilliant beam shot forth from the tip, illuminating the space around them. The portal began to take form, and in an instant, it was complete. A leg emerged first, and Cheryl's heart raced as she looked up, hoping it was him at last. But stepping into the square was Zeron. Aaron's expression darkened at the sight of the Emperor. More troops followed behind him, and as Cheryl observed the escort, she noted it was sizable, though still smaller than she had anticipated. Gale raised his staff higher, causing the portal to widen dramatically, catching Cheryl off guard. Soldiers began to pour into the square, led by the Emperor himself. A faint smile crept onto Cheryl's face. There were already about 500 troops present, and if this was part of a takeover, it was clear he intended for it to be monumental. Zeron approached Gale, noting that the space was too cramped, and suggesting that the remaining troops be brought in outside the castle. The protagonist knelt and quickly agreed. Cheryl pressed her lips together, pondering just how many more men he intended to bring. Then Zeron approached her, towering over Cheryl. He declared that as emperor and head of the house, he had a favor to ask. Would she be willing to listen? Bowing her head slightly, Cheryl replied, yes. Zeron gazed down at her, his voice steady as he instructed her to establish a large camp outside the castle. Without raising her head, Cheryl replied that it would be more efficient if he revealed the number of troops they had. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Zeron's mouth. Meeting her gaze, he answered, 100,000. Cheryl's eyes widened in disbelief as their gazes locked. Grinding her teeth, Cheryl questioned whether he truly intended to ignite a war at a funeral. A shadow flickered across Zeron's face as he remarked that the new lord was much easier to manage. Cheryl frowned at his words, especially when he added that the previous lord had been anything but. Zeron's laughter mingled with Philip's, a sound that only deepened Cheryl's frustration. She clenched her fist, knowing that he could bask in his pride for now, but his reign as emperor would not endure for much longer. The prince suddenly sensed a shift in the air, a powerful aura that he recognized as belonging to Avarak. Meanwhile, Gale observed from a nearby window, a sly grin creeping across his face. The memory of the blast at the tower ignited a desire for revenge within him. In another part of the castle, Isabel clutched her head in distress, and Cecilia immediately took notice. Covering part of her face, Isabel felt the overwhelming presence of Valtor and Aeolus. Cecilia frowned, knowing she needed to locate Aaron quickly. Isabel grasped Cecilia's shoulder, urging her to hurry and find the dupe. Without looking back, Cecilia reiterated that she had already been told she couldn't see him before the funeral. In a sudden burst of urgency, Isabel spun her around and exclaimed that it was already too late. Everyone nearby turned their attention to the conversation. Frowning, Isabel remarked that the power of not only Vivian, but also Avarak's daughter was growing stronger. If both awakened simultaneously, the resulting disaster would be unimaginable. Her grip tightened as she added that even Vivian wouldn't be able to halt it. Cecilia, however, remained unfazed. She simply turned away and gestured for Isabel to follow her. The two of them strolled down the street. Aaron paused by a window, listening as the crowd gathered outside. Glancing out, he noted that everyone was present, except for the dead man. Zeron smiled, teasingly asking if Aaron meant to suggest he would be resurrected. Aaron averted his gaze, lost in thoughts of his own return. Zeron stood there, hands clasped behind his back, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Aaron turned to him, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she asked how long he had been alive, making an effort to mask her surprise. Zeron replied that he had never kept track, but it must be over 1,000 years. Aaron nodded thoughtfully. Zeron continued, noting that while that was a long time by human standards, for beings like them, time held little significance. What truly mattered was life itself. Gazing upward, Aaron mused that life really was a profound subject. Aaron turned to Zeron and asked if he had ever encountered someone whose very existence had transformed, or someone who had returned from the dead. Zeron shook his head, admitting he had never heard of such a phenomenon. A small sigh escaped Aaron's lips as he frowned, contemplating how Zeron would react if he knew that Aaron was, in fact, that kind of person. Zeron simply regarded him in silence, the weight of unspoken truths hanging in the air. He moved away and turned to Aaron, asking if he had ever pondered why a dragon would approach him in human form. Aaron glanced aside, speculating that perhaps dragons simply enjoyed having fun. Zeron walked past quietly, a faint smile playing on his lips, as he replied that Aaron was partly correct. He had come because he felt an inexplicable pull, and he stayed because it amused him. Still facing away, Zeron then inquired, "Why do dragons crave pleasure so deeply?" Aaron brushed his fingers across his face, deep in thought. Zarin observed him with a faint smile, but when Aaron's patience wore thin, he snapped, urging Zarin to get to the point instead of bombarding him with endless questions. With a sigh, Zarin turned his gaze out the window. "Fine," he replied, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes and began to explain. Dragons started chasing pleasure the moment they began to question their own existence. They could live for 1,000 years and wield magic without restraint, yet this only deepened the mystery. Humans bravely fought against a colossal foe, but a dark shadow loomed above them. The creature glanced up, only to be met with the sight of a dragon soaring overhead. In an instant, it was crushed beneath the dragon's might. The beast lifted its head, a titan among living beings, unstoppable and unmatched. Zarin raised a finger, emphasizing his point. "Nothing except the gods," he said. Yet, despite their power, dragons still endured suffering. It was more than mere problems. It was torment. They constantly questioned the meaning of their existence. Immortal and nearly unbeatable, they struggled to comprehend why they had been created this way. One dragon suddenly took flight, leaving the others behind as they watched him disappear into the horizon. With a determined roar, he declared he would search to the very end for the meaning of existence. Later, a young dragon stood at the precipice, gathering the courage to fly off in pursuit. After some time, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of the first dragon. With a gentle nudge, he was met with the somber truth. Zarin, the wise elder, spoke softly, revealing that even the mightiest creature had succumbed to the relentless torment of his quest. The little dragon nestled beside the larger one, as if awaiting an answer to the profound question that weighed on all dragons. Still gazing out the window, Zarin revealed that the larger dragon had been his father. He shared that his father's death had sent shockwaves through all dragonkind. In the aftermath, most dragons sought answers to any means possible, short of sacrificing their own lives. Zarin, however, made a different choice. He decided to become human, marking the beginning of a long and arduous search. He wandered through the snow, the wind whipping through his hair. What began as a search had transformed into a source of pleasure. Aaron glanced at him and asked if that was the reason he chose a human life. Without turning, Zarin replied that he had also lived as an elf, and even an orc. He added that human life was the most intriguing of all. It allowed him to experience joy, anger, grief, and satisfaction with remarkable clarity. Humans are acutely aware of their mortality, despite living countless lives across various races and experiencing a myriad of emotions. Zarin still grappled with the question of his own existence. He remained seated, contemplating, before finally speaking up about a few insights he was beginning to grasp. Aaron, intrigued, leaned in and asked what those insights were. Zarin lifted his gaze and declared that what truly defines every being is not their body or emotions, but their soul. Aaron touched his face, puzzled, and asked if Zarin was referring to ghosts. Zarin smiled softly and replied, "No, I mean the self beneath the ego, the soul that reveals a person's true character. Even when a dragon takes on a human or animal form, that core self remains unchanged." Aaron fell silent, contemplating this notion. After a moment, he frowned and questioned what this dragon tale had to do with him. The reminder caught him off guard. It was the same question he had pondered before. What if the hero was someone whose personality had shifted, or perhaps someone resurrected? Closing his eyes, the man reflected that despite all these changes, the essence of one's soul would remain unchanged. Perhaps that's why this story resonated with him, reminding him of his father. Aaron frowned, confusion etched on his face, and asked, "What kind of person do you think I am?" Turning to him, the man accuses Aaron of being deeply greedy, someone who revels in deceiving others and would do anything for money. Aaron's outrage flares instantly, but then the man smiles, revealing a deeper understanding. He knows the truth. Everything Aaron does is to protect the people of this territory, even if no one else recognizes it. Zarin watches the exchange intently. He speaks with deliberate care, asserting that regardless of whether he was reincarnated or merely inhabiting a duke's body, the essence of his soul remains Aaron's. It's Aaron's true nature, a man who sacrificed himself for the sake of others. Aaron ponders these words in silence. The man then spreads his arms wide, declaring that in all his long life he has never encountered anyone who prioritizes others, even strangers, as selflessly as Aaron does. He grips his wrist and locks eyes with him. "Don't worry," Zarin assures him. "Just keep being Aaron's man." As he heads for the door, he adds, "I'll take care of the funeral." With that, Zarin shuts the door behind him. Aaron stands there, staring at the closed door, replaying Zarin's words in his mind. As the main character lies in bed, memories of his former self flood his mind. He grapples with a haunting question. If he pours everything into becoming Aaron, what will remain of him? Clenching his teeth, he feels the weight of those words, breaking the seal. Rivera through his thoughts. Suddenly, a dark figure looms over him, its presence unsettling. "Wake you children," it commands, shattering the silence of his turmoil. Gale jolts awake, his jaw clenched as he cradles his head in frustration. When will he reclaim his own body? The light from the portal floods the room, prompting him to toss his pillow aside. As the brightness envelops him, he shields his face with both hands. With a deep breath, Gale rises from the bed and picks up the reflection of his new face, Rhinan's. As he dons the item, a wave of despair washes over him. He can't endure this nightmare any longer. He must find Aaron. Moments later, he strides down the street when a portal suddenly materializes, halting him in his tracks. Instinctively, he ducks around the corner, using Rhinan's face to mask his presence. Peering cautiously, he watches as a man steps through the portal. His heart races as he recognizes the figure. It's his father. A few hours earlier, everyone had gathered around a table laden with food. At the center sat Zeron, his presence commanding attention. A man glanced in his direction before shifting his gaze to the lords surrounding him. Zeron glanced back at him, a slight frown creasing his brow. The strange silence that enveloped everyone felt deliberate, leaving him puzzled. Then, the Emperor, hesitating slightly, turned to a girl nearby. She was just about to take a bite of her food, her gaze fixed on her plate. He brought up the rumor that she had died in battle some time ago. With her eyes closed, she replied calmly, "It was only a rumor." Zeron frowns, questioning why she hasn't reported the outcome of the war yet. A faint smile plays on her lips as she slices her meat. "You already know the result," she replies, "which is probably why you came." A man seated across from her snaps, accusing her of disrespect. The Duchess grits her teeth, tension crackling in the air. A prince steps forward, declaring that when the Emperor poses a question, she should respond plainly. All eyes turn to him as a dark smile creeps across his face. He then asks if she agrees. The tension thickens as they lock eyes, but before anything can escalate, Zeron interrupts, his voice rising in authority. He orders them to stop, scolding them for bickering like family during a lord's funeral. Completely oblivious to the gravity of the moment, the two exchanged a small nod as they turned their attention to the girl. The man brought up their family ties. An unease washed over her. His words cut deeper when he mentioned he wouldn't forget her failure as a leader, and that an investigation would follow after the funeral. Bowing her head, she replied with a dark smile, contemplating what might happen if he were no longer emperor by that time. Zeron rises from the table, his expression heavy with regret. "I'm sorry for what I've witnessed," he says, before announcing his departure. A man trails behind him, while the Emperor strides down the hall, deliberately avoiding eye contact. The prince observes the nobles, noting their peculiar behavior. "They seem to be plotting something during the funeral," he remarks, concern lacing his voice. His father, dismissively waving a hand, replies, "I'm already aware of their schemes. Rest assured, I've made preparations." Meanwhile, another man approaches the gate. The guards notice him, raising their spears as they demand to know his identity. He raises his hands in surrender, declaring himself a servant of peers. The guards, angered by his presence, order him to leave. "This land follows the goddess Vivian," they shout. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the shadows behind them, and in an instant, both guards collapse, struck down without warning. The man gazes at them in disbelief, remarking that Vivian's followers are truly cruel to drive away a servant of peers. With a smile, he instructs the others to drive them out. Several figures move into the fortress as he removes his cloak, an airy grin spreading across his face. "It's time for peers to show mercy," he declares. Suddenly, a maid bursts through the door, trembling, as she announces, "Cheryl, the enemy has breached the inner castle." Cheryl jolts upright in bed, her heart racing. Initially, Cheryl remains silent, but as the words "the inner castle" resonate in her mind, her eyes widen in realization. She quickly turns to the maid, urgency in her voice as she asks how many enemies they face and the whereabouts of Rommel and the soldiers. The maid, visibly anxious, replies that the captain is still outside and unaware of the situation. She adds that there are hardly any guards inside, but far too many enemies lurking around. Cheryl grits her teeth, struggling to comprehend the situation. Rising to her feet, she masks her unease and reassures everyone that everything is fine. As she pulls on her cloak, she instructs the maid to remain hidden and not to move. Glancing back at the window, she adds firmly that the door should be locked. With that, Cheryl mounts Felix and rides off. As she rushes forward, her mind races with the thought of finding Rommel. But then, she hesitates, considering whether she should wake Aaron first. With a determined slap to her cheeks, she dismisses that idea as well. Resolute, she sets her sights on the tower, deciding that's where she will begin her search. Water pools around the staff as a powerful stream crashes into the bell, its resonant chime echoing throughout the castle. A guard glances over, alert to the disturbance. Just then, Cheryl rushes by, her voice ringing out in urgency as she shouts that enemies have breached the inner castle. She continues to call for help, desperately hoping Rommel will hear her cries and come to their aid. Cheryl bursts through the door, landing with determination. Without hesitation, she springs into action, but as she regains her footing, she calls out for her brother. A quick glance around the room reveals the unsettling truth. He's nowhere to be found. Elsewhere, Aaron retrieves a note from his pocket, recalling how he found it on his door. It revealed that Cecilia was waiting for him in the dungeon at 3 a.m. He still can't fathom how she knew he was alive. As he glances around, he wonders why she hasn't arrived yet. Just then, Cecilia appears and calls out to him. He turns with a smile, but the sight before him freezes him in his tracks. Isabel accompanied her, and the girl in the black cloak greeted his lordship. Aaron's face lit up at the sight of Cecilia, but his expression quickly shifted to shock as he noticed the stern brunette standing behind her. Stunned, Aaron could only stare, while the blonde let out a deep breath, closed her eyes, and murmured that it was a long story. But before she could elaborate, Isabel stepped in front of her, insisting that none of that mattered. Fixing Aaron with a piercing gaze, she asks if he knows who she is. He glances at her, dismissing her with a shrug. "Why should that matter to me?" he retorts, turning away. "I'm busy and need to leave." Without flinching, the woman insists that he must understand exactly who she is. Isabel closes her eyes, momentarily lost in thought. "I was his," she begins, then catches herself. "No, I am the real Aaron's mother." Aaron's eyes widen in disbelief, and even Cecilia looks taken aback. He turns back, grappling with the impossible thought. His mother? That can't be right. She was supposed to be dead. Stunned, he recalls being told she had died before he ever set foot in this territory. So why is she standing before him now? Aaron swiftly draws his sword, his voice rising with urgency as he demands answers. "Who are you, and why did you pretend to be dead?" The woman turns to face him, her expression devoid of emotion. Undeterred, Aaron shouts again, pressing for a response. Isabel closes her eyes, her voice steady as she reveals, "You and Cheryl are being used as vessels." She continues, her eyes still shut. "You are meant for the children of Avarak, the god of chaos." She continued, explaining that for some unknown reason, when her son's soul transferred into another body, the sealed power of Voltor, the son of the evil god, began to destabilize. Aaron grips his sword tightly, demanding to know what that has to do with him. But Isabel interrupts, her voice rising in urgency. "Listen to me," she pleads, throwing her arms wide. "If Valter returns, neither you nor the Empire will survive." She warns him that if Avarak rises with Valtor's power, chaos will consume everything. No one, not even gods like Vivian, will be spared. After taking a moment to calm herself, Isabel declares that there is still a way to halt the impending chaos that threatens to extinguish all life. She raises her brows, insisting that her identity is irrelevant. Pushing his sword aside, she steps closer, her voice steady, as she explains that the only way to stabilize Valtor's seal is to reunite the soul of Aaron, now residing in another body, with the one in front of her. Pressing her hand against his chest, she softly reiterates that this is the only solution to stop the chaos. Aaron stares down in shock, still gripping his sword tightly. "But how can we reunite this body with Aaron?" "No, with his soul," he asks, confusion and desperation lacing his voice. With her eyes closed, Isabel explains that the task can be accomplished using sacred relics, harnessing the power of lesser gods and holy treasures. She glances back at the blondes behind her before turning to face him again, stating that they are almost ready. Aaron, seeking clarity, asks her to elaborate. Stepping closer, Isabel whispers that Cecilia is Vivian's relic. A chill runs through Aaron as he freezes, realizing this could mean he could return to his own body and prevent the impending destruction of the world. But then, another thought strikes him. What happens after he returns to his own body? He thinks of Zirin and wonders what fate awaits the Emperor. His mind drifts to the battle on the wall, and he contemplates the future of the territory. Finally, he sees the faces of his allies and questions who would protect them in his absence. Who will keep its people safe? Aaron asks, his black blade slowly lowering as he avoids eye contact. When will the sealing begin? Isabel places a hand on her chest, her expression brightening. We can start right now if you wish. Aaron hesitates, then speaks with determination. If my body is returned and the world remains unchanged, can you promise to overthrow the Emperor and protect the people in the castle? With joy lighting her face, Isabel reassures him. Don't worry, I'll do my best to persuade my son. The man in black nods in agreement. Cecilia watches Aaron depart, her hands pressed to her chest. Duke! She calls out, her voice filled with urgency. Isabel turns to her, urgency in her tone. We need to go protect Vivian. Aaron takes a step up the stairs, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He paused, his brow furrowing as he asked what would happen to Cecilia if Vivian's relic were used. The woman replied that Cecilia would lose the relic's power. Confused, Aaron pressed her for clarification. Looking down, she quietly admitted, Cecilia would die. The weight of her words left Aaron speechless. His mind drifted to Gale, who had once boasted that he knew everything. Now Aaron understood. Everything the main character did was to protect the people of this territory. Others might not see it, but Aaron did. No matter how he had ended up here, he was still fundamentally Aaron. He was the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others, and he knew he had to continue doing what he always did. The boy whispered this mantra to himself, reaffirming his resolve. Aaron did what he always did. The woman noticed his intense gaze and asked what was troubling him. Instead of responding, he swung his sword, and the black cloth fell to the ground. Startled, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Aaron shot her a fierce glare and ordered her to leave. He pointed the glowing sword at her, leaving her bewildered and uncertain. Through clenched teeth, Aaron commanded her to leave. She retorted that the world would be plunged into ruin and chaos would reign. Frowning, Aaron replied that the fate of the world was not his concern. What mattered to him was this territory. He refused to let even one person here perish. It was simple. Either everyone lived or they all died together. Tightening his grip on the hilt, Aaron declared that she had heard him, and it was time for her to leave. The woman stood her ground, facing him defiantly. Then, in a burst of anger, she called him insane and warned that he would regret this decision. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him in silence. Cecilia stepped forward, calling out to Aaron. She wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder, her eyes closed tightly. I promise to stay with you until the very end, even if the world falls apart, Cecilia vowed. Aaron embraced her, reassuring her, that won't happen. I will protect you. Moments later, they found themselves standing together in a stone chamber. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath them. A scream pierced the air as a bolt of magic streaked through the room. Zirin burst in, his presence commanding immediate attention. Shock rippled through the crowd as he demanded to know what was happening. Enemy troops are already attacking. He shouted, urgency lacing his voice. The weight of his words froze Aaron in place. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward. If the enemy had breached the inner fortress, it meant the outer defenses had already crumbled. He couldn't shake the thought of the bell tower. The absence of an alarm signaled betrayal from within. As he reached Ziron, Aaron inquired about the identity of the attackers. Just then, another magic blast erupted from around the corner. Without glancing back, Ziron assured him they were managing the situation, urged Aaron to stop asking questions, and commanded him to find a safe place. Aaron simply stared at him for a moment before loosening his cloak and tying it over his face. He turned to Cecilia, informing her that they needed to head to his office. It wasn't safe here. As he glanced at the tense Ziron, who stood resolutely before him, Ziron spoke up, promising that once reinforcements arrived, he would buy Aaron the time he needed to escape. He would open the inner gate himself. The room trembled once more, and desperate cries for help echoed through the air. As Aaron listened, he couldn't shake the thought of the warriors still fighting outside. Zirin turned to him, his expression darkening at Aaron's refusal. Standing his ground, Aaron declared that he would fight alongside him. In response, Zirin's voice turned sharp. You're officially dead, Aaron. The Emperor must never find out otherwise. With his face wrapped, Aaron stated that the truth would remain concealed if he offered his assistance. Zirin narrowed his eyes in response. Meanwhile, Cecilia sprinted after the oar. Aaron recalled Zirin covering his eyes and mentioning that the transformation would last about 15 minutes, emphasizing the urgency to reach the office before time slipped away. Beneath that orc exterior was Aaron himself, and now he grasped the plan. Nearby, one of the invaders seized an elderly man, demanding to know Aaron's whereabouts. The old man replied that Aaron was dead. The attacker fell silent for a moment, staring down at him, before striking without warning. The terrified villagers listened as he threatened that if they didn't want to meet the same fate, they had better speak the truth. With his weapon pointed menacingly at them, the enemy continued to shout for Aaron. A tearful girl pleaded with him not to take their lives. He coldly replied that Aaron was truly dead. His eye glowed a menacing red as he added, "If you know nothing, then you can die too." He swung his staff, but then abruptly halted. A figure, resembling Kirok, charged at him from behind. The imposter Kirok delivered a powerful punch, striking him hard. The enemy soared through the air before crashing to the ground, his allies watching in stunned silence. Their eyes glowed a menacing red as steam billowed from the orc's mouth. With a fierce determination, he vowed to slaughter every last one of them. Aaron imagined Kirok's voice echoing in his mind, recognizing it but knowing he had to play it cool to avoid suspicion. The orc pounded his chest and let out a thunderous roar, calling for the demise of all who stood before him. The enemy warriors tensed, their shouts demanding his death. Aaron's hand instinctively reached for the club on his back, but then he recalled Zeron's warning. The shape-shifting spell placed on the dragon slayer was fragile. If he swung it at anyone, the disguise would shatter, revealing his true form. Unless it was a matter of life or death, he couldn't risk using it. Two enemies closed in on the orc, their staves aimed menacingly at him. Aaron frowned, quickly springing back to evade their attack. In a swift motion, his green elbow collided with one man's body, sending him stumbling backward. The orc dodged once more, then delivered a powerful strike from above. A punch to the chin followed, and the warrior crumpled to the floor. Two others stood frozen in shock as the fake orc spread his arms and let out a thunderous roar. Panic set in, and the attackers fled, screaming that it was a monster. Aaron, still trapped in the orc's body, pursued them relentlessly. The men turned back in disbelief, their eyes wide with fear. Kirok's hair whipped in the wind as chaos erupted behind them, each blow sending bursts of light flashing through the air. Cecilia cast a wary glance at the shouting men, her confusion deepening as she took in the sight of bodies sprawled on the ground. The men in white exchanged worried frowns. "Stay quiet and keep watching," Cecilia instructed firmly. With weapons gripped tightly in their hands, the enemies charged forward, their cries echoing with threats of death. The orc charged at them, but Cecilia was quicker. With a swift strike, one man was sent flying into the others. Seizing the moment, Cecilia leaped into the air, unleashing a surge of power that knocked the remaining foes off their feet. The orc halted, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Without hesitation, Cecilia sprinted toward him, grasping his green hand tightly as she exclaimed that they were out of time. Meanwhile, Aaron, still trapped in the orc's body, surveyed the fallen enemies and grimly declared that it wasn't enough. The villagers remained in peril. He stifled a curse and pushed himself to move forward. Together, they dashed down the corridor. Dark doors loomed at the end, and as they rushed toward them, Aaron urged that they were almost there and needed to turn left. They sprinted down the hall, only to halt abruptly when a crowd came into view ahead. Kirok's jaw dropped in disbelief. One of the men turned to him, demanding to know who she was. Was she Cecilia, their cult leader? With a fierce gesture, he pointed at Kirok and commanded his men to kill them. The red-eyed warriors responded immediately, shifting their focus. Spreading his arms wide, the man reiterated the order, his voice echoing with menace. The enemies closed in, and Kirok clenched his fists, ready to fight. Suddenly, brilliant attacks sliced through the enemy line. A man stood firm, blade in hand. Beside him, Gale grumbled that all the commotion had ruined his sleep. The irate attacker demanded to know what he was doing there. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he was following the Emperor's orders. But before he could say more, the protagonist seized him by the neck, silencing him instantly. Lifting him off the ground, Gale warned that one more word would seal his fate. Without a flicker of emotion, MC tightened his grip around the trembling man's throat. His gaze shifted to the flames flickering ominously behind him. Cheryl approached, staff poised and ready, her determination palpable. Clenching her teeth, she demanded to know if he was the one who had desecrated her brother's funeral and slaughtered the people of this territory. She turned to Gale, insisting he couldn't have accomplished this alone. He closed his eyes and offered a slight nod. Cheryl pressed him for the name of the one who had given the order, inching her glowing staff closer. With fire burning in her eyes, she commanded him to speak as the flames crept dangerously near his face. Suddenly, a blinding flash sent the man reeling backward. Cheryl turned to Gale, curiosity etched on her face. "What are you doing?" she asked, with a faint smile. He replied, "I'm stopping my cousin from becoming a murderer." The man clutched his neck as Gale continued, explaining that he had chosen to spare the boy who had invaded their land for some foolish reason. Cheryl's disbelief quickly morphed into anger. Pointing her staff at him, she demanded, "Is there another reason you let him live?" Gale remained composed, saying nothing. The man, still struggling to catch his breath, declared that the castle was the residence of His Majesty. He added, as the captain of the guard, he would not hesitate to punish anyone who threatened the Emperor's safety. Suddenly, a hand gripped him by the collar, holding him firmly in place. The protagonist's icy voice cut through the tension as he asked if that answer sufficed. Cheryl flinched, clearly unsettled by the confrontation. Gale informed her that if she still had an issue with his actions, she could take it up with His Majesty. As Aaron moved past the orc form, the green hue faded from his hand. He quickly concealed it behind his back, his heart racing as he watched Gale drag the man down the hallway. Tension coursed through Aaron as he remained in the guise of the orc. It had been a narrow escape. Up ahead, a small smile graced the protagonist's lips. Without fully turning around, he conveyed a silent assurance that he knew Aaron was still alive. As he walked away, Aaron couldn't shake the feeling that the man was already envisioning a future where he helped make him emperor. Meanwhile, Cheryl rushed over, calling out for Cecilia. Shaken, she asked where Aaron was and if Cecilia had seen him. The orc pointed to himself and declared that Aaron was right there. Cheryl stared in surprise, processing the revelation. Meanwhile, Aaron and the others fought valiantly, clearing out the last remaining invaders from the castle. Zyron took the captured survivors away, determined to uncover the true motive behind the attack. The following day, the group entered the throne room. One man turned to the brunette and asked, "Is it true that the Emperor summoned all of us?" She agreed, attributing her decision to the dawn attack. Touching his chin thoughtfully, he remarked that the Emperor would likely want to question them about it. Another man chimed in, suggesting that if anyone was audacious enough to strike the territory before the funeral, they might even attempt something as extreme as assassinating the Emperor. It was clear they were facing a formidable enemy. The hall doors swung open and Zyron stepped inside, leading the bound prisoners. Cheryl clasped her hands in front of her, lowering her head in a gesture of respect. She began by apologizing to the esteemed guests gathered for the funeral. Gasps rippled through the crowd as they learned that the source of the chaos that night was none other than the Pope of the parish church. With her expression darkening, Cheryl confirmed the shocking truth. But as the ruler of Braun, she firmly believed he could not have acted alone. Cheryl closed her eyes, gathering her thoughts. While His Majesty's main army defends the outer castle, Braun's soldiers have been safeguarding the inner sanctum, she explained. Her gaze fell, heavy with emotion. Today, those who aided my father in ruining my brother's funeral and harming our people will face justice. A murmur rippled through the crowd, escalating into shouts. He couldn't have acted alone, they cried. Where is your father now? A worried man turns his head as Philip strides in, accompanied by another man. Here he is, someone announces. Philip closes his eyes for a brief moment, then forcefully throws the man to the floor. This is the papa they were asking for, he declares, pressing his foot firmly on the man's back. With a dark glint in his eyes, he adds, people say someone was helping him from the shadows. He then turns to Cheryl, his gaze piercing. So, who was that helper? The heroes exchange uneasy glances. Cheryl crosses her arms and suggests they confront him directly. Just then, the hall doors creak open and a voice booms, announcing the arrival of His Majesty, the Emperor. Cheryl immediately turns, and the others instinctively prepare to show their respect. Zarin strides into the hall, pausing beside the bound man. The prisoner looks up at him, fear etched on his face, struggling to find his voice. The Emperor tears the bandage from his face, revealing the raw wound beneath. The bound man, desperation in his voice, exclaims that he didn't act alone and implores the Emperor to reveal the truth. Still sprawled on the floor, he continues to plead, urging the Emperor to speak. Zarin, his gaze sharp and unyielding, questions why the man persists in begging for his words. Meanwhile, Gale stands among the crowd, his heart racing as he discreetly slips a dagger from his pocket, his thoughts consumed by the Emperor's fate. As he catches sight of the Emperor nearby, a realization washes over him. The moment has finally arrived. A blue light begins to emanate from him, and he raises the dagger, compelled by a voice in his head that demands he kill. Terror grips him as he clutches his face, struggling against the insistent whisper urging him to surrender to his hate. Trembling, he battles the voice that beckons him to unleash the anger he has long suppressed. Behind him, a mustached duke inquires with concern, "Are you all right?" He waves it off, insisting he's fine, just in need of a little rest. Yet a frown crosses his face as sweat trickles down. Through the throng of people, he catches sight of the Emperor, the very enemy he must confront. Zarin, maintaining his composure, leans over the Holy Pope and asks once more, his voice steady, "Why do you keep begging me to speak? What is it that you truly want to hear?" The terrified priest finally finds his voice. With a smirk, the emperor urges him to speak louder, ensuring everyone can hear his confession. The bound priest realizes that if he reveals the emperor's coercion, the promise to restore the Holy Kingdom will vanish. In the distance, shadowy figures with glowing red eyes emerge, intensifying his fear. He turns his gaze away, feeling the weight of the stares from those around him. The priest understands that if he confesses to acting alone in front of Paris's servants, his life as he knows it will be over. They would never accept him as pope again. Clenching his teeth, panic surges within him, and he realizes there's only one way out. His gaze falls on a red-haired girl standing before him. With a surge of determination, he pushes himself up from his knees, his heart ablaze with rage. With a sudden burst of energy, he charges forward. Cheryl, taken aback, hears him shout that he was forced into this situation. The guards freeze at his accusation, while the nobles behind the emperor stare in disbelief. Zarin remains silent, his expression contorting with rage. In an instant, he draws his sword and strikes down the holy pope. The man screams as blood splatters across the ground. He collapses at Cheryl's feet, and the crowd gasps in shock, their eyes drawn to the emperor, sword in hand. The red-haired girl, fury blazing in her eyes, demands to know what he's done. Blood drips from the blade as the emperor coldly declares that the man provided no proof, no justification, nothing at all. With a sinister smirk, Zarin adds that he had the audacity to slander the emperor. Pointing at him, he demands to know if they're really expected to believe that. The boy trembles, clutching his head as thoughts of hatred consume him. Barefoot, he stumbles forward, the voice relentlessly fueling his rage. He navigates through the darkness and terror, urged to unleash all that pent-up hatred. Desperate, he throws up his hands and pleads for it to stop. The naked boy clutches his face, pleading for the torment to end. In a moment of desperation, he screams for it to stop. A dark aura envelops him as a sinister voice laughs in response. Suddenly, a rush of crimson energy swirls around him, declaring that the time has come. Just then, a brilliant light descends, illuminating his surroundings. Guile jerks his head up in shock, and a smile spreads across his face as he realizes the pain has vanished. Both of Rhinan's hands are drenched in blood, and he stares at them in horror. A dark figure of the Emperor looms before him, Ziron's furious red eyes piercing through the shadows. Shock grips Rhinan as he clutches the blade embedded in his own body. Despite the agony, the Overlord declares that the time has come. Nearby, Philip witnesses the unfolding chaos, his heart racing at the sight. He grips the hilt of his sword, turning to Lord Everek with a wild smile. Is this truly the path to becoming emperor? Trembling, Zarin calls out to Rhinan, then plunges the blade deeper, blood splattering across his cloak. The Lord howls in rage, crimson pouring from his mouth. With a furious swing of his sword, he curses Zarin, branding him a bastard. The Duke collapses to the floor, and Zarin stares in shock, his eyes catching sight of a mask. Without hesitation, he drops down beside him and seizes the attacker's face, ripping off the mask to reveal Galael underneath. Nearby, Cheryl witnesses the scene and freezes, her shock evident. Grinding his teeth, the Emperor demands to know the identity of the assailant and who sent him. He snatches his clothes and demands an answer, his fury boiling over. The Emperor bellows for him to speak, but all he can do is tremble in silence before his assailant. Suddenly, the attacker collapses. In an instant, purple energy begins to surge from him. The Lord watches in horror and leaps back stunned. Gale's body radiates a brilliant purple light as he screams in agony. The aura surges through his body, amplifying his scream. A blinding beam of light floods the hall, and a girl near the castle senses it as well. Isabel bolts forward in terror, shouting, "No!" She gazes up to see ominous purple clouds swirling above the castle, just as a brilliant light erupts from within. Everyone in the hall is swept away by an overwhelming wave of power. The Emperor observes intently, his expression growing tense. An energy vortex materializes near the ceiling, and a black pentagram emerges, drawing all that power into its core. Cheryl stands alongside the strategist, contemplating whether this is a magic circle. Suddenly, the symbol radiates with an even more intense light. As white energy begins to swirl around the pentagram, Philip watches with delight, knowing the moment he's been waiting for has finally arrived. Dark matter erupts, and a colossal foot emerges from the magic circle. The Emperor stares in horror, while Zarin observes with a grim expression. Suddenly, the massive foot slams down, crushing the Emperor beneath it. Blood splatters, his crown is sent flying, and the guards stand frozen in shock. Cheryl and Kane stand frozen in disbelief. Gran shields her eyes from the horrifying sight, while Philip smirks, knowing this is just the beginning. A colossal monster emerges, towering over the crowd with its menacing red eyes. Kane's frown deepens as he recognizes it. Valter the Destroyer, the reborn child of Everax. He struggles to comprehend how this could be possible. Suddenly, the giant drops to its knees, clutching its head and unleashing powerful waves of energy that ripple through the air. The strategist studies the creature before him and realizes that this isn't the Valter he knows. There's something distinctly wrong about this one. Suddenly, without warning, the monster lunges forward. Terrified soldiers catch sight of it just in time. One man screams for everyone to run for their lives. Panic ensues as they flee from the beast, calling out for help. Meanwhile, at the gates, nobles desperately plead for the doors to be open. The giant suddenly unleashes a devastating punch, its massive hand crushing anyone in its path and splattering blood across the floor. Fueled by rage, it braces itself against the ceiling, then shoves down with all its might. A guard stands frozen in shock, grasping the terrifying reality of their situation. Panic erupts as people sprint through the castle, fully aware that no one can save them now. He turns, poised to take action. Kane and Cheryl soar through the sky on a majestic phoenix. The soldier glances back, realizing there's only one course left to take. In the distance, he catches sight of the commander. Rommel turns in surprise as someone calls out his name. A duke, concealed behind a soldier, urges him to flee. Meanwhile, the protagonist shatters the glass with a powerful strike of his helmet. With a hint of anxiety, he calls out for Aaron. Nearby, a little girl is engrossed in playing with a ball. Suddenly, she hears someone calling her name. The ball soars into the air, and in an instant, a small dragon materializes beside her, leaping onto the ball with glee. Meanwhile, a giant braces itself against the ceiling, holding it up with its shoulders as debris rains down around it. Rommel races through the hall, dodging falling stones as chaos unfolds around him. The protagonist extends his hand, urging someone to grab hold. The terrified warlord hurtles toward him, desperation in his eyes. Just as the monstrous creature bursts through the ceiling, the protagonist seizes his comrade's hand. He calls out for Aaron once more, his voice echoing with urgency. In response, the monster unleashes a devastating wave of power that ripples across the entire city. Meanwhile, Cheryl and the strategist soar above, their eyes scanning the chaos below. She gazes down in shock, her voice trembling as she asks, "What's happening?" Canis responds with a calm certainty, "Valter the Destroyer." The red-haired girl stands frozen, utterly stunned. Below, the strategist observes the scene and explains, "This monster is Averak's child." Noticing her distress, he inquires, "Are you all right?" Cheryl's eyes widen in horror, and Canis realizes with a sinking feeling that he was right all along. Something linked to Averak has been planted inside her. Isla grins, her long tongue playfully sticking out, and the strategist deduces it must be her. Concerned, the assistant inquires if the young lady has ever heard the name Averak. The red-haired sorceress quickly shakes her head, insisting she has never heard of it. He stares at her in disbelief and asks if she has seen Aaron. Just then, a figure materializes nearby. The protagonist soars through the air alongside the army commander, a frown etched on his face. He turns to the strategist, urgency in his voice. "What kind of monster is this? Does anyone know anything about it?" The assistant responds with a grave tone, "It's Valter the Destroyer, one of Averak's children." A chill runs down the protagonist's spine as the pieces begin to fall into place. Closing his eyes, he acknowledges the unsettling truth. Valter has arrived sooner than anticipated. The Duke's sister, perched atop the majestic phoenix, inquires how he came to know about the situation. He replies that he only learned of it yesterday. As the giant rampages through the city, he emphasizes that this is not the pressing concern at the moment. The red-eyed monster lunges at the terrified crowd, sending them into a panic. Meanwhile, the protagonist, riding a small dragon, turns to the strategist and urgently asks how they can put a stop to the chaos. Canis stares at him in disbelief. The dragon assistant averts his gaze, falling silent. The terrified Duke and his sister exchange worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. It may truly be impossible. The strategist surveys the scene, his uncertainty palpable. This isn't the Valtor he once knew. Turning to the protagonist, he inquires if he recalls the first time the dragon was summoned from the magic circle. The protagonist's mind drifts back to that moment, recalling a dark silhouette that seemed to writhe in agony. suspended in the air. Canis remarks that this resurrection is incomplete, though the reason eludes him. He gestures toward the monstrous creature rampaging through the city. As it crashes down, he elaborates that a fully realized Valtor harnesses more than just brute force. The Duke's assistant adds that in the past, such a being would have unleashed devastation with chaos magic. The protagonist, glancing at the dragon, ensures he heard correctly. Though weakened, they remain uncertain about how to defeat it, and the strategist concurs. The massive, gaping-mouthed mutant rampages through the houses, leaving destruction in its wake. Purple rays emanate from the fallen, and Canis warns that it's draining the souls of the living. The giant monster absorbs this energy, its gaze fixed ahead as smoke billows around it. A brilliant purple light radiates from Valtor's chest, flaring intensely as he unleashes a primal scream. Dark energy surges forth from him, spreading ominously across the sky like a storm. The swirling black masses hurtle toward the heroes in midair. Cheryl, her eyes wide with fear, asks, "What is that?" The strategist grimaces, recognizing the danger. "This is bad. Everyone, find cover and dodge the dark energy," he urges, urgency lacing his voice. They descend onto the road where the dark matter seeps into the plants and then into the lifeless earth. All around them, the world begins to unravel, and Cheryl's group watches in stunned silence. In the center of the swirling darkness stands Valtor, absorbing the energy as it flows into his back. It fills him, igniting a fierce light in his eyes that shines even brighter than before. With a deafening roar, he unleashes a colossal blast. The girl instinctively covers her ears and asks, "What's happening?" The strategist explains that the life force within those bodies is being twisted and siphoned by that power. Frustrated, she turns to him asking, "Can you explain that in simpler terms?" Aaron and his sister stand in shock. If what he says is true, the monster will continue to kill more people to grow even stronger. Aaron gazes at the towering giant, understanding that it's about to grow even larger. Suddenly, a voice cries out, asking what their next move should be. Rommel, perched beside him on the dragon, urgently calls out to His Highness. Just then, a dark bolt streaks in from behind Aaron. He catches sight of it and narrowly dodges, watching as the bolt hurtles straight toward the giant. The projectile strikes the monster's body only to be pulled back in. The creature, with its piercing red eyes, swivels to face them, revealing its long, menacing fangs as it senses something. It locks onto the protagonist and his ally standing before it. With a swift motion, it raises its palm, gathering a crackling surge of purple lightning. Cain, recognizing the impending danger, shouts a warning for them to move. They swiftly evade the dark masses racing through the sky. The protagonist glances back, spotting one rapidly closing in on him. As they maneuver to avoid it, the strategist insists they must find a way to stop Valtor, urging the other two to hold it off at all costs. Aaron speeds ahead, asking if the assistant is confident he can devise a solution. The response is a resigned no. Aaron frowns, his gaze fixed ahead. The dark current surges closer, and he realizes that even in its weakened state, this monster remains beyond his reach. A sense of helplessness washes over him. Suddenly, a thought of Isabel flashes through his mind. Cain turns his attention to the flying dragon as Aaron declares that he knows someone who can stop it. Cheryl, hearing his words, quickly asks him to find her mother. Nervously, Cheryl asks how her mother would know how to stop him. He turns to Aaron's sister, reminding her of what she revealed yesterday about Avarak and Valtor. Surprised by his urgency, she feels a rush of thoughts about her mother. With newfound determination, she surges forward, shouting that she understands. Her phoenix accelerates even faster. From Aaron's vantage point, the protagonist calls out to Cain, gesturing toward Rommel. "I need a favor," he says, urgency lacing his voice. "Go save as many survivors as you can." The commander raises an eyebrow, questioning, "And what do you plan to do in the meantime?" Aaron smirks, a glint of determination in his eyes. "I'll hold on until Cheryl gets back." With a firm grip on Aaron's shoulder, the strategist nods in agreement, ready to support his friend in this critical moment. Aaron hoists his master away, leaving the protagonist to confront the monstrous creature before him. He ponders his next move, quickly realizing he must contain it within this area. Raising his sword high above his head, he catches the white dragon's attention, which turns in surprise. With a calm yet commanding voice, he instructs it to fly straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, he charges at the mutant, ready for the confrontation. Elsewhere, Philip lies amidst the ruins, his mind racing. He glances at the towering giant nearby, contemplating how his father's death might have inadvertently aided him. Yet, a lingering question gnaws at him. Frowning, he turns to Avarak and demands, "How is this supposed to make me emperor?" A voice echoes in response, chilling and authoritative. "Voltor is unstable and must die." It then commands, "Bring Alice back." Frustration wells up in Philip as he shouts, "What am I supposed to do then?" Stunned, Philip hears the chilling command once more. Ellis must be resurrected. As Cheryl soars on her phoenix, he finally receives his order. Cheryl's gaze is fixed ahead, unwavering. Suddenly, a furious voice echoes in his mind, demanding that he kill his cousin. Despite the turmoil, Philip continues his flight on his dragon. Spotting the monster's back, he recognizes the precise moment to strike. He grips the hilt of his sword, energy surging through his hand, tightening his hold on the glowing blade. He channels his fury. With a fierce shout, he unleashes Wind Cutter, sending arcs of lightning dancing along the edge. He hurls the attack directly at the monster, and it crashes into the giant with a thunderous explosion. Yet, to Aaron's shock, the Titan emerges unscathed. Even after Wind Cutter's power, capable of splitting mountains, has been unleashed. The colossal monster continues its relentless advance through the ruins, its massive arms outstretched. Dark streams of energy surge toward the protagonist, and in that moment of shock, he realizes he has indeed captured its attention. The serpent-like tendrils of darkness begin to peel away from him. Aaron glances back, his heart racing as he sees the ominous force closing in. With a surge of speed, he accelerates even more. Yet, the dark energy relentlessly pursues the little dragon. Aaron glances back in disbelief. The protagonist reassures him with a pat on the shoulder, promising to take care of it. He raises his sword and takes to the skies once more. Channeling his power, he unleashes Wind Cutter again. A brilliant wave slices through the dark creatures while purple flames dance around them, illuminating the chaos. At that moment, a massive orb of energy hurtles toward him. Steadying himself atop the dragon, he raises his blade and shouts to Aaron to drop. With determination, he leaps into the air, sword in hand, and collides with the enemy spell head-on. Fueled by rage, he cleaves through the creature, shouting about how difficult it is to kill. The dark energy stream splits in two, but his triumph is short-lived. He stares in shock as black energy coils around his sword, binding it to the blade. Suddenly, he begins to plummet. His weapon glows a vivid green, and Aaron wonders if it's absorbing the souls that Walter unleashed. With determination, the protagonist surges forward on Aaron, ready to face whatever comes next. Below him, he spots the giant. He urges Aaron to pursue the souls escaping from the monster. They race after them. Nearby, dark strands swirl around an injured man as he cries out for help. When he turns and sees the flying creatures, terror grips him. He runs, screaming for them to stay away, but they swiftly close in on him. In a split second, the protagonist swings his sword, cutting down his enemies. Tears well in his eyes as he catches sight of his lord. Aaron fights fiercely, determined to save him. The man collapses, crying out in relief that his majesty is still alive. With renewed urgency, the protagonist and Aaron race back toward the giant rampaging through the city. Walter looms above them, stretching his massive arms wide. Aaron narrowly dodges at the last moment, his heart racing. He gazes ahead, contemplating whether there truly is no other option left. As he lifts his head, he hears the command to climb higher. Walter's roar reverberates through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. With determination, the protagonist charges his blade with energy. Glancing down at the colossal monster, he turns to Aaron and asks, "Did you notice it too?" With a frown, he notes that the monster has shrunk. As he swoops in again, the strategist explains that Walter is diminishing because he can no longer absorb even a single soul. Aaron glances at the dark blade as the strategist urges them to burn the souls trapped within it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the boy grips the sword with both hands and swings Wind Cutter. A massive surge of magic erupts from the blade. The giant bellows in fury, its legs tensing as it begins to shrink. Grasping its head in confusion, it falters before the protagonist, who stands resolutely with his sword drawn. A surge of determination washes over him. He knows he can fight back now. With the green blade gleaming in his grip, he advances, unleashing another powerful Wind Cutter wave. The giant pushes back against the onslaught, and Aaron narrows his eyes, determination igniting within him. With a fierce burst of energy, he lunges forward, leaping into the air to swing at the monstrous foe. Meanwhile, Cheryl races through the ruins, desperately calling for her mother. Just then, a voice pierces the chaos, calling her name. She turns to see figures in the distance, and her heart sinks as she spots a servant dragging an injured Isabel. Cheryl's heart races as she rushes to Isabel's side, her shock palpable. Sweat beads on Isabel's forehead, and though she catches sight of Cheryl, her vision begins to blur. With a surge of determination, Isabel forces her eyes open, only to be met with a look of horror on Cheryl's face. A scream escapes her lips at the sight of her friend. Behind them, Philip swings his sword with fierce intent, while Aaron presses forward, unleashing a powerful wave of energy with a sweeping motion of his blade. The giant intercepts the blow. Eren glares defiantly at it before leaping into action. With his sword glowing fiercely, he aims for the colossal creature. His eyes narrow with determination as he strikes, but the monster deflects the attack. Gritting his teeth, Eren presses on, refusing to back down. In a desperate move, Valter seizes the blade with his bare hand, blood spraying from the wound. He drops to one knee, struggling against the monster's strength as it attempts to overpower him and hold the sword in place. Eren watches in shock as the boy screams in rage, lightning crackling around him. Yet, the monster stands resolute, halting the thrust with ease. Valter maintains his grip on the blade, his voice low as he speaks of his other half, demanding the return of his body. Horrified, the protagonist feels the giant's hand close around his own. Valter extends his palm, a surge of purple light radiating from it. The stunned boy listens in disbelief as Valter reveals his chilling intention to use him as a sacrifice. Eren's eyes widen in horror as he shuts them tight, trying to block out the reality of the situation. Suddenly, a claw looms dangerously close to his head. He snaps his eyes open just in time to see the monstrous threat. With a surge of determination, Eren pushes back against the creature, while the fierce dragon lets out a deafening roar directed at Valter. It gathers fire in its belly, then unleashes a torrent of flames at the mutant. The protagonist tightens his grip on the sword, feeling the weight of the moment. This is his chance. Valter, seething with rage, holds back the flames and snarls at the dragon, calling it a worthless lizard. In a swift motion, he grabs Eren and hurls him toward the protagonist. The protagonist watches in shock as his friend hurtles toward him, only to vanish in an instant. Eren looks around, bewildered, struggling to comprehend what just happened. Turning in disbelief, he suddenly crashes onto the rocks, his body smeared with blood. The protagonist stands frozen, witnessing the chaos and silence. Slowly, he turns away, his gaze vacant and hollow. Valter points at him, commanding him to approach. The protagonist tightens his grip on the sword, his thoughts consumed by his sister. Clenching his teeth, he envisions Isabel and silently pleads for Cheryl to find her quickly. Meanwhile, Philip swings his blade at his cousin, the weapon slicing through the air as the saint prepares to flee. In an instant, Cecilia leaps into action. She drives a fist into Philip's stomach, and he cries out in shock. Vivian, the church's saint, delivers a heavy blow as well, but then she turns in horror, her eyes widening at the sight of blood. Isabel watches in disbelief, her heart pounding. Suddenly, Cheryl collapses into her arms, gravely injured. Overwhelmed, Isabel clutches her bloody daughter tightly, desperation etched across her face. A scream of rage erupts from her, but Philip rises again, glaring down at her with fierce determination. He straightens his posture, exhaling deeply as he mutters that he almost had her. His eyes blaze red as he hurls insults, calling her worthless trash. With a frown, he questions whether she truly believes she can stop him. Fueled by fury, Philip lunges forward, driving his sword toward her. Cecilia barely dodges, her heart racing. Stunned, she watches as Philip slashes at her again. With determination, the priestess springs to her feet, tapping the base of his sword before executing a flawless flip over him. In a heartbeat, she leaps out of his reach. Philip, his eyes wild with fury, charges forward, his blade aimed directly at her face. Cecilia's eyes widen in alarm as she swiftly unleashes a chaos net. The sword halts just inches from the girl. She leaps back, narrowly avoiding the prince's strike. Fury twists his features as he grits his teeth, but then his gaze shifts to the dark energy swirling around Isabel. Consumed by rage, she unleashes a spell, cursing the prince with tears brimming in her eyes. With a voice filled with anguish, she screams that he dared to threaten her daughter. She unleashes a massive purple blast, intent on ending his life. The attack hurtles directly toward the prince. Suddenly, a high heel materializes just inches from his face, intercepting the deadly energy. Cecilia delivers a powerful kick, and he cries out as blood sprays from the impact. A surge of dark power crashes into Philip, sending him hurtling through the air. He skids across the ground and crashes into a rock. Bleeding profusely, Philip begins to curse the girls. They step forward, their expressions chilling. Suddenly, a sound draws their attention. Cheryl is lying upside down, and without warning, bursts of magic erupt from her. Isabel stares in disbelief, turning away as she grapples with the reality of this power. How can this even be real? In the distance, a brilliant light begins to radiate from Cheryl. Magic envelops her entire being as she ascends into the air, glowing a fierce red. Her form begins to shift, and her mother reaches out, desperately calling to her. Meanwhile, Philip stands resolutely, sword in hand, his expression unwavering. With a steely gaze, he declares that this is Avarak's command. He steps forward, declaring that this is his path to becoming emperor. With renewed determination, the prince charges once more, raising his blade high. He shouts that she must die. In response, his cousin's eyes darken to a menacing black and red, and her dress transforms into a shadowy black, making her appear far more terrifying. Consumed by rage, the prince swings his sword with a fierce cry. Cheryl slowly raises her hands. With a swift flick of her palm, she wrenches the sword from his grasp. A chilling expression settles on her face as she begins to cast her spell. She lifts him off the ground, pulling him toward her with an unsettling ease. Gripping his throat, her eyes blaze with a fierce red glow. In a calm yet menacing voice, she asks, "Who do you think you are to block Aeolus's full return?" She tightens her grip around his neck, and he gasps for breath. Her gaze is that of a monster, cold and unyielding. Magic suspends him in the air, rendering him helpless. A searing hand clasps his throat as Cheryl demands an answer. Trembling with fear, he stammers that he is the crown prince. With her features twisted in fury, she asks, "Why did you wake me?" Grinding his teeth, Philip insists it was Lord Avarak's command. The red-haired girl tightens her grip on his fiery hand, and he screams in agony. "My father would never order this," she declares, her voice steady. "You better tell the truth." Choking back his fear, Philip finally admits, "I was promised the throne if I killed you." Cheryl remains silent, her expression unreadable as she continues to inflict pain, lifting him effortlessly with her magic. She realizes he's telling the truth. With a fierce determination, she delivers a powerful blow to the prince, sending him crashing into the debris. Smoke billows low across the ground as he tumbles away. Looking down at him, she declares that she will uncover the truth for herself. In an instant, she launches herself into the sky. Meanwhile, Isabel sinks to the rubble, overwhelmed by despair. Sitting amidst the wreckage, she whispers that her son is gone, and now Cheryl is lost to her as well. With that, she feels there's no reason left to carry on. The saint gently lifts her up, insisting that it's too soon to give up hope. Lowering her head, Isabel murmurs, "What is there left when all my children are gone?" Cecilia responds, "Cheryl still has her form. The resurrection isn't complete yet. There may still be a way." But Isabel, her voice heavy with sorrow, replies, "Cheryl can't come back." With a determined look, Cecilia places a hand on her chest, revealing the sacred relics. She reveals that they haven't used them yet, and if they seal Elise, they might save Cheryl. Isabel stares at her, stunned. Cecilia's expression hardens as Voltor extends his monstrous hand, demanding a sacrifice. He calls for the offering. Aaron raises his blade before him, clenching his jaw as thoughts of his mother flood his mind. He silently begs her to be found quickly. Aaron rushes forward, sword drawn, ready to confront the monstrous creature before him. "I've got this!" he shouts, determination etched on his face. The beast, with its massive fangs bared, lunges, slashing with razor-sharp claws. Roaring in defiance, Aaron meets its attack head-on, smoke swirling around them like a shroud over the battlefield. The creature locks its gaze ahead, while Aaron frowns, bracing himself for what comes next. Aaron's heart races as he realizes Cheryl has halted the blade at the last moment. Stunned, he struggles to comprehend the sight before him. His sister, her eyes transformed, now dark and almost sinister. With a sudden shove, she sends him sprawling backward, his sword flying from his grip. He lands a short distance away, bewildered and shaken. In her monstrous form, Cheryl turns to Valtor. The giant gazes at her, mistaking her for Elise. He steps closer, towering over her. In her girl-like guise, she requests a favor. He simply stares back, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With a calm demeanor, she asks him to call her father. The giant remains silent, his gaze unwavering as he processes her words. Aeolus erupts with fury, commanding him to act immediately, insisting that her father will respond. The monster raises its massive paw, and a brilliant purple beam shoots into the sky. Lightning crackles overhead as a vortex begins to swirl open. Dark energy coalesces within, and from that ominous mass, the head of a malevolent god emerges. Avarak glares down at Valtor, his imposing figure casting a shadow over them. The giant god demands to know why he was summoned. Elise soars up to meet him, halting midair before her father. In her monstrous form, she questions, "Can you truly not see me?" Meanwhile, Cecilia supports Isabel as they continue their journey. Weak and exhausted, Isabel points ahead, her voice barely a whisper. "It's there." She points to the swirling red vortex in the sky and declares, Airrock is up there. We need to seal the children quickly. Cecilia continues to support her as they press on. Avarak gazes at his daughter, a frown creasing his brow. I can see you, he says, his voice heavy with concern. What do you want? Alice gathers magic in one hand, her determination palpable. Meanwhile, Philip, sprawled on the rocks, begins to emanate that same powerful energy. He rises, drawn toward her. She lifts him up, fury radiating from her. With a piercing glare, she demands to know if he truly used this man to awaken her. Avarak remains silent. The daughter of the evil god accuses him of attempting to bring her back in an incomplete state. Her voice rises as she declares he chose the wrong moment and insists on an answer. Avarak's eyes blaze with intensity. With a fierce expression, he confesses his truth, still keeping the crown prince captive. Cheryl demands to know his motives. As his image looms over the castle, he recounts a time 2 decades past when everything seemed to be going smoothly. In this memory, Aaron stands beside his sister as Avarak reveals that he and Valtor had taken on human forms, granting them unparalleled power. As the evil god gazes forward, he reveals that he manipulated Zeron to annihilate their human hosts and awaken them both. Among those hosts was a man named Zeron himself. He adds with a chilling tone that one host, Aaron, had already met his demise. Valtor erupts in fury as Avarak continues, claiming he is awakened in flawless form. Eric's eyes blaze with hatred as he declares that the only thing remaining is Alyssa's perfect resurrection. He scornfully labels the others as fools, his contempt palpable. Suddenly, glowing figures materialize above the castle, and he scoffs at them, calling them weak little gods with pitiful names. He reveals that they have turned back time by 20 years. Gale stands behind Aaron as Avarak continues, explaining that they divided Valtor's body and soul into 2 separate humans to prevent his return. He laments that missing the perfect moment for revival has only made him weaker. Even with time rewound, his own timeline continues to advance relentlessly. That, Avarak explains, is why I had to wake you now. His daughter remains cold and silent as he inquires if she understands his intentions. Cradling the crown prince, Cheryl responds softly, I understand it all. Avarak continues, with Valtor you will become the vessel for his return. In her monstrous, girl-like form, she replies, I understand one thing. Her father has grown weak, very weak. Avarak stands stunned by her words. She releases the prince, sending him tumbling forward. In a swift motion, she swings her blazing hand, unleashing a massive wave of fire toward Avarak. The evil god is engulfed in excruciating pain. As the flames reach him, he lets out a piercing scream, while Elise smiles as if she's lost her mind. A swirling purple vortex materializes, leaving Avarak in disbelief. As the dark cloud begins to dissipate, only a faint spark of the evil god remains. Philip collapses to the ground, overwhelmed. The possessed girl erupts into raucous laughter, spreading her arms wide. Thank you, father, she exclaims. This world now belongs to your daughter. Suspended in the air, Elis declares that this is precisely what he envisioned. Aaron descends, sword firmly in hand. Gripping the hilt, he calls out to Cheryl. High above, she turns and asks, first, with a swift gesture, she points at Valtor, announcing her intention to seize his power. A massive blast erupts from her hand, leaving Valtor in stunned disbelief. A torrent of magic tears through the air, crashing into him with explosive force. Cecilia raises a shield to brace against the shockwave. Aaron clutches the sword embedded in the ground, fighting to remain upright. Struggling against the onslaught, he pleads with her to cease the attack. Light envelops him as he desperately implores her to stop right now. In a moment of desperation, Aaron calls out for Cheryl. Nearby, Cecilia and Isabel shout in protest, insisting that it isn't true. Cecilia angrily tells him that this girl is not his sister. The saint reveals that the creature in the sky is Aeolus, Avarak's daughter, not Cheryl. Aaron's jaw tightens as the truth sinks in. Beside the girl, Isabel warns that if she absorbs Valtor's power, it will spell disaster for them all. Shaken, she insists that they must seal at least one of them. Nervously, Cecilia asks what they can possibly do. With a heavy heart, Isabel instructs her to stand in front of her. Facing the saint, she cautions that this could cost her life. Suddenly, a massive flash erupts in the sky, scattering energy in every direction. Cecilia gasps in shock as a purple magic sigil materializes above them. A voice summons Avarak, the god of chaos and resurrection, to Eren without delay. As Cecilia catches sight of Eren wielding his sword, she understands that this is the moment Aeolus has been anticipating. Madness flickers across Aeolus's face, while Valter remains fixed in his gaze. Confusion washes over Eren as he questions why they would send that god to him. Meanwhile, Cecilia stands in silence, her expression resolute. She steps protectively in front of the wounded Isabel, spreading her arms wide as she urges her to take action. Isabel, taken aback, hears Cecilia urging her to hurry. As Cecilia extends her hand, Isabel recognizes the apology in her eyes. Channeling divine power, Cecilia calls upon forces beyond their understanding. And in that moment, Isabel knows this is their only chance. Despite the pain coursing through her, she begins to cast her spell, focusing intently on the relics hovering above them. Cecilia suddenly radiates a blinding light, then cries out in agony as a glowing stone materializes on her chest. A terrified scream escapes her lips just before a searing blast of light erupts through her body. Meanwhile, Aeolus, inhabiting Cheryl's form, launches an attack with chilling calmness. Her eyes blaze red as she recognizes the true danger posed by that blinding light. A surge of yellow energy rushes toward her. Aeolus, her expression darkening, strains to hold the blast at bay. Simultaneously, a purple beam hurtles toward Valtor. Enraged, Cecilia retaliates. With a fierce snarl, Aeolus intercepts the attack, twisting the beam away with a swift motion. Grinding her teeth, she taunts her opponent, calling them weak. Aeolus suddenly catches sight of movement nearby. Eren charges in, sword drawn, but she turns just in time to be caught off guard. As Eren leaps toward her, a purple beam streaks across his path. He raises his blade in a desperate attempt to block it, but Valtor unleashes a surge of power that sends him reeling. With a flick of his wrist, Valtor uses magic to pull Eren closer, taunting him as he draws nearer. He seizes Eren by the throat, declaring that he will finally be complete. As the battle intensifies, Cecilia closes her eyes, focusing on Eren. Sweat streams down her face as she battles through the pain. Suddenly, an even more powerful surge erupts within her, and her scream amplifies, echoing through the chaos. Still gripping Eren, Valtor turns, his eyes widening in realization as he senses the impending attack. A fiery explosion erupts, yellow energy engulfing the monster as Eren's sword slips from his grasp. A blinding flash illuminates the entire area. Aeolus, still in Cheryl's form, shields herself from the onslaught. Above, the sacred relics hover ominously. But then, with a sudden thud, Cecilia crashes to the ground. One by one, the relics begin to disintegrate, consumed by the flames. She crashes violently onto the rocks below. In that fleeting moment, Cecilia reaches out one last time, her thoughts drifting to Eren. Memories of their time together flood her mind, and she silently whispers an apology. With her eyes closed, she vows to remain with Eren until the end of the world, though deep down, she fears she may not be able to keep that promise. Suddenly, a bright flash ignites within the storm, casting doubt on her resolve. Just then, she catches sight of a figure standing before her. A man approaches the fallen saint, who, barely able to move, reaches out for Eren. He stands over Cecilia, his heart sinking as he takes in the massive wound that has pierced her body. Tears stream down her face and he bends down, his voice trembling with sorrow. "I'm so sorry," he whispers, his heart breaking. "I promise to protect you." Pulling her close, Eren lets out a desperate scream that echoes across the battlefield, a haunting cry of anguish and regret. Zyren hears the sound and freezes, his thoughts racing back to Eren. Meanwhile, Eren remains beside Cecilia's lifeless body, his charred clothes still smoking as he slowly rises to his feet. He turns to face Aeolus, who stares at him in disbelief, astonished that a mere human could harness Valtor's power. Eren looks up, locking eyes with her as purple mana swirls around him. With determination, he calls out to her. He spins sharply, poised for action. Aeolus watches in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, Eren is right beside her, delivering a brutal punch that sends her crashing to the ground. A sharp scream of pain escapes her lips as she hits the earth with full force. Before she can regain her composure, Eren strikes again, driving his knee into her face and slamming her back down. Eren unleashes another powerful punch, his expression wild with fury. With both arms swinging, he declares that it's time for her to vanish. The blow connects with her face, and an explosion erupts, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Eren's roar of rage echoes in the chaos. Meanwhile, Zyren rushes toward the fray, pleading with Eren to stop. Aaron bows his head, listening to Aeolus's voice echoing from within Cheryl. He stands over the battered girl, his heart heavy. Suddenly, he turns, his eyes wild with anguish, declaring, "This is not Cheryl." Tears stream down his face as he cries out, "It's Aeolus, and she must be destroyed." Zyron's voice cuts through the tension, shouting back, "Killing the monster will kill Cheryl too." But through his tears, Aaron insists, "Anyone who harms my people deserves to die." Zyron watches in horror as Aaron strikes once more, his cruelty on full display. Lying on the ground, Aeolus suddenly bursts into laughter, the sound echoing ominously. Her laughter swells, filling the air with an unsettling energy. With a sly grin, she weaves her magic, targeting Aaron directly. "All of Voltor's power belongs to me now," she declares, her voice dripping with triumph. Aaron drops to one knee as she proclaims that true chaos will now reign. A brilliant purple cloud billows over the battlefield. Suddenly, Aaron feels a searing beam pierce through his stomach. In agony, he watches as a grotesque creature begins to crawl out from within him. With a violent flash, the monster bursts free, letting out a chilling scream. Meanwhile, Aeolus casts another spell, a smirk playing on her lips as she beckons her younger brother to join her in this chaos. Clenching his teeth, Aaron realizes Cecilia is already gone. Above him, Aeolus continues to cast spells, oblivious to the chaos below. Aaron watches as his friends begin to break down, and a chilling thought strikes him. If he loses the power Cecilia entrusted to him, something catastrophic will follow. Struggling to maintain his composure, Aaron suddenly hears someone call his name. Zyron rushes forward, hurling a sword into Aaron's hands. Even beneath the relentless beam, Aaron anticipates the incoming threat and catches it with a determined expression. Zyron urgently instructs him to drive it through Cheryl's heart, sealing her soul within the killer. Meanwhile, Aeolus, still focused on his casting, overhears their conversation. Isabel, witnessing the fierce battle, shouts that if they can't halt Aeolus's power, they must at least eliminate Cheryl and seal her soul to prevent Aeolus from claiming it. Aaron glares at the villain, his resolve hardening. If that's the case, then so be it. Aeolus grits her teeth, relentless in her assault. In a frenzied rage, she demands that Aaron surrender his power now. Dark, swirling magic in shades of black and red erupts from her hand. But in an instant, Aaron is above her, sword raised high, challenging her with a fierce declaration, "Try to take it, if you can." He locks eyes with her and declares that he will seal the source of her power inside the host. As Aaron prepares to swing, a wave of sorrow washes over him for Cheryl, but he believes this is the only way. With an empty gaze, he raises his weapon, but then a voice pierces through the tension. Below, a girl calls his name, tears glistening in her eyes. Cheryl begs him not to kill her, reaching out in desperation as she pleads for him to stop. Aaron stares at her in disbelief as half of Cheryl's face darkens. She pleads for just a little more time, her words striking him like a blow. Desperation fills her voice as she insists that time is running out. With every ounce of her being, she reaches out to him, and in that moment, he silently begs her to stop. Shutting his eyes tight, he tells himself that this has to end. Haunted by memories of his sister, Aaron swings the sword with all his fury. A primal scream escapes him as the blade pierces Cheryl's body, blood erupting in a gruesome spray. Her eyes widen in shock, then contort into a monstrous expression as she demands to know how he could betray her like this. With his eyes tightly shut, Aaron whispers a broken apology, filled with regret. He raises the sword, dark energy swirling around it. His expression hardens. He knows he must end this now. As she reaches out to touch Aaron's green sword, a powerful surge of energy crashes into his chest, forcing him to drop to his knees before the sword, which remains firmly planted. Suddenly, a monstrous figure materializes before Cheryl. Her eyes shift, and with a commanding tone, she orders it to retreat. A torrent of black mana surges from the blade, filling the air with a palpable darkness. Eyeless screams of rage echo around him, demanding that it cease. In a horrifying transformation, she morphs into a monstrous figure, her screams intensifying as she implores him to stop. Inside Aaron, a violent vortex churns, her cries slicing through the atmosphere like a blade. He stands over his fallen foe, blood trickling down his face, struggling to catch his breath. Zarin rushes over, urgency in his voice as he demands, "Pull it out now!" Aaron grips the hilt of the sword, yanking it free from Cheryl's body. Blood sprays in all directions, painting the ground in crimson as Cheryl lies motionless, her eyes eerily half open. A moment of stillness hangs in the air, and then, unexpectedly, Cheryl coughs violently. She closes her eyes, confusion swirling within her as she struggles to grasp her surroundings. When she opens them again, she sees Aaron standing before her, sword in hand, and recognition washes over her. But then Cheryl's gaze drops to the wound in her chest, and a wave of panic crashes over her. She can't breathe. Zarin rushes to her side, urgency etched on his face as Cheryl's fear of dying grips her tightly. Without hesitation, he pours an orange potion onto her wound, chanting a spell in a language that feels ancient and powerful. Her vision begins to fade, and she silently pleads for help. Just then, Cheryl reaches out, calling for her brother. Cheryl awakens in her bed, disoriented, only to realize she's back in her room. Isabel sits beside her, astonished to see her mother there as well. The woman pulls Cheryl into a warm embrace despite still being wrapped in bandages. Confused, Cheryl asks, "What are you doing here? What even happened?" Suddenly, a thought strikes Cheryl, and she asks about Aaron's whereabouts. With a quiet voice, Isabel replies that he left some time ago. Cheryl's expression hardens as she snaps back, demanding to know what she means by left. In an instant, she sits up in bed, her heart racing. As she gathers her thoughts, Cheryl's gaze falls upon a scroll resting in front of her. Her mother gently hands it over, and with trembling hands, Cheryl unties it. She begins to read a letter addressed to his beloved little sister, the one he vowed to protect. Meanwhile, Aaron soars through the sky on a dragon, glancing back at Zarin with a furrowed brow. "Why did you tell me to stab Cheryl?" he asks, confusion lacing his voice. "Did you know I wouldn't be able to kill her or absorb her soul?" The dragon, gliding effortlessly beside him, chimes in. "Zarin instructed me to fake the motion of stabbing her heart. The blade was never meant to strike true." With a toothy grin, the dragon adds, "I must admit, I was surprised by how well the trick worked." Aaron listens intently as Zarin boasts about fooling Aeolus, a being who rivals the gods themselves. With a hint of skepticism, Aaron replies, "Maybe Aeolus wasn't fooled at all. Perhaps you pushed him into this." He then turns to the dragon, pressing for answers. "How did you know this would work on Aeolus?" Zarin simply replies, "You'll find your answers there." Nearby, a flying beast flaps its wings and interjects. "If you still have questions, you can always ask them later." Zarin follows closely behind Aaron, who is carrying Cecilia in his arms. In the distance, he spots a little girl, Gale, wrapped in a cloak, absorbed in playing with pebbles. Kneeling before her, Zarin speaks softly. Without even glancing back, she replies, her voice steady. With his eyes closed, Zarin confirms that he has completed every task. Avarak is no more, and with it, Valtor and Aeolus have also perished. As Gale tosses stones absent-mindedly, he turns to Zarin and asks what he means. Zarin glances at Aaron and clarifies that their original plan has gone awry. The monsters were sealed within a human body as well. The protagonist asserts that she and Aaron have completed their mission. Aaron frowns, puzzled by her words. Meanwhile, the main character continues to play in front of them, confidently stating that she understands their thoughts. However, she insists that bringing in Valtor and Aeolus was no mere accident. Aaron was destined for this purpose. Gale turned to Cecilia, acknowledging that she too had fulfilled her mission. Her very existence had led to this moment. The goddess gently caressed Cecilia's face, reminding her that none of this would have transpired if she hadn't turned back time. Aaron glanced at Gale, questioning whether that burden was too heavy to bear. With Cecilia in his arms, he snapped at Vivian, frustration boiling over. Was this mission truly so vital that she would kill the saint and seal those monsters within him? He demands to know if that was her sole purpose for existence, and who gave her the authority to make such a choice. Vivian stares at him, clearly taken aback. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she tosses the stones into the air and concedes that he has a point. As the stones hover above them, she adds, with a hint of longing, that she too wishes this cursed mission would simply vanish. Moments later, the stones slip from her grasp. Zarin watches, a deep frown etched on his face. Vivian remains composed, asserting that being a god doesn't exempt anyone from the responsibilities shared by all living beings. Glancing at her own hand, she reflects on why such a heavy burden would be placed on something called a god. Across from her, Zarin listens intently as she questions whether dragons truly grapple with the meaning of their existence. Vivian spreads her hands, declaring that the only answer she can provide is this: they exist to fulfill the mission assigned to them. With a subtle gesture, she suggests that the one who bestows this mission could be an absolute being, or perhaps even themselves. Energy crackles around Vivian as she proclaims that it's time to complete her own mission. Aaron is taken aback when she reveals that he has a choice in the matter. Vivian gazes directly at him, her voice steady. You'll either die with me or keep living. Aaron frowns, his resolve firm. Of course I'll live. I fought too hard for that. Vivian leans in, her tone serious. Listen closely. If you choose to go with me, Valtor and Aeolus will die as well. Evil beings may still emerge one day, but not while you're here to witness it. If he chooses life, he will become immortal, carrying them within him. When he finally dies, they will return. Aaron gives a quiet nod, enveloped in a purple glow. Vivian asks if, knowing all this, he still wishes to live. Aaron remains silent, lost in thought. He reflects on the monster and the overlord, and then it hits him. The emperor who once threatened Braun is no more. Gale now watches over the territory, leaving Aaron feeling strangely unmoored. For the first time, he grapples with the weight of having no one to protect, no clear purpose, and perhaps no reason to continue. Zyron observes him in silence. After a moment, Aaron softly questions her, recalling her words. Didn't she say a mission could be something a person creates for themselves, something that gives them a reason to live? Vivian closes her eyes and softly agrees. Yes, that's true. Aaron, with a calm resolve, makes his choice. He will live. Still cradling Cecilia, he vows to carry Valtor and Aeolus within him, declaring that he will not succumb to death. Cecilia lies there, her eyes closed, as Aaron continues. He speaks of forging connections with the people of Braun and beyond, pledging to protect them with all his strength. Gently, he lays her down, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. He expresses his deep desire to never witness a death like this again, but he also refuses to fade away without taking action. Vivian smiles, understanding that this is the meaning Aaron has chosen for his life and the mission he wishes to pursue. A radiant light begins to form before him as she reveals that she has a mission of her own. Purple light envelops the area, and she declares her desire for a purpose as well. Suddenly, a glow materializes above Cecilia's body, adding to the unfolding spectacle. A radiant beam of light bursts forth from her, illuminating everything in its wake. Aaron squints against the brilliance, and as he watches, he hears Vivian's voice thanking him. He stands beside Zyron, the air thick with the weight of the moment. Vivian has vanished, leaving Cecilia on the ground. Aaron gazes ahead, grappling with the question, is it truly over? Gifted with a long life, he now faces the daunting task of deciding how to embrace it. His eyes widen as a voice calls out to him. Overjoyed, Cecilia sits up and calls Aaron's name. He rushes to her, shock evident on his face, blurting out that she's alive. Stunned, Aaron hears Vivian express her gratitude once more. With a warm smile, Cecilia tells him that Vivian entrusted her life to him and wanted him to take care of her. Aaron beams as Cecilia gently holds his cheeks, their connection deepening in that moment. A month later, Aaron pens a letter to his sister, Gale. As the protagonist reads from her bed, she discovers that Aaron expresses regret over her potential memory loss. He explains that he had no choice but to separate her from Aeolus. With a sigh, she reflects that by the time the letter reaches her, she'll likely be healed, so there's no need for him to worry too much. In fact, she finds a hint of humor in the situation. She continues to read intently. Aaron writes that he's unsure when he'll be back, so he wants Gale to manage the territory in his absence. He also has a favor to ask. As she delves deeper into his words, it dawns on her just how much she has been supporting him all along. Reflecting on her battles with Zyron, she reads that with Aaron away, the old man should be capable of running the territory just fine. Despite his reputation for being frugal, she should ensure he spends money when necessary. A man gazes eagerly at a sack of gold, while Aaron suggests that for military concerns, she should consult Rommel. Though he may be a bit old-fashioned, he certainly deserves a raise. Managing the territory while raising children is no small feat, and he should be compensated accordingly. Aaron then notes a man setting sail into the horizon. He should head to the Black Continent and make it his home, as returning to Braun would likely stir up unease. Aaron could appoint him as the ruler of that territory, but knowing that's probably not his desire, it's wiser to allow him the freedom to live as he chooses. With Miller and Jacqueline supporting him, Aaron notes that Jacqueline isn't one of their citizens, but rather an ally, capable of taking care of herself. The old man smiles as Jacqueline passionately declares that allies deserve a new home. Meanwhile, Aaron jots down notes about promoting Arthur to captain and, if possible, helping him win Bianca's heart. Frustrated, the warrior kicks his flowers aside, prompting Aaron to remark that Arthur is utterly smitten with her. With a bandage still on her face, Gale arrives just in time to hear Aaron ask if she remembers their plan. as a crown is presented to her. He explains that with the Emperor, Crown Prince, and Duchess all dead, only she and the Duchess's son remain with a claim to the throne. The main character takes the crown, and Aaron expresses his genuine desire for her to become emperor, holding the weighty symbol of power. She reads his words, realizing he believes this is the only path forward. Gale lets out a sigh as Aaron pens that he trusts her completely. He steps before the crowd, and flames engulf him. The crown falls, smoldering on the ground as she walks away. Zirin bows in her wake. As Aaron walks through the snow with Cecilia, he pens a heartfelt apology for keeping the truth from the protagonist for so long. Cecilia glances at him, and he reflects on their brief time together, expressing how grateful he is to have met someone like her. Aaron steps forward, signing the letter as Gale's older brother. With a smile, he adds one final name, MC's butler. And just like that, the story comes to a close.